Hello everyone. Today, I'm going to be talking about Ringo Starr. That's right, we're going to be spending over the next 4 hours talking about the life and music of this guy. How did we get here? Why is this video so long? What is on my t-shirt? And am I doing okay? All valid questions, quite frankly. Let's start with, how did we get here? I've got my rings on and I'm ready to go. Do you like them? They're not as expensive as Ringo's. So back in 2021, I'd been a YouTuber for about a year, and I thought a neat idea would be to rank all of Paul McCartney's studio albums, because despite there being like a million documentaries, TV programs, and videos on the Beatles, I'd not seen nearly enough retrospectives on McCartney's Wings and solo catalogue, which I took upon myself to remedy because it's frankly an outstanding body of work, a singular artist's journey through the history of pop music. And with 22 studio albums, plus, soundtracks and cover records, I needed to be concise with my critiques, lest the video extend well beyond the 2 hours that it already is. But it turns out, you folks bloody love a deep dive. So, per many of your requests, I went into more detail with the ranking of John Lennon's, and even more so with George Harrison's solo catalogue. But what of Ringo? Where does he fit into all this? He's not a visionary lyricist like John, he doesn't have a gift for melody like Paul, nor a guiding spiritual force to inspire him like George. He's also never had that strong of a singing voice compared to the others.
I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts.
I'm not saying it's not nice, but I mean, come on, the man has like a 6-note vocal range. Am I selling you on this video yet? What Ringo is an incredible drummer, the greatest rock and roll drummer in the world.
I'm the best rock drummer in the world.
He's not the greatest rock and roll drummer in the world, but he's a great, great drummer.
Sorry, Phil. One of the greatest rock and roll drummers in the world. And he's funny. When he was in the Beatles, all it took was one deadpan gag from Ringo and you'd be in hysterics.
Ringo, do you have any political affiliations at all?
No, he doesn't smoke. I don't even smoke.
His timing was impeccable, both on the kit and in interviews. But as a songwriter, well, of the 186 original Beatles songs recorded between 1962 and 1970, Ringo Starr wrote a grand total of 2 of them. 2. Well, 2.5 if we're being generous. And yet, as a solo artist, he has double the amount of studio albums compared to both John and George. I'm talking 21 albums here. I mean, what's Ringo even got to say for 21 albums worth of material? He's never been a particularly outspoken person. I mean, what are his beliefs? What does Ringo Starr care about?
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Yeah, okay, but what specifically does he care about? He's just never really given that much away. People don't quote him like they do the others. He doesn't play to sold out stadiums. No one's ever made a documentary about him. There's not really even a go-to book on Ringo Starr. He's released a couple of photo books like this one, Photograph from 2013, which is great, but really only skims the surface of his very storied life. Paul and Me. It's on a timer, which is why we're looking strange. Timer shots are always weird because you don't know when it's going to go. The most notable Ringo biography is Ringo, With a Little Help by Michael Seth Starr. No relation. And look, it's not bad. I enjoyed reading it, but it does get some facts glaringly wrong. Yeah, there's a few things in here that you should take with a grain of salt. And importantly, I should point out that Ringo wanted to stress that he wanted nothing to do with this book. So that's that. So with all that being said, surely people aren't looking for an extensive appraisal on the solo discography of Ringo Starr, right? Right? Yeah, look, once it became clear that I was making this video, I just decided to go all out. I have ranked Ringo Starr's entire solo album catalogue from worst to best. And to make this journey that we're about to take together a little less daunting, I have broken each of the 21 albums into chapters numbered correspondingly in the description. You'll also notice some bonus chapters within the ranking that serve to highlight significant or bizarre facets of Ringo's life, such as his visual arts and film career. Because as well as this being an album ranking, I also want this video to serve as a kaleidoscopic history of Ringo Starr, the man. And importantly for me, I just want this to be a fun time. This is just my opinion. Don't take any of this too seriously. Ringo certainly doesn't take his life too seriously. He likes to kick back and have a laugh, and I'm hoping you can too while watching this video. Oh, and this time I'm making a slight adjustment as to how I structure the ranking, where I'm retiring the out of 10 score for each album, which appeared in previous ranking videos. It's always felt a little redundant when I'm already providing a critique, analysis, and also ranking an artist's entire discography to then give a score out of 10. Plus, who am I to say what's a 4 and what's a 9? We're all too obsessed with that. Oh, what did you give it out of 10? How many stars would you give it? Who cares? The only star that matters here is Ringo Starr. And the last thing I want to say before we begin is that these videos are made entirely by me. They're a labor of love and take a hell of a lot of time to research, write, shoot, and edit. And because I like to play clips of the music that I'm critiquing, and there are hundreds of them in this video, it does mean that the whole thing is far more prone to being copyright claimed. So if that happens, I don't make any money off this video, which would suck. So if you think the work I put into making these videos is worth a few bucks a month, please consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon is my primary source of income, and what's great is that depending on how much you'd like to pledge, you'll get added benefits, like early access to my YouTube videos, you can join my exclusive Discord server, or better yet, you can watch a bonus monthly video exclusive to my Patreon on topics chosen by fellow patrons. For only $4 a month, you can gain access to videos like my Beatles rock band retrospective, my ranking of the Beatles album covers, or there's a bunch of non-Beatle related videos too, like the one where I share my favorite song off of every Beach Boys album. Your support on Patreon would mean a hell of a lot, but whether you do or don't, thanks for clicking on this video. Alright, enough with the preamble. Let's Ringo start.
It's Christmas.
Yes, that's right, folks. We're kicking things off with Ringo Starr's 1999 Christmas album, I Wanna Be Santa Claus. 1999 was a fairly positive time for Ringo. He'd been a successful touring musician for the last decade, and he was gradually moving into rock legend status now that it had been 30 years since the Beatles had broken up.
Thank you everybody.
So what better way to cap off the decade than with a Christmas album? I Wanna Be Santa Claus is notable for being the only Christmas album released by any of the Beatles, and also for having the most hideous album artwork known to man. Every time I look at this album, I feel like personally cancelling Christmas, and Ringo's green skin is not helping, looking like the goddamn Grinch. Anyway, the record's made up of roughly half Christmas classics, and the other half are Ringo's original Christmas songs that he co-wrote with his usual gang of songwriting pals from this period. One of these originals, Come On Christmas, Christmas Come On, opens the LP. It features Ringo's swampy rock beat driving a track that has nothing aesthetically Christmassy about it.
Come on, Christmas. Come on.
The instrumentation is as far from festive as you could imagine. It sounds more like a football chant than a Christmas song. Following that, we get our first cover with Winter Wonderland. This recording at least has some sleigh bells to suggest some Christmas spirit, but otherwise comes off as just another pub rock rendition of what is typically a very enchanting song.
He sings a love song as we go along.
The title track follows right afterwards and literally sounds like a worse version of the same song.
And the gifts that I bring could make your heart sing.
Like, space them out or something, Ringo. Don't tell on yourself immediately. I also don't like the creepy children's laughter. It's just gonna be a no from me on that one. Then you've got Little Drummer Boy, which is played straight but with the drums from his Back Off Boogaloo single.
They told me, but up a bum bum.
The Christmas Dance is a mildly enjoyable skiffle-inspired track, but unfortunately, the Christmas dance in question is not a dance you can learn like, everybody's doing the Christmas dance, but a dance like, hey, you gonna do the Christmas dance later? Wasted opportunity. The shining spot on the album is a cover of one of the few Beatles songs credited to all 4 members, Christmas Time Is Here Again.
Christmas time is here again.
Which was originally recorded for the Beatles' 5th Christmas record in 1967.
Christmas time is here again.
The band's pretty tight, the groove is good, and extra points go to some unexpected but not unwelcome bagpipes towards the end. It's an underrated Christmas song, and this cover by Ringo is not half bad. Then there's the totally out-of-pocket rendition of White Christmas, which becomes a kooky, island-soaked facsimile of Irving Berlin's classic. Complete with steel drum, Hawaiian guitar, and blips and blops of quirky synths.
I'm dreaming of a white.
This recording sounds more like it came from a beach level of Super Mario Sunshine. Insane choice, but I kind of respect it. Now, Ringo's previous albums from the 90s saw the drummer re-engaging with his Beatles sound after 2 decades of not going anywhere near it. And on those albums, Ringo threads the needle quite well, but on I Wanna Be Santa Claus, it feels cheaper, a pastiche of a Beatles sound. Like if a Fab Four cover band had to record the tracks to a cheap karaoke input, pretty bad. In my opinion, the best Christmas albums are ones that, even if they show a varied song selection with different musical styles, they still maintain a level of sonic cohesion. That's not the case here. This album is a complete mess. The good tidings and merriment of Christmas is replaced with crude production, bewildering arrangement, and Ringo's original Christmas tunes are mediocre at best. However, I will say that it's hard to feel annoyed at this album, as it is hard to feel true vitriol over any Ringo Starr release. Like, no one expected this to be All Things Must Pass, or that I Wanna Be Santa Claus would become a new Christmas classic or anything like that. But when you consider the rich collection of Christmas albums that we have to choose from the warmth of Bing Crosby's to the grandiose girl group power of Phil Spector's, the pop perfection of Mariah Carey's. Heck, even Bob Dylan gave us this banger a mere 10 years later.
Must be Santa, must be Santa, must be Santa, Santa.
When you're spoiled for choice like we are, is anyone going to land on this half-baked effort from Ringo Starr? And that's if they're able to see past an album cover that looks like it's about to be sick? Yeah, look, some nice moments, but entirely unessential. Moving on.
Merry Christmas to you.
Okay, let's jump forward to the year 2010. This was a fairly chill time for Ringo. The previous year, he helped celebrate the release of the Beatles rock band.
Good morning, everybody. Looks like they want us to talk amongst ourselves, Paul.
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think of the game?
I love it. It's
You love it?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can't play it.
Thank you.
Blending 2 of my great loves, the Beatles and video games, this was genuinely really well made and personally gave me a lot of joy when I was 19. You know, the visuals for the intro video are still used in Paul McCartney's live show to this day. And also around this time, Ringo started his official Twitter account. And okay, look, I know we just got going, but we got to take a moment to talk about Ringo's Twitter. Never one to shy away from new technology, Ringo Starr's tweets have been providing equal parts joy and confusion for well over a decade.
Hey, what's going down here? I'm just hanging out with a couple of the lads and, we're having a good time, so just peace.
From the crudely photoshopped images of his face stuck onto the bodies of Jack Sparrow, Ned Stark, this statue in the background of a young George Harrison, to the completely gibberish ones like, are you learning German? I know I am J Trippy, day trippin', they trip it, day trip in, today day tripper, can you send some love, peace and love? And everyone's absolute favorite, which unassisted Optima going to do a good, okay, lordy, pick up Benikoff, wow, my fish treats, yeah, peace I love, Ringo my Ferris tweets. Where most celebrities of Ringo's status would simply hire a social media manager to handle their Twitter, Ringo seemingly runs his entirely by himself. Take for example the day Queen Elizabeth II died. Here we have Paul McCartney's tweet. It's succinct yet appropriately somber. Classy black and white photo of the young Queen, tasteful signature, basically what you'd expect from McCartney. Now let's take a look at Ringo's. Why is it so low res? And do we really need all the emojis this time, mate? Kicking things off with the sunglasses emoji? Cool, man. R.I.P. Lizzie. But I think that's what people my age and under really love about Ringo. Even if it's unintentional, he kind of flawlessly nails the Zoomer shitpost aesthetic. But it's also the level of mystery, like in this birthday tribute to George Harrison, where Ringo censors his own name. Like, why this choice? Or that time he spelled Beatles with a double E and then followed it up with a correction right afterwards. No stranger to supplying follow-up corrective tweets. When the Beatles Get Back physical edition was released, Ringo released this photo with his crispy dogs right in the shot. Then after the, I guess you could call it backlash, he returned a couple of hours later with this. Fucking priceless. No social media manager would ever have the guts or the genius to coordinate this. But my personal favorite will always be, saw Beatles fetish art. Don't do that. Now, jury's still out whether this one's real or not. If it's genuine, it means Ringo deleted the tweet as it's no longer searchable. But I choose to believe it's real because it just also does seem like something he'd post. Like, it kind of reminds me of this headline from 2018.
Well, that was before I joined.
Do you feel like you missed out?
Anyway, follow Ringo on Twitter, and now let's get back to the ranking. And what have we got? Alright, so it's 2010 and barely 2 years on from his previous LP, Ringo thought to himself, why not, and decided to make another album. This one called Why Not? And in my opinion, he probably should have pondered the question a little bit longer. This was a landmark album of sorts for Ringo, as this was his very first LP that he produced almost entirely by himself.
How did it take you this long to find the perfect producer?
Well, I looked in the mirror.
Ringo had co-produced a few of his previous albums, but as he said in Rolling Stone, quote, "I was the least involved in the production of the Beatles records, and then with my solo records. Then suddenly, it's another point in your life and you say, I'm gonna do this now, so I'll be producing anything I make from now on. That's the good news. It's a confidence thing, I suppose, and why not is really another way of me saying, yes, I can." And while I congratulate Ringo on his newfound confidence for why not, there is a noticeable drop in quality of sound being produced here. Exhibit A, the title track.
Why not take a crazy chance?
Oops, wrong singer, sorry about that.
Why not checking on the merchandise?
Co-written with Glenn Ballard, this is a basic 12-bar blues number with some of the most obnoxious synths I've ever heard on a Ringo album, on any album, to be perfectly honest with you. Synths aren't really a texture Ringo played with too much on previous records, and after listening to this, it seems that was for the best. And even with that opening line,
Why not checking on the merchandise?
he's never played it at a live show. I mean, what a missed opportunity to sell some merch. It's called lateral marketing, Ringo. Come on. If you somehow manage to make it 2/3 into this crappy zappy tune, you'll be met with an inexplicable cut to an Indian middle eight, complete with a dude singing. Just a complete mess of a song. Someone that Ringo's collaborated with frequently throughout his career is Eagle member Joe Walsh, who also happens to be Ringo's brother-in-law. Marjorie and Barbara Bach are both sisters and are married to Joe and Ringo respectively. Joe Walsh is a very talented guitarist and will often spice up a fairly ordinary song with a fierce guitar solo. But this is a formula Ringo has used one too many times, and is definitely the case for track 1 of this album, Fill in the Blanks, which was also co-written by Walsh.
And the only two people on it are Joe Walsh and I.
With lyrics like, pointing the finger, placing the blame, tired of being negative, sick of the pain. Ringo's approaching his 70s and is over the bullshit.
No more bullshit! No more bullshit!
Now, I want to test something. When I play this next clip, what does it sound like Ringo's singing?
Last night I had a peace dream.
So I wasn't taking notice of the title of the track when I first listened to it, and I heard Peace Dream. Like, last night I had a peace dream. So the song's actual title is Peace Dream, but I'm sorry, it'll only ever be Peace Dream for me. Anyway, it's just Ringo remaking the song Imagine by John Lennon as a 69-year-old.
No need for war no more.
And he's not being subtle about it with lyrics like, can you imagine all of this coming through? It's really up to all of us to do. And then he just straight up name checks his old bandmate in case the sledgehammer subtlety wasn't coming through clearly enough.
Just like John Lennon said in Amsterdam from his bed.
But how do we achieve that dream of peace? Well, as usual, Ringo doesn't really go into detail, so you'll have to fill in the blanks on that one. But anyway, Paul McCartney lays down a pretty solid bass line, so that's nice.
Incredible bass player. The lines he weaves in and around the song.
And fortunately for this album, it's not the only time McCartney appears. The song Walk With You starts with an acoustic opening of strings and guitar, followed by Ringo's unremarkable voice singing vague lyrics that just wash over me as they often do. But then a certain other voice joins Ringo in the chorus.
When I walk with you, when I talk with you.
Paul wasn't even planning on singing on this one. He was just going to offer the bass line for Peace Stream, but then Ringo played him Walk With You, and McCartney developed this lovely trailing harmony that just made the song like a conversation between the two old friends.
It is like a conversation, but that was his idea to do it that one beat behind me.
And again,
that's why he's a genius.
But seriously, we can't take moments like this for granted. The two surviving Beatles duetting with each other, singing, when I walk with you, when I talk with you, everything will be fine. I was damn near welling up to this the first time I heard it. However, the rest of the album is filled with blander than bland tracks like Time,
Waits for nobody.
Everyone Wins,
Will we ever learn what makes the world go round?
and the fairly embarrassing album closer, Who's Your Daddy, featuring Joss Stone.
Who's your daddy? Not you. Who's your daddy?
The only other passable track is The Other Side of Liverpool, which exposes the darker elements of Ringo's upbringing, like his dad running out on him and his mum when he was 3.
My mother was a barmaid. At the age of 3, my father was gone.
And also the fact that it was sometimes cold and damp.
Only way out of there, drums, guitar, and amp.
The song's not actually that dark. It's mainly about Ringo shouting at his homies Dave, Brian, and Roy for helping Ringo get through his teenage years, which, you know, it's sweet. It's an okay track.
And Roy, if you're listening, thanks for all you've done.
But for the most part, Why Not is not worth your time. The songs are forgettable, the production is inelegant, and it really does speak volumes when the one true highlight on the album is an impromptu portion of a duet with Paul McCartney. Also, Ringo's use of autotune is becoming noticeably more prominent here. But oddly enough, for whatever reason, this was Ringo's best-selling album in the US since the tail end of his heyday in the mid-70s, with Why Not reaching the height of 58 in the Billboard 200, and remains his best-selling album in America after 1976. More predictably, it did not chart at all in the UK. And just 2 years later, Rings once again thought why not and released another album that is basically no better. A Ringo Starr album from 2012, which he of course titled Ringo 2012. I mean, gee whiz, they didn't even try to make these two albums stand out from each other. I mean, these are virtually indistinguishable to me. Just two black and white shots of Ringo. I mean, he's even got the same leg out. And that sameness encompasses both album cover aesthetics and sound. Because like I said, this is barely an improvement over Why Not from 2 years prior. One thing that is an improvement is the length of the record. A swift 29 minutes. Now, that's how long a Ringo Starr album should be. But somehow, Ringo 2012 is still a chore to sit through. Let's start with the opening number. Oh, cool. That's the drum fill from the Beatles' Glass Onion. Is this maybe an album where Ringo samples his old tunes for a kind of drumming retrospective? That would be fresh. That would be artistic. No, this is the one and only time Ringo does this on the album. So this song, Anthem, is really just more of the same, with lyrics reading like they were written by ChatGPT with the vague prompt of, write a modern day Ringo Starr song. This is an anthem. For peace and love. Slap a Joe Walsh guitar solo on there and you're set. Rinse and repeat. Elsewhere on the album, we have two pointless re-recordings of previous album cuts from Ringo's 70s catalogue, Wings from Ringo IV and Step Lightly from Ringo. Neither song ever really blew me away in the first place, but the original 70s production alone, for me, is far more endearing than the dry mix of the 2012 versions. I don't mind the other two covers as much, mainly because, yeah, they're covers of better songs, but Buddy Holly's Think It Over is given the classic Ringo steel drum treatment. And look, I'm a steel drum apologist, but Ringo's use of them is almost always inexplicable.
Think it over and let me know.
And the fact that only 3 albums into this video we can already observe an instrumental trend in Starr's music of steel drums should give you a pretty good indication of the man's strange instincts as a producer and arranger. We've also got, I guess, what would be my favorite track on the album, Ringo's cover of the American folk traditional Rock Island Line.
The Rock Island Line is a mighty good road. The Rock Island Line.
The Lonnie Donegan version is the song that started the skiffle craze in England that got all 4 Beatles to pick up instruments. This version's lost all of its skiffle charm, but it does without that long setup, you know, this is the story of the Rock Island Line. It just gets straight into it, and it's, you know, it's fun to hear Ringo get back in touch with his roots. It's good.
Gotta ride it like you find it, get your ticket at the station for the Rock Island Line.
The other half-decent track is In Liverpool.
In Liverpool, an apprentice engineer, but I had something very...
This is the 3rd album in a row where Ringo included a song about his hometown written from an autobiographical perspective. I must admit, I am a bit of a sucker for these Liverpool songs. I went there a couple of years ago, so I'm like, oh, hey, I know Sefton Park. My Airbnb was near Sefton Park. Ringo said before that he's not interested in writing an actual book on himself, so these Liverpool numbers are his own way of telling his story. But all in all, Ringo 2012 is just, it just doesn't offer many defining features. I mean, I only remember this as his shortest album. album. In fact, this is an issue I have with almost all of the Ringo produced records. You realize he's essentially just remaking the same album time after time after time. It's not complex. It is in no way, shape or form challenging for the listener, but boy, would I love to be given a challenge by Ringo other than, binging his entire discography. Because bringing it back to Paul McCartney, his discography is actually really fun to listen through on a binge because you get to see how different each album was, how every few years McCartney tried to reinvent himself through his own interest in music, what was going on in the industry at the time, and it just goes to show how versatile and genius he is as an artist. But with Ringo, it's like, they're the same picture, from the songs to the lazy title. It's just more modern era Ringo slop. But we're going to leave modern day Ringo behind for now as we travel back to discuss Ringo's second of two albums from the 80s, Old Wave. 1983 was a particularly rough time for all former Beatles. Still recovering from the death of John Lennon 2 years prior, their musical output had hit a collective career low. George Harrison's Gone Troppo from the year before was a critical and commercial flop, which suited him fine as he was out of contract and out of the spotlight. Paul McCartney's Pipes of Peace was better, but mainly consisted of unexciting leftover material. And Ringo Starr, well, Ringo was just straight up not having a good time. None of his previous 4 albums had charted in his native UK, all receiving exponentially worse reviews, and after each release, he would be dropped by his label, forcing him to hastily find another. A routine of failure from an artist who just wasn't passionate about making music, but also just wasn't passionate about much else.
Before I didn't move really, I was sitting around just getting drunk and crazy.
This led to a kind of identity crisis in Ringo and fueled a corrosive dependence on alcohol. More on that later. Was there any hope left for Ringo Starr as a recording artist? Well, there didn't seem to be much of a choice, as his half-baked attempt at a film career had also stalled around this time. More on that later as well. Ringo decided he instead needed some focus and stability for his next record. No more albums with multiple producers like his last effort, so he recruited one key producer for the album, which happened to be Joe Walsh. Well, that disco thing, can't you get funky? Whom Ringo had met in the mid-70s in LA. Walsh was relatively free himself, as his old band, the Eagles, had broken up not too long before this, and what neither of them realized is that this would go on to be perhaps their most enduring musical partnership together, the two still collaborating more than 40 years later and becoming brothers-in-law along the way. As a change of scenery, Ringo, who'd been recording mostly in the US in recent years, moved back to his place at Tittenhurst Park, which he bought off John Lennon in 1973. Here he got to work with Walsh on a record he would go on to call Old Wave, a play on New Wave, the genre of music that had been taking over the charts the past few years. But I will say, by 1983, New Wave was definitely done and dusted. Old Wave is a funny little record. It's the only album of Ringo's that sounds decidedly 80s, and that alone makes it a noteworthy addition to his catalogue. That sound is evident in the opening number and lead single, In My Car, which is not a bad little track.
We can go the distance in my car.
It features a catchy keyboard riff accompanied by Ringo's steady beat and some ripper licks from Joe Walsh on guitar, who covered this himself for a 1987 single and became a far bigger hit than Ringo's. Just how bad was Ringo feeling at this time? Well, I think the next track, Hopeless, should give you an idea.
You don't stand a chance, it's hopeless. Everybody dance!
Despite the existential lyrics, I don't mind the instrumental. The syncopated drums and piano hit quite nicely, and the guitar work weaves the whole thing together quite well. But after these two passable tracks, Old Wave exhibits only diminishing returns. Alibi is a bluesy snoozer.
Making up stories, looking for an alibi.
The verses of Be My Baby feature this god-awful melody. And I'll make the arrangements, just so clunky and bad. I will say the song does improve in the last third. It features a talk box solo and Ringo vocally ad-libbing over a decent groove. But most of us have already hit skip by then. Ringo also covers a well-trod 60s staple, She's About a Mover.
She's about a mover.
Which itself is essentially a reskin of the Coasters' 1957 hit Searchin'.
Sing Searchin', Paul.
Chugs along just fine. One of the more instrumentally bold moments on the album are the slap pipes on the second single, I Keep Forgetting. But similar to Hopeless, the lyrics are a little too prescient for comfort. I keep forgetting that you don't love me no more. I keep forgetting you don't want me no more. I keep forgetting that you told me that you didn't want me around anymore. Although this song reads like a man's plea to a fading love affair, it feels a lot more like Ringo facing the fact that the world really didn't love him no more. This same notion could be carried over to the weepy As Far As We Can Go.
We've gone as far as we can go.
It's just too cloyingly sad. Add in that dated synth solo ungracefully jammed into the middle of it. And also the fact that Ringo severely lacks the emotional range and vocal ability to carry a song like this, and you've got the unmistakable dud of the album. Formal introduction. Sorry, it's stuck in my head now. Fucker. It ends with a couple of songs that are nothing more than dressed up early 80s jams, and that's Old Wave. Now, for his last few albums prior to this one, Ringo's respective record label would drop the drummer from their roster when it was revealed that the album wasn't a hit, which was becoming a trend with Ringo. This time, however, Ringo hadn't even finished recording Old Wave before RCA decided to pull the plug. So now, for the first time in his life, Ringo Starr, an ex-Beatle, had been abandoned by all record companies in the UK and the US and had no clear way of releasing his album. He eventually found a smaller label to distribute it, but then the label had died and the album, yet again, had no clear path to a release. In the end, he just had to give up releasing the album in America and England. The two countries Ringo Starr called home were just done with him. Just rotten luck for old Richie. Eventually, RCA Canada distributed the record, where you could find it in countries like Germany, New Zealand, and Japan, but it only found a release in the US and the UK on CD in 1994. More than 10 years later. As you can imagine, there was virtually zero promotion carried out for the album, and then Ringo didn't release another for 9 years, which still to this day is his longest gap between albums. Old Wave has a few fresh moments, and the songs he co-wrote with Joe Walsh include some of the more revealing lyrics of his career. But when the world was being exposed to artists like Michael Jackson, Madonna, Talking Heads, who was ever going to care about the latest record from the has-been Ringo Starr? He'd gone as far as he could go. It was, in a word, hopeless. Now, before I jump to the next album on our list, I want to take a moment to talk about that 9-year gap between albums. Because even though Starr wasn't recording music, a number of notable events occurred during this period for Ringo, some very special and others downright bizarre. So come with me on a side quest as we explore the many projects Ringo Starr was involved in between 1983 and 1990 in a segment I'd like to call Ringo in the 80s. So that same year that Ringo was working on Old Wave, Ringo laid down some drum tracks on Paul McCartney's Tug of War album, marking the first Ringo feature on a solo McCartney LP. You can even spot him in the music video for Take It Away, and also So Bad from McCartney's follow-up album Pipes of Peace. It was during this same period that Paul roped in Ringo to be in his upcoming film, Give My Regards to Broad Street. This was the first film that Paul McCartney both wrote and starred in, and if you want to watch a deep dive on the movie, I made a video on it a couple of years ago. Ringo wasn't really integral to the plot. I mean, it's debatable if this film even had a plot in the first place. He, like Paul, just played himself and bashed out a few new numbers, and that was it. The same year that Broad Street was released in cinemas to an absolute lashing from the critics,
You'll hardly even want to go see it. It's really a dumb movie.
Ringo became the first Beatle to host Saturday Night Live.
Ringo Starr!
Paul and George had both performed as musical guests, but Ringo got the full episode treatment.
Live from New York, it's Saturday night!
This is actually a fascinating episode of television because I think it somewhat embodies the dichotomy of Ringo Starr. On the one hand, in his monologue, you've got Ringo saying over and over that he's a legend.
You see, I am a legend. Yes, I made the crossover from superstar to legend. Mick and Elton are big, but they're not legends.
And on the other hand, almost all the sketches feature Ringo as some sort of unappreciated or washed up has-been. Like in the opening sketch where Paul McCartney's toothbrush is sold for $110,000 at an auction.
Sold for $110,000 to the lady in the front row.
Then immediately following this is poor Ringo, wheeled out in his old Beatle collarless jacket where nobody wants to bid on him.
I was wondering about the jacket he's wearing. Was it by any chance ever worn by Paul?
No, it wasn't. I'm sorry. Now, do I hear $15,000 for Ringo Starr? 15,000? Good Lord, we're dealing with a human being here!
Or there's a sketch where he plays the profoundly unlucky man.
I'm really quite fine. I'm just a very unlucky man.
Or the one where a smarmy Billy Crystal character keeps hitting on Ringo's wife when he's meant to be interviewing Ringo instead.
I'll tell you that right now. You know what I'm saying to you? Barbara, you look marvelous. You look marvelous. You are marvelous. I cannot get over this. You look marvelous.
You look marvelous. And I gotta say, for being someone people found so funny and charming in the Beatles with a sizable film career to boot, Ringo is particularly wooden in this episode of televised sketch comedy. But hey, at least he could laugh at himself, right? But never mind SNL. 1984 had something far better planned for Ringo Starr. An entirely new project that would leave a massive impact on a generation of children. That's right, Ringo Starr had just secured the job of narrator on the television adaptation of Reverend Wilbert Awdry's children's books about the British rail system called the Railway Series, or as it was known on television, Thomas the Tank Engine. So Britt Allcroft, the TV writer and producer of the adaptation, was pacing up and down her home one night trying to figure out who'd be the right narrator for the program when she heard a voice coming from the Michael Parkinson show in the other room. The voice had a warmth and an originality to it. She poked her head around the corner and it was Ringo Starr.
And I said, that's it, it's Ringo.
Ringo signed on after reading the books and was brought in to voice all the characters for the first season.
I read the books and I thought they were fabulous. I'm real pleased with the end product.
And he did a great job. I certainly have Ringo's voice logged somewhere deep in my early memories watching the show as a toddler.
I'm going to the scrapyard today, Edward called to Thomas. What? Already? You're not that old, replied Thomas cheekily.
Ringo only narrated Thomas's first two series before the role was taken over by Yellow Submarine voice actor Michael Angelis in the UK. America was eventually shown episodes of Thomas the Tank Engine 4 years later via their own revamp of the show called Shining Time Station.
Reach for the speed, reach for the whistle.
This was like a kids' variety show set inside of a train station. Ringo was back on board to narrate, but this time he was an 18-inch tall character called Mr. Conductor, who told the stories taken from Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends to the kids.
Then I'll tell you a story about my friend Thomas.
I'm doing it because I'm enjoying it. It's a great thrill to be 18 inches tall, 2 inches shorter than I really am.
Is he okay?
He's a very nice man, yeah. He's very, very nice.
Ringo loved the job, but only stuck around for the first season before George Carlin took over.
The station master was furious.
Get the fuck out of here,
he said.
Also, can we just take a moment to appreciate how fire the Thomas the Tank Engine theme song is? All those train sounds acting as percussion. That bit where it goes into like that cool shuffle. Maybe it's just because I've been listening to so much mediocre Ringo music that I'm literally getting my life from friggin' Thomas the Tank Engine. Now, in terms of Ringo's film career, well, it had basically dried up by the mid-80s. However, he did appear in the unintentionally horrifying TV movie adaptation of Alice in Wonderland, where he played the Mock Turtle. New kink discovered.
Nonsense, nonsense, that's what we're terribly short of.
He also played drums at one-off events like the 1987 Carl Perkins Blue Suede Shoes anniversary special with George Harrison and many others. There was also an attempt at a country album that same year.
Ringo Starr, who's been in Memphis cutting an album with record producer Chips Moman.
But the sessions were super unorganized and nothing but a lawsuit came from it. Also, in the mid-80s, two significant events happened in Ringo's family. First, his beloved mother Elsie Starkey died. Elsie had raised Richie after his biological father ran out on them both. He still had his stepdad Harry, who he remained close to, but Elsie's death was hard for Richie to take. But in more fortunate news, 1985 was the year that Starr hit the milestone of becoming the first Beatle grandfather. And finally in 1990, Starr recorded a cover of the Beatles' I Call Your Name for a TV special marking John Lennon's birth and death anniversaries.
I never weep at night. I call your name.
It featured Jeff Lynne, Tom Petty, Joe Walsh and Jim Keltner, and was produced by Lynne. So that was Ringo in the 80s, a bit of an odd decade for the drummer, and yes, there were a couple of other major events that happened for Ringo during this period, but I'm going to cover that more thoroughly later on. For now, let's dive into something a little more fruitier. It's 1977. Apple mass markets the first personal computer, Atari revolutionizes gaming with the 2600, and Star Wars mania takes over the world. It was a banner year for nerds everywhere, but it wasn't the only craze to sweep the nation. That's right, disco was in full bloom. From the Swedish glee of ABBA's Dancing Queen, to the Euro disco euphoria of Donna Summer's I Feel Love. There was simply no better time to be a dork who loved to boogie. And someone else who couldn't resist the syncopated bass lines and polyester beats of music's hottest craze was Ringo Starr. That's right, next up in the ranking is the baffling disco flop, Ringo IV. Ringo IV, despite this being his 6th album. Maybe it was because he was always considered the 4th Beatle, I don't know. For his last few albums, Ringo had developed the fairly successful formula of recruiting his talented and famous musician friends, including his fellow ex-Beatles, to assist in the writing and recording of the songs. This made for a feel-good, party-like atmosphere where legends collaborated to help out everybody's pal, Ringo, and for a while, this formula really worked. But given Ringo's album from the year prior had indicated that people were showing less interest in his music, he knew he needed to change course with a bold new direction and sound. So what better way to capitalize on a growing trend than to take a hard left turn into disco? Ringo teamed up with his friend and occasional writing partner Vinnie Poncia, where the two committed to write most of the songs themselves. Bold. Because even though this was Ringo's 6th solo album, he still had only 5 credits as a solo songwriter and 7 co-writing credits overall. And I wouldn't say he showed the kind of improvement that George Harrison himself revealed as a songwriter. Nonetheless, Ringo and Vinnie co-wrote 6 songs for the album and added in 4 covers. The album was produced by Arif Mardin, a legendary producer of the 70s who had a keen ear for disco textures. For example, when he produced for the Bee Gees' 1975 album Main Course and heard a glimpse of Barry Gibb's falsetto, he advised Gibb to utilize it as the singer's signature vocal, forever changing the Bee Gees sound. I believe the actual question he asked Gibb was, "Can you scream in tune?"
Give us an ad-lib or a scream at the end. So it turned into, from screaming, it turned into things like, blaming it all! Blaming it all on the nights on the roadway, singing them sweet sounds, do that crazy down.
But what exactly would a Ringo Starr disco record sound like? Let's start with the opening number, Drowning in the Sea of Love, a song originally recorded by Joe Simon in 1971. Alright, instrumental sounds good. Now, the original soul version features a powerful yet tender vocal from Joe Simon.
I've been down one time, and I've been down 2 times.
Let's check out Ringo's approach.
I've been down 1 time.
Yeah, a particularly notable element from Ringo IV is that Starr displays some of the roughest vocals of his entire career. Ringo was screaming, but it certainly wasn't in tune.
But I'm in the middle of a bad love storm. It really took me by surprise.
It's gruff and at times belligerent and really does sound like he's been down 1 or 2 times.
You know I'm drowning. Yeah! What was I on?
The wild vocal approach was also a symptom of Ringo's cocaine and alcohol consumption, which had gradually increased over the last few years.
Will I ever learn the meaning of life?
It really lays bare Ringo's flawed vocals, even on slower ballads like Gave It All Up.
Will I learn it in time?
Don't you think he sounds like Krusty? Actually, Gave It All Up has more of a Kirk Van Houten, Can I Borrow a Feeling vibe.
Hurting hearts need some healing. Take my hand with your glove of love.
Especially with the lavish strings and impassioned backup singing, just making the whole thing sound even funnier.
I gave it all for you.
But honestly, I personally don't mind his voice on this album. I'm more sympathetic to Ringo's music when he steps out of his comfort zone and instead of sticking to his typical dopey ho-hum baritone, here he actually tries to stretch his limited vocal range, and I give him kudos for that, even if the results are pretty shocking. But back to the songs at hand, Tango All Night is the silliest track on the album.
I wanna tango all night, mambo till daylight.
Like if a cheap and tacky island cruise became a song.
We'll do the samba too, and cha-cha through the room.
Hilarious that Bette Midler is on background vocals here, and although she wasn't an icon at this point, she was still well known. Then Then there's the track Wings, which, first of all, very weird title for a song released 1 year after an incredibly successful tour of Paul McCartney's band of the same name. Even weirder that it was the album's lead single.
If I had the wings of an eagle.
It actually starts off sounding like a 90s prog rock song, but never really gets off the ground from there. Picking up steam, we get Out on the Streets, which is a brassy, up-tempo affair that paints a picture of what many associated with Ringo to be at this time. A big spender, driving around town, going to clubs and looking for action.
Well, I'm spending my money, taking my chances.
Ending side one with a nose candy-induced rambling over a juicy disco beat.
Hey, I was walking down the street, you know what this guy says? Hey, man, he says, I want that what?
Side two opens with a couple of naff covers. Can She Do It Like She Dances is Ringo at his horniest.
She looked wild and she looked free, and she moved so temptingly.
All the subtlety of the original King Floyd version
She looked wild, she looked free, and she moved so temptingly.
is replaced with the guttural tone of a man wanting to get laid at any cost.
I'd like to rendezvous and find if she can really do it like she danced.
And the funky sneaking Sally through the alley really does show the musical prowess of the studio band, but then Ringo barges in with a presence that seems like he's crashed someone else's recording.
You know, sneaking with Sally, without Now, baby,
Starr takes it easier on It's No Secret,
it's no secret that you love, that you love.
which is a serviceable, easy listening number with disco elements woven through. Then we get the worst track on the album.
Gypsies in flight.
Eschewing disco completely and going for an out-of-place country mood with just bad lyrics.
I look into your eyes and see gypsies in flight.
Absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Ringo IV closes with Simple Love Song. Actually a pretty decent tune.
Oh my, I'm riding so high. I keep telling myself that you love me.
The words are, as the title suggests, very simple, but far more effective as solid pop lyrics than elsewhere on the LP.
Oh, I wanna see you. Oh, I wanna see you again right now.
Add in that key change and those uplifting strings, and you almost forget how completely deranged the rest of the album sounds. So the thing about Ringo's reputation as a lovable larrikin, as we would have called him here in Australia, this rascal who loved to party, is that at some point the party had to end. This drunken playboy character he was portraying in public was becoming far less lovable anyway. Wasn't Ringo meant to be the cuddly Beatle? Why is he acting like such a sex pest on this album? All that's to say, the record absolutely tanked.
Did you know that disco record sales were up 400% for the year ending 1976?
Where his last three LPs all landed within the top 30 of the Billboard chart, Ringo IV peaked at number 162. Jesus Christ, in just a single year.
If these trends continue, hey!
Ringo had harbored a lot of goodwill in the early 70s by being the fun ex-Beatle without the baggage who was just there for a good time. But 7 years after the breakup and with no hope of the band getting back together, the novelty of Ringo had completely worn off. But could you really blame the public? It was 1977. Beyond disco, we had groundbreaking albums from bands like Fleetwood Mac, Pink Floyd, David Bowie, even the Beach Boys were offering up something new. And across the pond, punk and electronica were pushing unexplored boundaries of both popular and underground music. Ringo's attempt at boogieing down tonight was just not something listeners cared to stick around for. All that's to say, Ringo IV is a pivotal entry in Starr's discography because it effectively killed his career. Oh, he released albums after this. In fact, he's still recording new music in 2024. And 2025. But never again would Ringo see the critical and commercial success of his heyday, and Ringo IV was the death knell. Right after the album released, his label, Atlantic, dropped Ringo from their roster, which would set forth a cruel trend for Ringo over the next 6 years. From my perspective, when appraising Ringo's entire discography, I'll say that what this album lacks in good songs and strong singing, it makes up for in sheer personality. It's got it in spades. It's Ringo's off-the-wall disco album featuring the most unhinged vocals of his career. It's a lot of things, but it ain't boring. And for an artist where so much of his music blends together across the decades, that's about as generous a critique I can give this record.
You know I'm dry.
And now, we gotta go back to the future. To the year 2015, Marty! We gotta stop Ringo Starr from making another album! Jeez, Doc, that's pretty heavy. The stakes couldn't be lower, Marty! Okay, that's enough of that. So here we are, 3 years after Ringo 2012, and old Bongo Stone's up for another album. But in the intervening years, we actually had the pleasure of bearing witness to Ringo's most exciting song in recent memory.
Wish I was a powerpuff girl, living in a powerpuff world.
Yeah, Ringo wrote and sang a song for a 2014 episode of the Powerpuff Girls.
Wear a ribbon in my curls, wear a dress and save the world. You better work.
But that's not what we're talking about here, I'm afraid. We're actually discussing his album, Postcards from Paradise. 2015 was quite the year for Ringo, from the cover of Rolling Stone to playing 40 dates across North and South America with his all-star band.
I'm doing it a lot.
And he finally achieved a long-awaited milestone.
Guess what? Finally, Ringo's going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's about time.
At last, Ringo would be joining his Beatle brothers, who had all been individually inducted in the 90s and in 2004 for George Harrison.
And now behind us we had this guy that we'd never played with before, and I remember the moment, just standing there and looking at John and then looking at George, and the look on our faces was all like, fucking hell. And that was the moment, you know, that was the beginning really of the Beatles.
McCartney's speech really is lovely, and you can just tell how much this moment means to Ringo, who offered up some poignant words of his own.
If you fought, own up.
And in the middle of all that, he released the album Postcards from Paradise. Once again, produced entirely by Ringo himself and features a list of all-star band members who had now been playing with Ringo for decades, adding to a sense of ease and playfulness on the record. This is best felt on the opening track, Rory and the Hurricanes.
We were Rory and the Hurricanes.
It's a similar fare to his other Liverpool songs that have appeared one apiece on his previous 3 albums, but the instrumental on this one is far more charming with that staccato 50s rock piano, the ladies providing doo-wop vocals, and even featuring a decent bridge to boot. And the words, aided by co-writer Dave Stewart, convey a meaningful tribute to the band that got Ringo started in the music world. The band that earned Ringo the reputation of being the #1 drummer in Liverpool.
Because we thought we'd hit the big time, we didn't give a damn. We were Rory and the Hurricanes.
Personally, I think this is Ringo's best song in years. Definitely the best song he wrote in the 2010s.
I was with you know who. I played the drums like I always do.
Yeah, nice work, Rich. Then woof, what a sharp hit of sonic whiplash as the following song, You Bring the Party Down, takes us into a brash synthetic Indian instrumental. Complete with a synth sitar played by the album's engineer Bruce Sugar.
The times are changing, but you don't understand.
The lyrics fare a bit better, reading like Ringo's giving one of his rock and roll buddies a stern talking to about how they should clean up their act.
Still living up your memory when you were in the band.
You loaded up on this, you loaded up on that, your mind's just so twisted, you don't know where you're at. Nice to hear Ringo get a bit more personal and learn about that other side of sobriety, dealing with the people who haven't quite got to that stage themselves, but the song is fairly lousy otherwise. Bridges is a dull 12-bar blues number played at a glacial tempo.
And down every road you come to bridges.
I think Ringo's always better when he plays a bit faster, that way his vocals don't need to awkwardly hold on those long notes that he can just never sustain.
And new ones get built from what we learn.
I wish he would remember this more. I also really dislike the title track. Its lyrics are made up of almost entirely Beatles song titles played to another sluggish beat.
It's all too much, my little child. If you would be my honey pie.
I mean, the lack of imagination is frankly astounding. Todd Rundgren co-wrote this and sings backup, and I guess I was maybe expecting more from such a prolific musician, but this just sucks. Right Side of the Road is another down-tempo snoozer. The sequencing of these songs make this whole first half such a lethargic listening endeavor.
What you doing? It's not what
what you do.
More befitting of a slower tempo is Not Looking Back, a sweet if slightly syrupy ballad about looking forward and not looking back.
Looking forward, not looking back.
Hang on a minute. Not Looking Back? Dude, are you kidding me? That's like all you've done on this album so far. You open this record with the song literally looking back on your time playing in your first band. Heck, the freaking title track is just a mishmash of Beatles song titles thrown together. You couldn't be looking further back if you tried, bro. What are you talking about? And the back half of this album is total filler. For example, Ringo's one customary number written with Van Dyke Parks, Bambula, which just sounds dumb as hell.
With a Creole girl and a creme brulee, taking all my breath away.
Every instrument on this track sounds dry and obnoxious, just a bad recording all round. Then there's 3 more tracks on the album, but they're genuinely not worth mentioning. Postcards from Paradise starts off very strongly, but just becomes more tedious the longer you listen. It's a marginal improvement over Why Not and Ringo 2012. The songs showcase a slightly wider scope outside of the usual peace, love, and Liverpool, although there's still plenty of that as well. Ringo's firm belief in his sobriety, singing about embracing life with open arms, and living every day to the fullest is always a great message, but it continues to be more or less the only message. That and digging up old Beatles references, which at this point has really worn thin. It features tepid rhythms, the auto-tune on Ringo's voice has become increasingly obnoxious, but I also was never expecting anything more. These albums from the 2010s aren't records that took months or even weeks to make.
We don't spend a lot of time anymore. We're not the, 18 hours making the record. I mean, I think it all took 18 hours.
And that's fine. Ringo doesn't need to shack up somewhere trying to create a masterpiece. But then I also feel it's valid to not spend any more time talking about this album and declare this period of the early to mid 2010s as my least favorite period of Ringo Starr's recording career. Oh wait, Ringo also did a Skechers ad in 2015.
They are my
Relax fit shoes from Skechers. Rock out in comfort.
Actually, yeah, let's talk about Ringo's commercials for a sec. So in his biography, Ringo, with a little help, Michael Seth Starr claims that Ringo became the first ex-Beatle to sign an endorsement deal in 1986 for Sun Country Classic wine coolers.
Hey, it's classy. Just like me.
But this is false. I am debunking this. I am debunking a fact in this book. Because yes, Ringo was the first ex-Beatle to do commercials, but his first brand deal, if you will, was actually back in 1976 for a Japanese clothing company called Renown and their new line of men's suits called The Simple Life.
To all Japanese people, I came here to talk about the simple life.
Now for Ringo, who wasn't having the greatest time financially in the mid-70s, these commercials became a way for him to stay on top of his finances. Never mind selling out, old Ringus had to find a way to pay for all those trips to Monte Carlo. His Sun Country Classic wine cooler ads in the 80s were fun.
I've brought some coolers. Got any munchies? Well, not quite what I had in mind.
But it did technically mean that the brand was using an alcoholic as its spokesperson, which for the sum of 7 figures was probably not ideal for the company. But from there, Ringo was on a roll. Japan kept coming back with offers, and he was then seen in TV commercials for Schweppes.
Are you happy?
This is an oddly dark and prescient question for Ringo to be asking in 1987.
Schweppes.
But the golden age of Ringo's commercials was in the 90s. There was his iconic crossover with the monkeys for Pizza Hut.
I'd do it in a second. The fans will dig it. They've waited long enough. I've just got to get the other lads to agree. I think I can convince them. I'll say, lads, the time has come to eat our pizza crust first.
Made even funnier by the fact that Ringo's never even eaten a pizza.
I've never eaten a pizza in my life. Never had a pizza.
You've never had a pizza?
Never had a pizza.
We gotta get you a pizza.
Big news. Wrong, lads.
He also did an ad for My First Software that encouraged kids to learn educational computer basics.
I'm no computer superstar, but your kids can be with My First Software.
Computers open up an exciting new world for children.
There's this one random TV spot he did for Monday Night Football.
Hey, are you ready for some football? Yes, it's Monday night, let's go!
And my personal favorite, Ringo's commercial for a Japanese apple drink.
Ringo Starr.
No! Ringo Starr! Ringoの実たっぷり！美味しくなった宝すりおろしリンゴ新発売！
Ringo Starr.
See, the joke here is that Ringo means apple in Japanese, Ringo, which is also why Yoko Ono claimed that the only Beatle she recognized before she met John was Ringo. And Suta means grated or crushed, so Ringo Suta. Then in the 2000s, he partnered with more grown-up companies like Charles Schwab Financial Services,
Market capitalization, European market fluctuation, industry globalization, assets allocation,
and another for Century 21 Real Estate.
with a little help from my friends.
While Ringo was the only Beatle to shoot a commercial with him hawking the products on camera,
Ringo Suta.
he wasn't the only Beatle to hitch his good name to a product. Paul McCartney, in order to fund his late 80s world tour, signed a lucrative deal with Visa.
Because a concert like this doesn't take place every day, and it doesn't take American Express.
Same as in the mid-noughties with Fidelity Investments.
This is Paul. He's been a quarryman. Beatle. Wing.
But the difference is that Paul McCartney's not bragging about his favorite index funds. Both ads just use clips of Paul being a boss throughout his career while the voiceover guy gasses him up.
Business mogul, painter, and if that weren't enough, a knight.
But come on, let's lay off. Even Bob Dylan did that bizarre Victoria's Secret ad in 2004.
I wish I never met you.
You know, I mean, who among us? And I just want to say that there's no brand sponsor for this video, but if you are enjoying it, please consider supporting me on Patreon. Come on, you should be able to see by now that I've been putting in the work. So that's the basic history of Ringo selling out. No, I'm just kidding. Get your bag, Bongo. Now let's jump back to my second least favorite period of Starr's career, the late 70s. And here we are, back in late 1977, not too long after Ringo signed on to do his first commercial, in fact.
Simple life.
Ringo IV had flopped hard, and with a film career dying on the vine, Ringo wanted to prove that although he was down, he was not out. He needed to sharpen up for his next album, to record something credible that had depth and was exciting to listen to. So after only 1 month on from Ringo IV, Starr began sessions for his next album, Bad Boy. Yeah, this flopped basically just as hard as Ringo IV. Bad Boy is that even the proper title?
I've just finished an album on Portrait Records and Tapes called Ringo Bad Boy Starr.
Oh, so the name of the album is Ringo Bad Boy Starr? Well, if that's what Ringo's calling it, then so will I. Ringo Bad Boy Starr was recorded in November 1977, mainly in the Bahamas for tax reasons. Yes, just like the Beatles movie Help. Once Atlantic had dropped Starr after the disastrous Ringo IV, the US distribution of Ringo Bad Boy Starr was carried out by Portrait Records.
On Portrait Records and Tapes.
Along with additional recording in Canada, the album only took 10 days to complete. It would retain a sprinkling of the disco flavor from his previous effort, but would otherwise be a mostly straightforward pop affair. And unlike last time, Ringo had the good sense to only co-write 2 songs with Vinnie Poncia, who also produced the album. The rest of the songs are covers that span the late 50s to the late 70s. Things were initially more promising for Ringo Bad Boy Starr, as NBC felt confident enough to cross-promote the album with a TV movie comedy special about a fictionalized version of Ringo that was loosely based on Mark Twain's The Prince and the Pauper.
Yeah, what's your name? Ogner Rats. That's a nice name. I'm Ringo Starr.
In it, Ringo meets the nerdy Ogner Rats, and the two swap lives with unexpected outcomes. The 2 guys who wrote it would go on to write Police Academy 6 years later, but their comedy chops in 1978 were just not there because this flat out stinks.
I'm not a nerd. They shouldn't call me a nerd.
Hi, nerd!
It also stars George Harrison as the narrator, seen here in his poodle perm phase, days after tripping out on magic mushrooms in Hawaii.
Let me start Ringo's story at the beginning. It seems 2 babies were born, the very same moment, the very same second, in the very same country, England.
Why does he look like he's being held against his will? George, blink twice if you need help. The special features 2 songs from his current Ringo Bad Boy Starr album, plus some others from his solo career.
Is it fun?
Yes, to do was great fun.
I can't say I've got to get the fuck out of here, though, can I? Look at what?
Ratings were dismal, and the album to accompany the special didn't fare much better. Speaking of which, let's get into the meat of Ringo Bad Boy Starr. And we'll begin with the 2 songs written by Starr and Poncia. Who Needs a Heart is actually a fairly strong opening number for a Ringo record.
Who needs a heart that is broken into?
A toe-tapping rock soul track with horns and a heartbeat. Old Time Relovin' is far more forgettable.
I need some old time reloving. You know I need it so bad.
Featuring simple chords, and the lyrics are almost childlike in their simplicity. Then in terms of covers, we have the ludicrous title track, which you heard a snippet of before. So this song was originally written for the Jive Bombers in 1957. Now, what made the Jive Bombers such a one-of-a-kind act is the unique vocal style of the lead singer, Clarence Palmer, who adopted this distinct form of scat singing.
I'm just a bad boy.
It gives their original Bad Boy a unique, even trippy quality. However, when Ringo tries it, it just sounds like he's taking the piss. Lipstick traces on a cigarette is just okay.
Lipstick traces on a cigarette.
I definitely would have picked a peppier number for the lead single, maybe something like my favorite from the LP, Ringo's cover of the Small Faces album track Tonight.
Is it really you here with me tonight?
This original was released only a couple of months before the Bad Boy sessions.
Is it really you here with me tonight?
And features a soft rock groove that goes down quite easy. Ringo's cover also features a funky bass line and prominent strings. You can tell that he's really trying to sing it with everything he's got. Yeah, it's a bit schmaltzy, but I don't actually mind this one at all. The Supremes' Where Did Our Love Go is absolutely butchered by Ringo Starr, who just lazily chucked on a bunch of dated synth effects.
Baby, don't leave me.
And the vocal sounds like he's reading the lyrics for the very first time, which I almost feel bad saying because his voice does bear a noticeable improvement over Ringo IV. But there's simply not one iota of soul in Ringo Starr's voice. And if anyone's saying I'm being unfair about Ringo's vocals, I think that's just cope. This is simply not his wheelhouse. Like at 2 minutes 26 seconds, Ringo gets the words wrong, which clashes with the background singers, but it's not played for a laugh or anything. It just sounds like a dry mistake, and they leave it in.
Baby, don't leave me.
The up-tempo Hard Times is one of the better covers for no other reason than it actually has a pulse.
She gives me hard times, but when she loves me.
But the style that Ringo's going for on this album is largely what I describe as the dregs of 70s pop, where it's either overly schmaltzy, corny, or just straight up lacking any kind of balls. Kind of like the song Monkey See, Monkey Do.
Love is monkey see and monkey do.
That's all it is, features.
Just a wet fart of a recording. But the worst song on the album, and maybe my least favorite Ringo Starr song, full stop, is the closer, A Man Like Me.
When you're feeling down, that's when I'll be your clown.
Now, a bit of Ringo lore to provide context to this song. Earlier in 1977, Ringo provided vocals for an original children's album called Scouse the Mouse, written, directed, and narrated by actor Donald Pleasance.
The ship's concept and the jollies in full swing.
The music was composed by Roger Brown, and Ringo Starr voices the titular mouse. And it's fine, one for the kids on a long car trip, I guess. Now, they planned an animated TV adaptation, but it was delayed due to a strike and then just forgotten about. The songs, at least the ones sung by Ringo, aren't half bad, but I can see why it was shelved. I will, however, wholeheartedly come out to bat for the title track, which is a certified bop in my book.
Thank you, everybody. We're glad you made the show. We got someone that we think you ought to know. He's the greatest sensation from coast to coast. For your dedication, it's the mouse with the most. It's Scouse the Mouse.
I think this is possibly my favorite Ringo Starr song from the entire late 70s.
Hello everybody, have a listen to my song. If it's not too short, I hope it's not too long. I feel real cute in my brand new suit, but I'd feel even better if you sang along, 'cause I'm the Scouse, that's Scouse.
But the reason we're even talking about Scouse the Mouse is because of its disarmingly mortal and closing track, A Mouse Like Me.
'Cause a mouse like me belongs to the world, and the world is a great place to be.
I suppose it works better in the context of the children's album, but then in an act of sheer laziness, Ringo just re-recorded the song with the word man replacing the word mouse and tacked it onto the end of Ringo Bad Boy Star.
'Cause a man like me belongs to the
The Bad Boy version is just pure melancholy mush. Ringo's vocals are, without mincing words, completely flat.
A man like me belongs.
His limited vocal range has never been more obvious. During the outro coda, you get these moments where it sounds like there's going to be like a big key change or Ringo's about to jump to a higher harmony, but it's just the same awful vocal melody featuring this shrill, ghostly chorus. Just a terrible closer. So I gave it away at the top of this review, but Ringo Bad Boy Starr was not a success. I mean, it reached 33 spots higher on the Billboard charts than Ringo the Fourth, but when peaking at 129 is considered an improvement, well, I doubt Ringo was doing too many backflips over it. It was the third album in a row that failed to chart in the UK, which was the tipping point for Ringo's label over there, and after 3 albums, Polydor dropped him from their roster. But you know, I get it. This album has some nice moments, but really it's just another half-assed effort from someone who is becoming less relevant by the day. Ringo just wasn't prioritizing his recording career. His voice may sound better here than the caterwauling on Ringo IV, but this late 70s period was an unfocused, unambitious time for the drummer. It was about parties, booze, and blow. As he said in a 1998 interview with music journalist Paul DeNoyer, "We weren't musicians dabbling in drugs and alcohol, now we were junkies dabbling in music. I was sliding down. I wasn't taking enough interest." As a further knock to his ego, Ringo was also forced to fold Ringo Records, the offshoot record label he started in 1975 after Apple was winding down. Things were really starting to fall apart for Ritchie by the end of the decade. As Peter Doggett not so delicately put it in his book You Never Give Me Your Money, Starkey was waiting for, quote, death or oblivion to deliver him. Jesus, Peter. One line later, he writes that John Lennon noted to a friend that, quote, nothing could be done to save Ringo. Okay, we gotta pick the mood back up here. Let's return to Peace and Love Ringo as we discuss his recent LP from 2019, What's My Name? The 2010s, although not my favourite decade from Ringo's solo career, was still, without a doubt, his most productive. He released 5 solo albums, involved himself in multiple side projects, including his humanitarian work with the David Lynch Foundation.
So Ringo, thank you so very much for all that you do for the world.
Released 2 photography books, and toured every single year of the goddamn decade, a streak that was only broken by the COVID-19 pandemic. And to top off the 2010s, Ringo Starr became Sir Richard Starkey after receiving his knighthood at Buckingham Palace. All of this while he was in his 70s, and he managed to look like an absolute drip king while doing it. Regardless of what I think of much of his musical output from this era, there's no doubt that this was Ringo at his personal best. And perhaps as a way to celebrate this triumphant period, to go out on top, as it were, Ringo announced that his next album, releasing October 2019, would be his last.
That's my last album. 10 tracks album, that's it. I want to go in and do like 3 tracks. I think an EP is enough now. The last CD I'm ever making is What's My Name, the last one we put out.
I'm not doing a CD anymore, I'm not doing 10.
And when I planned to make this video, that was still the case, until February 2024 when Ringo announced this.
You know what's happening? I was going to do a country EP, but as things are unfolding, it's probably going to be like a real CD. 10 tracks, can you believe it? I haven't done one of them in a long time.
Anyway, his former final album, What's My Name, is actually what we're here to talk about, so let's get into it. I gotta say, by the time I got to this album in my chronological listen through of Ringo Starr's discography, this was number 20 of 20, and I was feeling pretty Ringo'd out. I was fairly certain I knew what I was in for hitting play on track 1, but what I actually got was, well, I don't know what I was expecting, but it certainly wasn't this.
I know a man who just works out on Twitter.
I know a man who works out on Twitter.
Just getting bad, yeah, he's not getting fitter.
Excuse me?
Still getting fat, he's not getting fitter. Yeah. Just getting fat, not fitter. That's the best line I've ever written. Any time, ever.
That's right, this album kicks off with one of the greatest old man yells at cloud rock songs of the modern age. Finally, Ringo does away with a peace and love mantra and goes after a demographic who have always had it coming: sad people on the internet.
He don't see nothing, he got no one to please.
There's a moment in this song where Joe Walsh of the Eagles starts rapping, and when I first heard it, I genuinely couldn't hide the joy spreading across my face.
Everybody's on the internet, what's up with that? Your body just waiting for your brain to come back.
And it's so true, everybody's on the internet. What is up with that?
I got the crackers, but she's got the cream.
Ugh, Ringo, you're literally a great-grandfather. Keep it in your pants, man. Probably my favorite line goes to another elite rap verse from Joe Walsh.
Everybody's on Facebook doing their thing. Nobody knows what a thing is.
It's okay, Joe. I also don't know what the thing that people are doing on Facebook is. So, okay, this is a bad song, a frankly god-awful tune, but something about Gotta Get Up to Get Down really clicked with me. Maybe after listening to album after album of the same uninteresting handful of tunes with little variation sonically or lyrically, after all that, hearing a deranged rock song featuring a rap verse that goes after stinky internet trolls sung by two guys in their 70s with voices that sound computer generated, I think it actually spun the dial back around to make this quite a compelling recording in my opinion. And when I say computer generated vocals, I'm referring to the insane extent to which Ringo's voice has been dipped in autotune. From about 2008 onwards, you can notice a steady rise in autotune on Ringo's vocals, and here it hits an absurd peak. Like, I would call it a definable feature of this album.
You gotta get up and get down.
For instance, Ringo does what he calls a modern version of the Motown classic, Money.
I want to do Money, that track Money, and I want to do it in like the now way. You know, if you hear the vocal,
The best things in life are free.
Which just translates to the same bland rock arrangement we've heard the past 15 years, but with the auto-tune turned up to the full T-Pain experience.
That's what I want.
As close as I get to rap.
We've also got this moment on Send Love, Spread Peace where Ringo hits a high note that, I mean, he wouldn't have been able to hit this in his 20s, let alone his late 70s.
Imagine what a wonderful world it could.
Ringo, we know you can't sing that high. I just want to know what note he actually hit in the booth for it to make it sound that modulated.
Wonderful.
I also love the video on the making of this track, the Finding Nemo box of tissues, Joe Walsh's antics. Wait, Ringo, no, what are you doing? That's a Guitar Hero guitar. You're a rock band ambassador. They're gonna sue you, Ringo. Ah, never mind. Send Love, Spread Peace is also a song that could have been written by Ringo GPT. Same with the tracks It's Not Love That You Want and Life Is Good. Just more mid-tempo filler, vaguely rooted in early 60s rock, with lyrics about needing and wanting love. I mean, what else can I say at this point? How many times can Ringo remake the same goddamn song? And look, I love that Ringo's been hammering home this message for 30 years, spreading love and peace, but once again, it's 2019. Ringo, did you want to drill down into any specifics? Give us some kind of roadmap for the loving and peaceful outcome you've been preaching? I know people are going to be like, it's Ringo, I don't need to hear about his personal and political beliefs. But after listening to 20 albums of Ringo Starr music, I'm here to say that I do actually want that. Give me something else. Show me the way. What's preventing us from love and peace, Ringo? Who are the ones that need to be preaching that more? How do we get there? What do we do about that? A rather sweet moment on the album is Ringo's cover of John Lennon's Grow Old With Me, which Ringo apparently hadn't heard until the year 2019.
I never heard it. I knew nothing about it.
Really? You had never heard Grow Old With Me until this year?
This year.
Oh my God.
He seems to think the only known version to the public is the George Martin one from 1998.
And then, as usual, we went on the internet and we found John playing it. I believe it was George Martin put strings on top of it. And that's the only version, bar some girls singing it. That's all we could find.
Missing the rather important tidbit where John's demo was released on his posthumous Milk and Honey album. Anyway, the story is Ringo ran into John and Yoko's producer, Jack Douglas, who showed Ringo the tape, including the part where John says,
"This one's gotta be for Ringo."
Yeah, he actually said it. That's why Jack got me this tape. I thought, oh my God.
So Ringo did his own version, with a string arrangement from Douglas and a melodic bass line from Paul McCartney, who was kind enough to add backing vocals too.
Grow old along with me.
I'm not gonna lie, as sweet a tribute as Ringo intended this to be, and I believe he intended it to be truly heartfelt, it does not sound very good.
When our time has come.
The wacky and warbly autotune has been sacrilegiously applied to Paul McCartney's vocals, and oh god, look how they've massacred my boy.
God bless our love.
I'm very fond of the original demo. It's a lovely tune from John, and it's still a touching as hell tribute from Ringo, but this man should just not be producing for himself. Closing off the album, we have the title track, inspired by Ringo's live performances, where he would ask the crowd, "What's my name?" and they'd reply, I like this number. It's up-tempo, it's actually got some grunt and swagger to it. I mean, it also has the stock standard Ringo lyrics. I can't get enough of peace and love. We know Ringo. We f***ing know. But in any case, it's a solid closer and caps off an album that is just a lot more fun than most of his other records from the 2010s. It just doesn't take itself as seriously. I also quite enjoy how off the wall it sounds, featuring a vocal that's more computer than man at this point. But that's part of the fun with Ringo in his old age. Like a grandpa trying to work FaceTime but filming only his toes, he's become very endearing. He's in his 80s with no signs of slowing down. What's his name? Now, I said What's My Name was better than most of Ringo's 2010s catalogue. That's because his best album from the decade is, in my opinion, 2017's Give More Love. Initially setting out to record a country album in Nashville, Ringo became too busy with touring and instead chose to make a standard rock LP recorded at his home studio. I mean, if it ain't broke, am I right? Speaking to Variety about the album, Ringo remarked, quote, I don't know exactly what I'm going to get each time, but this one seemed to have its own great energy from the start. And it does. Give More Love appears to be quite a long record, but that's due to streaming lumping in the 4 bonus tracks on the end of the album. These are all redos of some of his biggest numbers, including Back Off Boogaloo and Don't Pass Me By, and they're great.
Don't pass me by, don't make me cry, don't make me blue.
Acoustic and stripped back as if to recreate the feel of the original demos for these songs. There's also a redo of an unreleased number written in 1979 called You Can't Fight Lightning.
I said you can't fight lightning.
Or, as it's spelt on YouTube and every streaming service, Lighting. It's been 6 years, I don't think they're gonna get around to correcting it, so yeah, You Can't Fight Lighting. But anywho, let's get into the core of the album, which opens with the most energetic song Ringo's performed in years, We're on the Road Again.
We're on the road again.
This serves very much the same purpose as George Harrison's opening track, Hurries on Tour, from his 1974 album Dark Horse. A high-flying number setting the tone of a rock star tour with Ringo's charmingly simple rhymes of
We play really tight, we play really loud, we're gonna kick ass in front of the crowd.
It also features Paul McCartney on bass and backing vocals, and you can really hear him tear it up towards the end. It's less complicated than Jam on Toast, but it's a decent opener, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, for Ringo, if Paul opened with this, I'd be like, come on man, you can do better, but we're grading on a curve here. This spirited energy can also be heard on other rock tracks, like the 50s inspired throwback Shake It Up. Along with Speed of Sound, which features a talkbox solo giving major flashbacks to Old Wave. Ritchie teamed up with Peter Frampton to write the track Laughable, which features a slinky little bass line and a nimble, almost dancey drum beat from Ringo that's so steady you'd swear this was snapped to a grid or a straight up sequence beat. But you also know it's not, because it's Ringo.
I am the fucking click.
The lyrics display Ringo's despondency at the state of the current world. Woke up this morning, I was feeling good. Turned on the radio, I understood. Things are changing like never before. Should I go back to bed and close the door? This gives us a hint of the anxiety that many artists were conveying in their music in 2017, a year when the state of the world felt just a little unhinged, and even Ringo needed to express his disbelief at it all. We also have the functional slow ballad Show Me the Way, featuring another stellar auto-tune moment from Ringo.
You're always there to show me the way.
And on 2 different tracks, there's a welcome return to the country and western genre, a style that's always suited Ringo well. Standing Still features some first-rate slide guitar from one of Ringo's guys. The backing vocals sound really stark and reminds me of the sound of children's entertainment from the early 2000s. This is a really niche reference, but does any Aussie kid remember High Five? That's what this sounds like.
It don't mean nothing if you don't do nothing. You're just standing still.
The better country track, though also featuring those same glassy backing vocals, is So Wrong for So Long.
But how could I be so wrong for
And for the 4th consecutive album, Smile co-writer Van Dyke Parks is back to team up with Ringo for his one mandated track. I don't know why he does this.
He is the king of the kingdom.
Like, I love Smile more than nearly anything, but those days are long gone. This track, called King of the Kingdom, has been dressed up as a reggae affair.
Together you live and you live.
And eventually Ringo just starts singing Bob Marley's One Love.
One love, one heart.
And then, just in case you couldn't quite tell who Ringo's paying tribute to, he sings,
Bob Marley always did it for me.
What's weird is that aside from that one reference, none of the rest of the lyrics have anything to do with Bob Marley. In fact, the song seems to be about a woman who is a towering inferno and tells Ringo that he's in command. I don't know. It's a bizarre track and I'm not fully convinced they were in the same room when they wrote it. That all being said, Give More Love is Ringo's best album of the 2010s. He's by no means reinventing the wheel, but he pulls off the rock and country styles more effectively than in recent years. The auto-tune on his voice is of course way overblown, and he's not doing it intentionally as a stylistic choice, like he's not Charlie XCX.
So stylish.
But for a guy who could never really sing that well, at 77 years old, he could be sounding far worse. But even if this is his best of the 2010s, it's still a fairly paint-by-numbers album that you could confuse with much of what he made in the mid-2000s, for instance. See, the next album on our list is called Choose Love from 2005. I know, right? Choose Love, Give More Love. I mean, what are we doing here, Ringo? Well, a key way to differentiate Ringo's albums from the 2000s to the 2010s is the production. Before Ringo started producing for himself, he worked with a guy called Mark Hudson, and this is their 4th album together.
Choose love, choose love, choose love, choose love.
Hudson co-produced and also co-wrote all the songs with Ringo, plus a group of guys who call themselves the Roundheads.
It is Ringo and the Roundheads. You know, it's Mark Hudson and I, and Steve Dudas and Gary Burr.
For the first time since the late 60s, Ringo used the drum kit he played on the Beatles' Abbey Road.
The last time this kit was played was on Polythene Pam and Bathroom Window. And then it's been in storage since then.
Add in the Hofner bass and the Rickenbacker guitars, and it's clear what vibe Ringo's going for here. The sound of the Beatles. Since the 90s, this was the style he was finding comfort in. A blend of mid-60s Fab Four with a bit of the folk pop of the Traveling Wilburys. It's what Mark Hudson was so good at when it came to Ringo's albums, bringing out that Beatles flair, like on the single for the album, Fading In and Fading Out.
Fading in, fading out, isn't that what life's about?
A total throwback to the kind of song Ringo used to sing in his old band. It's got a bit of What Goes On, a bit of Act Naturally. Yeah, it's a good little tune.
Tell me why we're here.
As is Give Me Back the Beat, which is a perfect song to exhibit Ringo's rock-steady backbeat.
Give me back the beat. Give me back the beat.
The kind that he's been laying down since the late 50s. The backing vocals, as with the previous song, also sound rather Beatle-ish. On his 2010 album Why Not, Ringo delivered his own version of John Lennon's Imagine.
Just like John Lennon said.
And on Choose Love, he puts his spin on George Harrison's My Sweet Lord with his song Oh My Lord.
Oh My Lord starts so great because it's just me doing my demo. And it's really cheesy.
Beginning with a lo-fi vintage mellotron and vocal from Ringo's demo, which then switches into a fuller recording of Starr repeating a holy coda of Oh My Lord. Where he's eventually joined by a small choir and the rest of his band. It's an easy chorus to sing back with big swaying side-to-side energy that ends in a semi-rousing gospel sing-along. And while we're on the topic of singing, I should point out that this is Ringo's final album where there's practically no discernible auto-tune in his voice. And he sounds nice, relaxed, welcoming, yeah, he's in good shape. The title track also isn't bad, recycling the drum beat and bass line from the Beatles' Rubber Soul song, The Word. But it is yet another track in Ringo Starr's discography where he unimaginatively incorporates Beatles song lyrics just because I guess he just can't think of anything else to write about.
What goes on?
We've got the song where Ringo laments how difficult it is to not sleep with other women, called Hard to Be True.
What I did I can't undo. I really wish
featuring backing vocals from Billy Preston.
62 Billy and I met.
That's right.
He was 16 at the time.
Preston also delivers some tasty soul-induced keyboards in the song Wrong All the Time. Choose Love was actually one of the final projects Billy Preston finished in his lifetime, as only a few months after assisting on this album, the keyboardist who had been suffering from kidney disease went into a coma in November 2005, where he would later die in June 2006, exactly 1 year on from the album's release. Unfortunately, not all guests on the album yield the same musically satisfying results. In fact, Ringo's duet with Chrissie Hynde, Don't Hang Up, is kind of unbearable.
When I'm out there rocking, I'll be rocking round the clock and I'll always come home to you.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I just do not like this song. This track also serves as the turning point in the album for me. Where Choose Love begins quite strong, most of the tracks that follow this duet, like Me and You, Satisfied, and The Turnaround, are all forgettable filler. The final song, Free Drinks, features a lo-fi vocal effect that makes it sound like Ringo's take on a Strokes song.
Monday is here and I'm feeling no pain.
Which, given it was 2005, was certainly a possibility. Now, where Ringo's two previous albums had seen small bumps of commercial success in America, Choose Love failed to chart in both the US and the UK. And for me, there's really nothing that makes it stand out from any of his other albums. Choose Love is just achingly generic, even down to the nondescript album artwork and unimaginative title.
Hey Ringo, what name should we choose for the next album?
Choose Love. Yes, sonically, it's an improvement on Ringo's self-produced albums from the 2010s. But even this Beatles throwback sound had now become predictable and safe. Like, I enjoy the 60s retro aesthetic, but my enjoyment of it comes from the youthful fervor and irrepressible energy of the Beatles when they themselves were recording this music and performing it live. Those qualities are lost when being played by older men who are sitting into the sound very comfortably, but they lack a vitality. They're essentially going through the motions of what a Ringo Starr album sounds like in a post-Beatles anthology world. Not terrible, but by no means essential either.
Because the only thing you ever choose is you choose love.
Anyway, who cares? Because 2005 was a pivotal year for Ringo Starr in a completely different sense. It was the year that Ringo went from being a purely musical artist to a groundbreaking visual artiste. And since we're at the halfway point in the ranking, at least numerically speaking, now seems like an appropriate time to present to you the rich history of Ringo Starr's artistic career. Beginning with acrylics and oils, Ringo Starr had always enjoyed the practice of amateur painting. And around the mid-90s, while touring with his all-star band, and as a way of curing the boredom between shows, Ringo began selling his artwork at concerts.
I've been selling my art at the gigs since, I think, 95.
This led to him using his chunky 90s PC, which featured a program called Microsoft Paint, or MS Paint for short, where Ringo began to create new artworks loosely inspired by the pop art trends of the 60s.
Because you're never too young to be a computer superstar.
Now, according to his website, these artworks are, quote, compared often to Andy Warhol and Keith Haring, and capture the feel and spirit of the colourful modern age in which we live. Sounds impressive. Well, let's now feast our eyes on these breathtaking pieces from the creative mind of Ringo Starr. I know what you're thinking. These are funny, but where are the actually good pieces he's selling on his website for thousands of dollars a pop? You're looking at them. How did it come to this, I hear you ask? Well, Neil Glazer, this guy that runs art exhibitions for celebrities, encouraged Ringo to put these images up for display somewhere. And in 2005, the first gallery to showcase Ringo Starr's MS Paint artwork opened to the public. A full exhibition where people could take in breathtaking pieces such as Chef a la Mode, Okie Dokie, Yeah Baby, and who could of course forget Hat Man.
I didn't even know what to expect, but the stuff is fantastic. It's really quite good. Talented bloke, isn't he?
When asked if the titles bore any significance, Ringo replied, "Most of the titles for my pieces arrived because on the computer you have to call them something, so I have. The easiest way to look at it is, If it has a hat on, it will probably be called Hat Man. But it didn't stop in 2005. See, Ringo was prolific on MS Paint and continued to create pieces throughout the 2000s, such as Hold Me Love Me, I Feel Blue, At Elephant's Foot, Good Guy 1, and my personal favorite, Eyelidded Man. Do you get it now? Do you get what the t-shirt is? Is that a good payoff? Now, as technology progressed, Ringo moved away from Microsoft Paint and towards Adobe Photoshop. Alright, here he created various pieces around stars, peace signs, and whatever the fuck this is. Actually, on further inspection, this piece appears to more closely resemble the work made on another 90s computer program, KidPix. In fact, in an interview from September 2025, less than 1 month before I published this very video, Ringo admitted to having frequently used KidPix in the past.
They had this program, KidsPix.
Oh, you used KidPix for those?
And lamented the fact that it's no longer around.
It's gone now. Why they took it off, I'll never know. KidsPix, bring it back. I only found that out because last month I thought, oh, let's see KidsPix.
Get back into it.
No, it's gone. They don't show it anymore.
Which begs the question, was KidPix the program Ringo used all along to create these classic pieces? Were we all incorrect in assuming it was MS Paint? I searched pretty thoroughly and I was honestly never able to find any confirmation, not from his official website or even Ringo himself, that he ever actually used Microsoft Paint as his program of choice.
The big thing about that was it had the bucket.
I remember.
And you press on
I remember.
It's all blue.
That is so hilarious to me. That's what you were using.
This whole time he could have been a KidPix guy and we never realized. Anyway, in 2012, Ringo opened yet another exhibition where people from all around flocked to see more of what were essentially crude digital prints.
Ringo was asked about the quality control on the artwork.
There's quality control on the images, and then it's either, on canvas or on cardboard. And now we're doing a lot on drum heads.
And look, quality control aside, indulging in Ringo's artistic sensibilities is a lot easier when you know that 100% of the proceeds go to the Lotus Foundation, funding and supporting charitable projects aimed at advancing social welfare in diverse areas, including cancer, homelessness, animals in need, and substance abuse. Can't really get mad at that. Well, that is until the year 2022, where Ringo's artistic endeavors took a turn for the worse.
Hi everyone. I am excited to join this digital art community. Holders of my NFTs will receive a special invitation to meet me in Ringo Land.
Yes, in a disappointing turn for the awful, it seems that some crypto dickhead got into Ringo's ear about the next evolution of digital art, and what we got was this.
My first virtual gallery on spatial.io.
Fucking look at it. I mean, just look at it. Anyway.
If you scroll through the comments on this video on YouTube, the response is overwhelmingly negative. People rightly pointing out that NFTs are bad for the environment, there are grifts. I mean, just the way Ringo's been told to describe this bullshit should be enough to gross you out completely.
It's really important to have a platform to display your art and to be in control of how it is shared and appreciated.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about, hey Ringo? That's what inspired Da Vinci and Van Gogh to make the Mona Lisa and Starry Night, to be in control of how it is shared and appreciated. Give me a fucking break. Yeah, I don't even know how Ringo got roped into this, considering he clearly has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
Stay tuned for more details about how you can visit my galleries.
He's fucking laughing because he doesn't know what it is.
In the metaverse.
Hearing Ringo Starr say the metaverse as part of a promotional video is perhaps why we should start introducing term limits for aging rock stars. Despite the NFT auction closing in 2022, this bewildering video remains on YouTube for all to openly mock. And look, while we're on the topic of Ringo's brushes with controversy, let's talk about what happened in 2008. 2008 was the year that Ringo released his follow-up album To Choose Love, and also the next on our list, Liverpool 8. But we're not talking about that yet. We're not talking about that yet. The only point I want to make right now is that this was the first time on a Ringo album that his hometown was overtly referenced in the title and lyrics. A meaningful gesture to Liverpudlians young and old. Locals were also reveling in Liverpool being awarded City of Culture that same year.
All going to be happening next year in Liverpool. 08. Be there.
And as a treat, Ringo Starr made his way over to the culture capital.
Yeah, hi. I'm here
to celebrate this designation and promote his new album in the bosom of his upbringing. It was a touching sight to witness the heroic return of a plucky drummer from Toxteth who made it big, standing up on stage with love in his heart, singing to his city folk.
Liverpool, I left you, but I never let you down.
This is going to be a great answer. Are there any things you miss about not being in Liverpool anymore?
No.
Okay, he wasn't actually beheaded. It was a topiary tribute to the Beatles situated on a traffic island that was attacked. Unhappy with how quickly Ringo was to laugh off his hometown...
What do you miss about Liverpool when you're not there? You live in LA now.
Liverpudlian vandals chopped off the head of only the Ringo bush as a way of showing their civic disgust.
Liverpool is about the people. There's such a brilliant sense of humour.
They do.
Yeah.
So instead of fostering that goodwill created by his homecoming, Ringo's glib comments had the exact opposite effect and turned him into a pariah of Liverpool. I guess he did, in fact, let them down. But I do get their anger. I mean, even in other TV spots where interviewers were serving him up softballs about his memories of Liverpool, the best Ringo could offer up was indifference.
Did it bring back lots of memories of running around in the playground and playing football and being there at school? Fond memories?
Both of them.
It's like, dude, don't you have one story, just a single fond memory from your 20 plus years living here that you could turn into a neat soundbite for the morning shows?
No.
You ask Paul McCartney about Liverpool and he won't mince words about the rougher moments of his youth, but he'll also speak of his hometown with a deep fondness and a nostalgic twinkle in his eye. I mean, come on, Ringo. A favourite park, a memorable street. I know Strawberry Field and Penny Lane are taken, but can't you come up with something? This also does track with Ringo, who's never been the most open and articulate person to interview.
Who came up with the name Beatles and what does it really mean?
John thought of the name Beatles, and he'll tell you about it now.
When asked about the Beatles, I swear to God, the amount of times he tells the "I thought it was you three" anecdote. You know, the one from the White Album sessions?
I said, well, you three are really close, man, and, I just feel left out. And he said, I thought it was you three.
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 I Thought It Was You Three is Ringo Starr's Let It Be Came to Me in a Dream.
My mum came to me in the dream.
She came to me in this dream. She came to me in the dream.
Anyway, Ringo put his bushy beheading behind him and mid-year embarked on yet another successful North American tour with his all-star band. Also in 2008, Ringo began posting updates on the fairly new video sharing website, YouTube. He'd been uploading these kinds of updates on his website since 2003, but his debut on YouTube was a fairly innovative move, particularly for the time, and especially for a musician of Ringo's age. These were cute clips that range from Ringo mugging for camera during soundcheck, to actual updates on upcoming albums and tours, something that he still keeps up to this day. It's also where Ringo began his yearly Peace and Love celebration, where on July 7th, his birthday,
at noon, wherever you are in the country, in the world, just go. Peace and love.
We started in 2008 on the street in Chicago, 100 people.
This is still something Ringo makes a moment of every year, and it's very sweet. In fact, this video has taken so long to make that it is actually July 7th. You can see right here, I'm not lying, it's July 7th, 11:59. I'm actually editing the Ringo video currently as we speak, and here we go. 11:59, July the 7th. 3, 2, 1. Peace and love, everybody. All right. Peace and love. Peace and love, Ringo. Peace and love. But as his fans soon found out, these video updates could also be used to share devastating news.
This is a serious message to everybody watching my update right now. Peace and love. Peace and love. I want to tell you, please, after the 20th of October, do not send fan mail to any address that you have. Nothing will be signed after the 20th of October. If that has a date on the envelope, it's going to be tossed.
Fans around the world were dumbstruck. Ringo Starr, the lovable drummer of the Beatles, is all of a sudden too good to read letters from his own fans? I guess he's just got too much to do.
I have too much to do.
As much as the backlash to this was swift, and might I add, a little too vicious towards the ungrateful drummer, Ringo's point, I believe, is extremely valid. His response, outlined in a Rolling Stone article a little while later, clarified that the serious message was, quote, in direct response to an inordinate amount of items which have recently appeared for sale on eBay, and to those that repeatedly send cards and items to be signed.
There's a guitar with my signature on a scratch plate someone had screwed onto a shit guitar.
Right.
And they were selling for $3,000. And I was saying, no.
And he went on to say that the fan mail was, quote, a waste of paper, and we should all be mindful of our carbon footprint. Which is an excellent point to make. Imagine the waste that must accrue from celebrity fan mail, the memorabilia, the mountains of plastic crap that this guy must get sent.
So I only sign for charity now.
I think it's totally fine, and it gave us some of the most iconic Ringoisms of Starr's entire career.
I'm warning you with peace and love.
I guess the thing that made it extra funny is Ringo Starr's appearance on The Simpsons back in 1991. Ringo was actually the first Beatle to make a guest appearance on the show, way back in the 18th episode of Season 2, Brush with Greatness. Paul and George would go on to appear in their own iconic episodes, and I am positive that if John Lennon lived long enough, he absolutely would have made a guest appearance. He probably would have insisted that he became a series regular like Moe or something. Fun fact actually, Ringo Starr was only the third person in Simpsons history to guest star as themselves, after Tony Bennett and Larry King.
Phineas begat a Bourgeois, and a Bourgeois...
The episode in question is all about Marge Simpson reviving her interest in painting, which occurs when some of her old high school works of her celebrity crush, Ringo Starr, are found in the attic.
No, Homer, don't be jealous. I was a schoolgirl. The Beatles were very popular and I had a crush on them.
As a teenager, Marge had sent one off to Ringo for his critique, but she never received a reply.
I never got any, and I never painted again.
The punchline is that Ringo actually spends day in, day out answering all his old fan mail.
P.S. Forgive the lateness of my reply.
And after nearly 20 years, Ringo finally stumbles upon Marge's painting.
Hello, what's this? From Springfield, USA. Gear.
Which he thinks is fab.
Thanks for the fab painting of yours truly. I hung it on me wall. You're quite an artist.
Oh, by the way, that's always my launch phrase when getting into a Ringo impression. Thanks for the fab painting of yours truly. I hung it on me wall. I just think it's hilarious and ironic that back then the public's image of Ringo Starr was this.
Well, Weatherby, they took the time to write me, and I don't care if it takes me another 20 years. I'm going to answer every one of them.
So no more fan mail. Thank you, thank you. Nothing.
A kind of controversy that could only happen to Ringo.
Anyway, peace and love, peace and love.
So that was Ringo's 2008, the messiest year of his life after he became sober. But let's not forget that he also released an album that year, which is technically what we're meant to be talking about. So yeah, let's get into Liverpool 8. This is an album named after the postal district of the Toxteth area in Liverpool where Starr was born and raised, otherwise known as the Dingle.
It's like 90210, Liverpool 8. That's the number. If you write me a letter, well, not anymore.
The album was originally meant to be released in 2007, but due to a falling out with Ringo's tenured co-producer, Mark Hudson, the guy with a multicolored goatee, the album was then reproduced with one half of Eurythmics and Ringo Starr doppelganger, Dave Stewart. I mean, this is genuinely strange. Why did he make himself look so much like Ringo?
The songs on this mainly were written with the same team we had. And then Dave Stewart came into the mix.
In terms of the cause of the falling out, Hudson claimed that it had to do with Ringo's insistence on using synthesized sounds, something that Dave Stewart is known for, whereas Hudson wanted to stick to real guitars, pianos, and strings. Ringo denied this and said the separation was a question of trust and friendship and had nothing to do with synthesizers. I personally don't really care either way. The album sounds more or less like Choose Love from 3 years prior and is fairly comparable in terms of quality. Now back on the EMI label for the first time since the mid-70s, Ringo and Dave Stewart forged an idea to go a bit deeper on this album and infuse the songs with Ritchie's heritage, that being Liverpool.
It's a mini autobiography.
This can be heard on the eponymous title track, where Ringo sings of his time as a sailor, a factory worker, and finally, a drummer.
I was a sailor first, I sailed the sea.
Playing Butlin's Holiday Camp with Rory Storm to rocking out in the lights of Hamburg
with George and Paul and my friend John. We rocked all night.
The lyrics and rhyming scheme is akin to that of a primary school student, but the song itself is one of Ringo's most sincere numbers.
No.
Well, it sounds like it anyway. The strings and crowd cheering is a lovely addition, and the song itself marks the first of several autobiographical songs that Ringo would include over his next 4 albums. You know, the ones I've been talking about them. These include The Other Side of Liverpool, In Liverpool, Rory and the Hurricanes, and Electricity, about his old guitarist Johnny Guitar. No, that's not made up, that's just what guys in rock groups called themselves in the late 50s. Just ask my granddad, Jimmy Keyboards. These Liverpool songs are often album highlights, and Liverpool 8 is no exception. Elsewhere on the album, it's mostly what you'd expect from Ringo in the 2000s, just good old-fashioned, inoffensive, album-orientated rock, or AOR as it's known for short. This radio-friendly style can be heard on tracks like Think About You,
I just have to think about you.
and the slightly bluesier Now That She's Gone Away.
Now that she's gone away. Now that she's gone away.
But there are also some welcome deviations from the banal, with Ringo and Dave Stewart infusing some psychedelia onto tracks like Gone Are the Days.
Gone are the days.
A fine song that would be improved if Ringo tried a little harder with the lyrics as opposed to referencing his decades-old solo hits.
Oh no, it don't come easy.
Further on, we have a couple of Latin-tinged numbers that go down nicely.
With love in your eyes, just give it a try.
Those being Give It a Try and the atmospheric Paso Dobles.
The Paso Doble.
Another album highlight is the touching tribute to Ringo's old buddy, Harry Nilsson, who died back in 1994. In the late 60s, Nilsson caught the eyes and ears of all the Beatles and remained close mates with John Lennon and Ringo Starr especially. Their full history is too long to discuss here, if you can believe it, but the tribute track in question, titled Harry's Song, is a charming number dressed up in the affable novelty of Nilsson's own musical style.
Harry was a friend, it's true. He sang songs like this for me and you.
The remaining songs on the album are all orientated towards the concept of, you guessed it, love, and range from not bad to actually kind of bad. You've got For Love, Tough Love, If It's Love That You Want, Love Is, all featuring corresponding lyrics of I do believe in love, doing it all for love, didn't I love with everything I am, you've got to love every breath you breathe, with love in your eyes, a little more love, a little bit of peace. Love is opening your heart, it will appear, love is here, well if it's love that you want, I've got love that I can give, I'll give you love, 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 love. Maybe this album should have been called Choose Love, Ringo, gee willikers. Short of sounding like he's running out of lyrical ideas, I must say I really do enjoy the final song on the album, Are You Ready?
Are you ready to cross over? Are you ready to let go?
A lo-fi tack piano number about preparing to cross over to the other side.
To paint the final dress in the land of I don't know.
It's fun to listen to a song about death played in such a light-hearted style and actually gives Ringo a tiny bit of intrigue right at the album's 11th hour.
It was just one of those, are you ready to cross over? Are you ready to let go? It's a let go song. It's a spiritual song, you know, of the way we hold on to everything.
Liverpool 8 became Ringo's best performing album of the 2000s, with a Billboard peak at 94 and a UK chart at 91, which hadn't happened to Starr in a long time. It's a transitionary album of sorts for Ringo. It displays the final vestiges of writing and production input from longtime musical partner Mark Hudson, and also signals where Ringo intends to go after this, with the use of more modern instruments and auto-tune, plus an embrace of 21st century formats upon release. As an example of what I mean, Liverpool 8 was released on CD, MP3, and USB wristband. Oh yeah, remember those? What the fuck was the point of them?
Now what's this? I've never ever seen this before.
For this record now, you can download me, I'm a ringtone, and I'm a USB band.
Yeah, but you can lose them so easy, of course. You got to be careful.
Okay.
Okay.
In his review on the popular review website, AllMusic, Stephen Thomas Erlewine describes Liverpool 8 as, quote, a relaxed, amiable collection of friendly pop tunes. It's nothing too flashy, and it has no one tune that calls attention to itself, but it's a well-constructed, casually charming pop record. I tend to agree with that statement, but I want to highlight one particular part of that quote where he says that no one song calls attention to itself. I really believe this is one of the best ways to describe Ringo Starr's discography. His 21st century albums especially are really just fun little jaunts where you can reminisce about old times, feel the power of peace, love, and positivity, and cop some inoffensive AOR. And that's fine if you're happy to listen to a one-off Ringo album, a casually charming pop record, as it were. But listening to multiple Ringo Starr albums in a row is a different story. It's akin to hanging out a bit too long with the guy from your high school who just can't let go of the glory days. It's fun to catch up on old times, but eventually the conversation gets stale and the nostalgia tips from wistful to straight up regretful, and you secretly start texting your other friends to enact an exit strategy. And that's Liverpool 8.
Liverpool, what could be better? Peace and love.
Now it's time to depart the 2000s and zoom all the way back to the birth of Ringo Starr's solo career as we discuss his debut album, Sentimental Journey. It's September 20th, 1969, a week out from the Beatles' Abbey Road album going on sale, and John Lennon calls a meeting. He's here to tell his fellow Beatles and Alan Klein that he wants a divorce from the group. Not exactly taking the news well, Ringo Starr began a period of soul-searching, wondering what his future could possibly have in store for him without the band that made him world famous.
When the Beatles broke up, I went and sat in the garden and what to do now. We've all agreed it's over.
For the time being, he stuck to what was familiar, drumming for John and Yoko's Plastic Ono Band and featuring on their Cold Turkey single released in October.
Cold turkey has got me.
But Ringo was still anxious, and the other Beatles were anxious for him.
On the run.
While John, Paul and George could take care of themselves as some of the most esteemed songwriters and singers of their generation, it was a different story for Ringo. Remember, he'd only written a total of 2 Beatles songs. Don't Pass Me By is perhaps the only Beatles number written entirely by Ringo. And while Octopus's Garden is credited solely to Ringo, we know that this was undoubtedly a Starr-Harrison composition, with George rounding out the chords and melody for the drummer during the Get Back sessions.
So he gets back to the sea.
The only other Beatle compositions to Starr's name are What Goes On, where Ringo admitted he, quote, wrote about 5 words and I haven't done a thing since. And I guess you could include their instrumentals like Flying and their studio jams such as Dig It. But that's it, and that's being generous. He didn't have this backlog of songs that George had. He was a millionaire and owned 25% of Apple, but how long could that sustain him? Outside of Cold Turkey, Ringo's entire professional career was ensconced within the Beatles. This actually freaked him out to the point where in October 1969, Starr checked himself into a London hospital suffering from severe stomach pains and intestinal blockage. In November, he decided to put destiny back in his own hands, and got on the phone with the Beatles producer George Martin to announce that he wanted to do an album of standards. The kinds of songs his mother used to sing and play around the house when he was a kid.
These were all the songs that I'd learned in that house and houses like that.
Yeah.
They're all standards.
And you got all your family in the window.
And I put the family in the window.
The album cover features a photo by Richard Polak of the Empress pub in the neighbourhood that Ringo grew up in, the Dingle. And there's now a fantastic mural painted on the side of it by Liverpudlian artist John Culshaw. And you can see from this bird's eye view shot how close both of Ringo's childhood homes were to the Empress pub. Ringo's first home, till he was 5, was down here in Madron Street, and then they moved nearby to Admiral Grove where he lived until his time with the Beatles. Some of his fondest childhood memories were of his mother and her friends returning from the Empress, singing the songs they'd been hearing at the pub, and continuing the festivities with sing-along parties at the Starkey's Madron Street home.
In our house, if there was a party, everybody had to sing something. You all had to have your song, and my auntie, for the 20 years I lived there, sang the same song. My mother sang the same song. My stepdad, that old black magic, yeah. It was like a homage to them, really, and something to do.
These songs are the standards that would appear on Sentimental Journey. Ringo hired George Martin to produce the album, and a wide array of arrangers from all different backgrounds were enlisted by Starr. There were the familiar faces of Klaus Voormann, George Martin, and even Paul McCartney, who all arranged a song each. But Ringo also hired American arrangers like Quincy Jones, Richard Perry, and Elmer Bernstein to keep the old-fashioned aesthetics varied. Despite being the world's most famous drummer, Ringo only supplied his vocals for the album, leaving session players to fill out the sound. And while Sentimental Journey won't blow you away, there's certainly some lovely moments on here. Take for example my favourite track off the album, Ringo's version of Dixon and Henderson's Bye Bye Blackbird.
Here I go, singing low, bye bye blackbird.
Led by a jaunty piano and supported by some big band strings and horns, it's delightful. Ringo gives us his best Sinatra on Cole Porter's Night and Day.
Night and day,
He may have a recognizable baritone, but his crooning chops still need a bit of work. Work that never really was seen to completion. But he does get points for trying, like it's clear that he's giving his all.
There's oh such a hungry yearning burning inside of me.
Things get slinky and smooth on Ted Daffin's I'm a Fool to Care.
I'm a fool to care. When you don't care for me.
Paul McCartney offers up a lovely arrangement of Hoagy Carmichael's Stardust, complete with twinkling chimes evoking a star-strewn night sky.
Where stars are bright.
I very much enjoy Ringo's toe-tapping version of You Always Hurt the One You Love.
You always hurt the one you love.
Just a great tune, and Ringo's voice actually suits it quite well. And on Have I Told You Lately That I Love You, the fast-paced groove and killer bass line makes up for the fairly basic lead vocal.
Have I told you lately that I love you?
Yeah, despite the sophisticated arrangements, the key deficiency is clearly Ringo's singing, which just lacks the power and control that these numbers require. Even the backup singers outshine him on numbers like Love Is a Many Splendid Thing. The title track, which also leads the album in, is a perfect encapsulation of the trip Ringo wants to embark with us on.
Gonna take a sentimental journey to renew old memories.
And look, if that's the goal for the album, I think Ringo achieves it. The journey in question may not be so sentimental for the likes of John Lennon, who called the album embarrassing. And yeah, I imagine John Lennon during his most revolutionary punk phase probably wasn't in the mood to put his slippers on and drift away to Ringo's schmaltzy cover of Whispering Grass.
Why do you whisper green grass?
But John Lennon never liked jazz, so that was always going to be a non-starter. At least George Harrison called it really nice.
Ringo's completed a great album. Sentimental Journey it's called, and it's really a nice album.
And while it may have puzzled many, Sentimental Journey is notable for the fact that it was the very first album released by a Beatle to embrace a popular music form. In other words, it was the first solo Beatle record that wasn't either this or this. However, the album's release became a significant factor in Paul McCartney inadvertently breaking the news of the Beatles split. Basically, it had been 7 months since John Lennon announced internally that he wanted a Beatles divorce, and just like Ringo, Paul pulled himself out of a depressed funk by making his own solo album. This was also around the same time that Phil Spector was applying the finishing touches to the Beatles' Let It Be LP. And suddenly, March and April of 1970 became rather crowded with the upcoming releases of Ringo's solo debut, Paul's solo debut, and Let It Be, both the album and film. Paul had mostly retreated from Apple and Beatle business due to his disagreement of having Alan Klein call the shots over the other three, and when the idea came up between them to delay Paul's album for both Ringo and Let It Be, Ringo became the designated messenger who arrived at McCartney's home with this letter from John and George. Dear Paul, we thought a lot about yours and the Beatles LPs, and decided it's stupid for Apple to put out the two big albums within 7 days of each other. Also there's Ringo's and Hey Jude. So we sent a letter to EMI telling them to hold your release date till June the 4th. There's a big Apple Capital convention in Hawaii then. We thought you'd come around when you realized that the Beatles album was coming out on April 24th. We're sorry it turned out like this. It's nothing personal. Love, John and George. Hare Krishna. A mantra a day keeps the Maya away. So condescending. They were advising Paul to push his album back to a June 4 release date, which triggered a built-up rage in McCartney to boil over, and he furiously kicked Ringo out of his house, cursing him all the way. Fuck off! Get out of my house! Eventually, the other Beatles conceded to delay at least Let It Be, and McCartney was released on April 17th, along with that infamous press kit Q&A where he all but spelt out that the Beatles were over. The release of McCartney stopped short any momentum of Ringo's Sentimental Journey album, released 3 weeks before that. According to a July 31st issue of Melody Maker, the release of McCartney slayed Sentimental Journey.
Slay work, cunty, sashay, better work, hunty! You gotta be diva boots!
And while the release of the album is more interesting than the contents inside, I never have a bad time listening to Sentimental Journey. It's light, it's jazzy, and Ringo's pride in these old numbers is palpable. But like basically everything I've reviewed so far, there's also nothing that spectacular about it. Remember, no one song calls attention to itself. So I'll just leave it there. But what would Ringo do now? He'd just released his first solo album, and while it was a commercial dud, he'd at least proved that he could do it. But what else could he achieve as an individual artist?
I sat in the garden for a year, just sat round for a year saying, well, what'll I do now? And then I said, well, you've got to get out the garden first. Do something.
Was there more to Ringo other than simply singing covers and drumming on other people's albums? Well, thankfully for Ringo, yes, there was. See, during the Beatles' time as a band, they not only set the world on fire with their music, but they also made a handful of exciting and innovative films as well. And Ringo was often singled out as a star performer, whether it be his Chaplin-esque physicality and hangdog expressions in A Hard Day's Night, or his cheeky one-liners in Help.
What are you doing on the floor? I'm tired.
Ringo had a certain quality that, if harnessed correctly, could really elevate whatever movie he was in. So before we continue the ranking, I'd like to take another brief interlude to discuss the rather odd film career of Ringo Starr.
They're gonna put me in the movie.
So Ringo's solo film career actually began whilst he was still in the Beatles. Early in 1968, not long after the disastrous release of another Beatles film, Magical Mystery Tour,
I spent half an hour looking for that sugar, I tell you.
Ringo flew to Rome to film a few scenes for Candy, a sex farce adapted from the book of the same name. Ringo played the Mexican gardener Emmanuel. Let's take a look.
Oh, no good. This man wet his pants. Yes, miss, inside. But Emmanuel is good boy. What this man say? Oh, no. This no good.
This no good indeed. Perhaps Ringo thought that a film starring Marlon Brando might hold a bit more promise, but
Do not put your material shoes on the holy water.
the film was appropriately ripped to shreds by the critics. Ringo's next acting opportunity was in The Magic Christian. You know, the film he started working on right after the Get Back sessions in '69?
What are we discussing at this moment?
Ringo played the supporting character to Peter Sellers' lead, and while the two play off themselves rather well, it's really just a shallow satire on greedy excess and British pomposity. It did not make a film star out of Ringo, that's for sure. Ringo's next movie, and the first after the Beatles split, was Frank Zappa's surrealist musical film 200 Motels from 1971. This was an attempt to portray the wild life of rock stars on the road, where we see Zappa's band, the Mothers of Invention, play concerts, intercut with these nonsense vignettes that don't seem to connect in any substantial way. Ringo doesn't play Frank Zappa, but at Zappa's request, he was made to look exactly like him.
He made me do it, David. He's such a creep.
I love that people still think that this is actually how Ringo looked during the early 70s. No, it was just for this super chaotic movie. Next, that same year, Ringo took a dramatic turn in a spaghetti western called Blind Man. Starr played one of the villains, who oddly enough was a Mexican outlaw named Candy.
If you don't tell me where she is, I break every bone in your body.
Ringo's okay in this. He's got that intense stare that everyone needed to have in a spaghetti western, but even though it was a new kind of role for Ringo, the part itself didn't offer up much in terms of range, and also no one remembered the film. Probably because it was awful. The following year, Ringo produced and directed his first motion picture, the concert film Born to Boogie, which centers around T-Rex, Mark Bolan's group, who were in the midst of pioneering the glam genre. However, Starr later stated that the production side of things was not his cup of tea.
You know, I produced one movie which I don't want to do again, because that's the worst job in the world.
I and many other people believe that Ringo's film career peaked in 1973, when he played the role of Mike the barman in the film That'll Be the Day. Set during the late 50s and early 60s, That'll Be the Day is a kind of tragic coming-of-age film about a troubled youth who ditches school and, as part of his hedonistic journey, goes to work at a British holiday camp where Ringo's character is also employed and shows him the ropes.
I've been coming here for 5 seasons, you know. Yeah? Like a holiday to me. Well, after 10 months on the bloody road with the fair, you need a break.
Of all the parts that Ringo's played, this one he had direct experience in, as he used to play summer sessions at Butlin's holiday camp with his band Rory Storm and the Hurricanes. Instead of being the dumb lackey as he often was in films, here Ringo played more of a mentor role to David Essex's character.
All right, smart ass, it's not that funny. I used to work on the ferries between New Brighton and Liverpool. One night I was out my school and my mates talked me into it. Bastards.
He's natural, he's charming, and even though he had more lines than any of his other films, he pulls them off with a comfortable ease not seen before or since.
What are you drinking?
Baby Sam. Oh, and a packet of crisps.
One dancing, she wants the world.
I will say the film takes a bit of a dark turn if you're intending on watching it, just warning you now. And when I say he peaked here, I mean it. After That'll Be the Day, Ringo made some pretty terrible choices regarding his film career. On a whim, he put $800,000 of his own money into a campy musical horror starring Harry Nilsson called Son of Dracula.
The world's first rock and roll Dracula movie. The Son of Dracula is Nilsson at its hottest, Ringo at his magical magnificence, horror at its funniest.
Where Ringo played the wizard Merlin.
In 100 years, an occasion of great import will affect the House of Dracula.
It was torn to shreds by the critics when it was released in '74, and I guess you can see why producing was maybe not such a great career path for Ringo. He then played the Pope in Ken Russell's 1975 film Listomania. Couldn't sit through this one, sorry guys. By the mid-70s, Ringo's film roles were starting to dry up.
But I can't get a job.
Why not?
Nobody offers me any.
It was becoming quite clear that Ringo was just bad at choosing film projects. Screenwriter of That'll Be the Day, Ray Connolly, later said of Ringo, quote, "He liked films, but I think he just liked being in a Hollywood movie sort of world. But he didn't stop to say, hang on, I'm Ringo Starr. I have to choose carefully. He just did these movies because it was good fun. Having a little laugh, you know? You get doomed for that forever. People remember them." I think that really nails it. Ringo didn't seem to seek out complex roles or films designed to challenge audiences.
Emmanuel is good boy.
His idea of a movie was either a sex romp or some sort of campy adventure where the hero does the hero thing and wins the girl by the end. Which is also why his only film offer in the second half of the 70s was the embarrassing Sextet, which Variety dubbed, quote, "a cruel, unnecessary, and mostly unfunny musical comedy." In her final film role, it starred legendary actress Mae West, who at 83 had to have her lines fed through an earpiece.
We were lucky if she could walk the length of the stage. But May had like this earphone where the director would read her lines to her. So I'd come in and go, "Oh, May, it's so crazy." And
Barlow, darling, you look so exquisite.
then you'd have to wait.
Oh, the British are coming.
Suffice it to say, Ringo took a few years off from the movies, but once the 80s rolled around, suddenly he was in talks to play a leading role in the new film written by the guy who a few years back wrote the screenplay to Jaws. You know, the movie that invented the modern blockbuster? This new film was Ringo's chance to prove his acting chops, to appeal to wider audiences who would go to see it not just because he's an ex-Beatle, but because he could actually hold his own as a leading man. This was Ringo's final role in a film. So this is Caveman, and it was panned pretty severely upon release. I mean, it was a bit of a risky idea, having the film's dialogue be written in an entirely made-up language of grunts and words like puka and glug glug.
No. Look.
The kindest thing anyone had to say about Caveman at the time was that it was, quote, dopey but lots of fun. And some even commented on the chemistry between the two leads of Ringo Starr and Barbara Bach, but we'll touch on that a little later. Anyway, outside of a few cameo appearances in the 80s and stuff like this, Ringo's acting career was over. Okay, back to the album ranking. And while the mid-70s were not only bad for Ringo's film prospects, it was also when his recording career began to lose its footing. That's right, it's time to talk about Ringo's rotogravure. Wait, Ringo's what now?
Ringo's rotogravure. It came from the movie Easter Parade. Judy Garland said it and I was freaked out. I said, what's she saying? Rotogravure? You know, she said, you'll find your picture in the rotogravure.
And you'll find that you're in the rotogravure.
Okay, but what is a rotogravure?
It's a machine. Isn't that exciting? It's a machine that prints pictures very fast, and it was also the first name for a New York's color supplement that they used to put in about, you know, all the well-known people of the day. They'd put these pictures, guess who landed today, guess who's walking down Fifth Avenue, and they'd show you that. So it's, and also I think that the tracks themselves are pictures, you know, so it's all a picture.
Yeah, I still don't get why I thought such a clunky title was a good idea, but anyway. 1976 was a somewhat precarious year for Ringo Starr. Firstly, after years of relationship struggles, Ringo and his wife Maureen finally got divorced. This was a rather sad end to a relationship that began way back in 1962, when Ringo took Maureen out on their first date. Maureen, or Mo as she was nicknamed, was an original cavern girlie, catching lunchtime gigs at the Sweaty Club before the Beatles had even signed a record deal.
Did you expect he was going to become a public monument like this?
Well, in Liverpool I did.
Yeah.
I didn't think sort of more or less all over the world, you know.
The couple married in 1965 and had 3 children together, Zach, Jason, and daughter Lee. Mo was the Beatle wife who was, at her heart, a Beatles fan. If you watch Get Back, you can see that no one's having a better time than her listening back to the rooftop performance. In fact, as soon as the gig ends, you can hear a woman cheer and Paul McCartney say,
"Thanks, Mo."
And that was Maureen, kind enough to give Ringo her raincoat and stiff it out in the cold. During the early 70s, their relationship became strained, with Ringo often being gone for weeks at a time, having dalliances overseas, while Maureen took care of the kids. The final nail in the coffin was her brief affair with George Harrison, which was probably George's lowest moment as a friend to Ringo. But on the strength of their mateship, Ringo and George never let it come between them. Plus, Ringo was no saint either, having a months-long affair of his own with former Apple employee Chris O'Dell. While the divorce was devastating, particularly for Maureen, the two eventually became good friends. But now as a raging bachelor, Ringo was seen out and about with various young starlets, jet-setting here, there and everywhere, before starting something more serious with American actress Nancy Andrews, where the two bounced between LA and Monte Carlo while Ringo avoided paying taxes in the UK. In terms of Ringo's recording career, it had mostly been successful up to this point, with his previous 2 albums reaching the top 10 on the Billboard charts in America and not doing too much worse in the UK. He even had enough hits to release his very first Best Of album the year prior, called Blast From Your Past.
Looking for a blast from the past.
This was the final album released on the Beatles' disintegrating Apple label, which meant that for the first time in Ringo's entire recording career, he was looking to sign somewhere new. He managed a sweet deal with Polydor in the UK and Atlantic in the US, the latter of which included in its contract the expectation that Ringo release 7 albums within 5 years. A frankly absurd number when compared to today's release schedule, and even more absurd when you remember that this is Ringo Starr we're talking about. I'm sure people were surprised he even had 7 albums in him for the entire 1970s, let alone within 5 years. Part of what made these previous albums possible in the first place was the fact that they weren't made by Ringo alone. See, after his first 2 solo records didn't do much for the charts or the critics, Ringo knew he needed to change his tact. You could almost say he needed...
Say the line, Bart!
A little help from his friends. Yes, the success of Ringo's prior albums in 73 and 74 could be partly attributed to his Beatle brothers writing tailor-made songs for their ex-drummer. These were also songs they played on, provided backing vocals for, and along with others in the mix like Harry Nilsson, it all made for a couple of outrageously fun albums with the vibe of an exclusive party hosted by Ringo. Ringo wanted to recreate this atmosphere for his new album.
Ringo, when you make an album, do you try to create a specific atmosphere?
Party.
But that was easier said than done, as Rotogravure is really where the wheels started falling off the Ringo hype train. Because just 2 years on from Starr's last album, things had drastically changed for the other Beatles. John had retreated into house husband mode, George Harrison had been knocked down a peg after a stressful tour and was also being sued over the alleged plagiarism of My Sweet Lord, and Paul McCartney had finally reached the commercial and critical success he'd been striving for with his own band, Wings, who had embarked on a world tour of their own. Wings was Paul's main focus. He was a hitmaker again, and if he was going to offer up his songs to other people, it'd be to Denny Laine or Jimmy McCulloch, and Ringo could have whatever was left. Which is maybe how we end up with something as dismal as Pure Gold. McCartney's contribution to Ringo's Rotogravure, which he wrote and laid down the backing track for while on a short break from his Wings Over America tour. This song just does not work for me. The slow tempo and waltz time just comes out all lumpy, the chord progression is dull and plods along with a completely insufficient vocal from Ringo. Like maybe if McCartney sang it, the song would coalesce a bit more, but this is just lifeless. Their worst collaboration to date. And George's song doesn't fare much better. Instead of writing a song for Ringo like Paul did, Starr recalled an old unused number of George's that he remembered quite well called When Every Song Is Sung. George allowed Ringo to perform his own version, but couldn't assist himself as he was on a deadline to complete his 33 1/3 album. Changing the title to I'll Still Love You Ringo went ahead and turned it into a turgid snoozer with unwarranted strings and some guy doing a pale imitation of a Harrison guitar solo. But where I merely disliked the recording, George Harrison outwardly despised it. So much so that he took legal action against Ringo.
Well, the last time we were cross was when George was suing me.
It was later settled out of court, and I have a hard time imagining George giving enough of a shit in the first place.
Because he wrote this song and I had it mixed by somebody else. And he didn't like the mix, so he was gonna sue me.
But I suppose the sue me, sue you blues can claim anyone at any time. In the end, Ringo had a perfect response towards the I'll Still Love You lawsuit.
I said, sue me if you want, but I'll always love you.
Actually, if it was a perfect response, he would have said, I'll still love you. It's the name of the song, but you get the point. So with 2 duds from Paul and George, thankfully, John was able to come through with the goods on his contribution, Cooking in the Kitchen of Love. Now, a lot of people would argue that John, in fact, did not come through for Ringo here. But I disagree. John Lennon was absolutely cooking when he wrote Cookin'. In what ended up being his only studio recording during his 5-year domestic period, John taps into his house husband mentality and writes some simple pop lyrics about cooking in the kitchen of love, tracking down the highway of love, dancing in the streets of love. No, it's no working class hero, but with that funky piano riff played by Lennon and a dynamite bass line from Klaus Voormann, we end up with a quasi-disco number that's a lot of fun. Because unlike George and Paul, John remembered that he was writing for Ringo here, meaning, just make it a party. Other contributions on the album include the bewildering number from Eric Clapton with the unimaginative name of This Be Called a Song.
This be called a song.
This sounds more like Clapton left his homework to the last minute and the morning of scribbled down some dummy lyrics on paper, and I mean dummy lyrics.
Help me write this song for you.
Sent it off to Ringo, who slapped on some ill-fitting steel drums, as he is wont to do, and called it a day. You've also got the Mexican-flavored number written by Starr and Nancy Andrews called Las Brisas.
Oh, Las Brisas means the breeze will
featuring a mariachi band backing Ringo's romantic crooning,
on a starless night,
which is nice enough, as is the standard country and western track, Cryin'.
Now don't it make you feel like crying, watching a good love.
And on the closing track, Spooky Weirdness, we get the closest Ringo's ever come to creating an avant-garde recording.
Look into my eyes.
Probably more appropriate to call it avant-garde clue. Ringo also attempts to open the album with that party atmosphere that John Lennon tapped into. Beginning with a dose of rock and roll, a fairly strong opening number for the kind of loose sing-along vibes people are now associated with Ringo's albums.
Take a dose of rock and roll and wash it down with cool, clear soul.
And following that, we have a cover of Bruce Chanel's 1961 song, Hey Baby. Although if you're old enough to remember the early 2000s, you'd be more familiar with the DJ Otzi version. Ringo's take on it is slower, but no less upbeat. Ringo's Rotogravure is a fun little album. There's a good dose of catchy tunes, Ringo dips into several different genres, and the party atmosphere is evident from the second it begins. But it's the kind of party that overstays its welcome, like when it's 2 in the morning and you noticed all your friends have already left and the vibes have completely shifted. Remember, the album after this was the disco flop Ringo IV, released just 1 year later. And if that was the album that killed Starr's career, then Ringo's rotogravure was the canary in the coal mine. Both albums were produced by Arif Mardin, but I don't think he's to blame. No, the fault of Ringo's dwindling success in the music business was down to nobody but Ringo. He was more concerned with being a high-flying party boy, charting flights from one luxury location to the next, chasing something, anything that could fill the void that was growing inside him. And in the summer of that year, in a bizarre act of desperation, Ringo Starr resorted to shaving off all the hair in his head and face, attributing the decision to the stifling heat in Monte Carlo and, quote, feeling vaguely insane and drinking some new drink. It was a time when you either cut your wrists or your hair, and I'm a coward. People were exposed to Ringo's new look in the music video for one of the album's singles, You Don't Know Me At All. Just pure Muzak. Where fans used to mob Ringo on the streets for being a Beatle, now they only stared indifferently, bemused as to what Ringo was still doing here, making half-hearted attempts at remaining in the limelight. This is where he started showing up to interviews and public appearances wearing dark glasses to hide his bloodshot eyes. He seemed impatient and somewhat annoyed that he even had to bother going on talk shows at all to plug albums that he didn't seem to care about.
Why I'm here is to do a specific job, is to tell you I have a new record whenever you're through it.
As he said 16 years later in a Rolling Stone interview, quote, for a lot of those albums I was just in a hurry to get home, or more often, someone else's home. A rather sad addendum to all this is that Ringo's rotogravure is actually the final project to feature active involvement from all four former Beatles before John Lennon's murder in 1980. Despite them all contributing here, the overall lack of care and clear drop in quality resulted in the LP peaking only at number 28 in the US. The last time that an album of Starr's charted within the top 50 in America, or anywhere for that matter. And in the UK, where punk was beginning to take hold of the nation, this mid-tempo, breezy pop didn't appear in the charts at all. That ridiculous contract of 7 albums in 5 years was vetoed just 1 year later after Ringo IV flopped. Same with Ringo Bad Boy Starr another year on from that. It was clear that the place Ringo was suited to best was as part of a band, providing that rock and roll beat that changed the world. Like here in one of the greatest concert films of all time, The Last Waltz. Shot in 1976 and released in 78 from director Martin Scorsese, the film depicts the farewell concert of the band and features multiple guests, including Ringo Starr, who holds his own among a divine congregation of heavyweights. But instead of working towards projects like that, he put himself in dumb movies like Sextet that were just an excuse to drink on a film set with his fellow fading rock star mates. Anyway, that is Ringo's rotogravure, an occasionally fun party that never quite lives up to the excitement of the good old days.
And that's how the album ends.
By 1978, Ringo's career was in a tailspin. So he took 2 years off from releasing any music and returned in 1981 with one of the most intriguing albums of his entire career. And it's also the next on our list, Stop and Smell the Roses. The time between Ringo Bad Boy Starr in 1978 and Stop and Smell the Roses in 1981 turned out to be 3 of the most significant years of Ringo Starr's life. Firstly, in April of 1979, Ringo's childhood illness of peritonitis returned with a vengeance, whereupon several feet of his intestine had to be surgically removed in Monte Carlo. 3 weeks after that, Paul, George, and Ringo had a reunion of sorts at Eric Clapton and Pattie Boyd's wedding, where they reminisced and played some old 50s tunes together. John Lennon wasn't invited for reasons that have never really been made clear, but it was the final time that 3 Beatles met together while they were all still alive. A few months later, in November, a fire destroyed Ringo's Hollywood home, which included most of his treasured Beatles memorabilia.
The house went on fire. That's exactly what happened. And that's all we have to say. I mean, the house went on fire. Look at it.
No one was hurt, but a news report from the time shows fire victim Ringo Starr watching on sadly while his 1971 single, It Don't Come Easy, played over the top. A real classy decision from Action News. The 70s ended rather bleakly for a now temporarily homeless Ringo Starr, but the beginning of the 80s had a truly wonderful surprise in store. After years of womanizing and failed relationships, Ringo finally found his soulmate, the woman to whom he is still married to this very day, Barbara Bach. The two met on the set of Caveman and fell in love during the film's production.
Actually, we met at LAX, and I was on this side of the counter, she was on the other piece of the counter, and her boyfriend was putting her on the plane, and I fell in love with her.
And by the time they'd wrapped, Ringo and Barbara had become inseparable. He broke off whatever was left of his relationship with Nancy and fell head over heels with a former Bond girl, Barbara.
And we're still together 30 years later.
Actually, we were lucky because we became good friends first. And then on set, we rehearsed together, we started working together, and I started realizing, hey, he's a nice guy. He's really sweet, even if he is a Beatle.
Lana Alunda Atuk.
Atuk Aluna Lana. In your language, I love Barbara.
In May of 1980, the two of them survived a near-fatal car crash in England.
We both almost got killed. Yeah, we were driving along. We got halfway there and the car decided it didn't want to go and turned the car over a couple of times. And I ended up sort of over there and the car was over there with Barbara. And it was quite a shock.
The incident, while terrifying, only strengthened their love and brought them even closer. The two were virtually never seen without each other in public, and just 1 year on from the accident, decided to get married.
And it made me realize I'm deeply in love with the lady and I don't want to be anywhere else.
And around this time, Ringo also made efforts to become closer to his ex-wife Maureen and his children that he had mostly not been around for, something that he'd be the first to admit. John Lennon is usually considered to be the absentee father out of all the former Beatles, but Ringo was just as guilty. My old man was never there, were the words spoken by his eldest son Zach, who was 15 at this point, and being Ringo's son is the biggest drag in my life. But mending ties with his children wasn't the only thing Ringo had in common with John Lennon that year. The two men also decided to return to the studio to record their own respective albums. John, after a 5-year hiatus, had been writing homely, upbeat songs, but the whole ordeal was making him insecure, and he even considered just giving them all to Ringo to record. But in the end, John and Yoko's Double Fantasy did in fact come out in 1980, and Ringo was still gifted a song from his old buddy.
It's called Life Begins at 40. They say life begins at 40.
Written specifically for Starr in his trademark country style, Life Begins at 40 was an appropriate nod to the two men reaching that all-important milestone. But Life Begins at 40 was never recorded by Ringo, because during the production of Starr's album, then titled Can't Fight Lightning, John Lennon was murdered on the street outside of his home. Ringo was holidaying with Barbara in the Bahamas at the time, and when he heard the news, he flew straight to New York to be with Yoko.
Yeah, I was in the Bahamas, and as soon as we heard, we rented a plane as early as we could, and we flew up to New York. Not that you can do anything, but you just have to go and say hello, and if there's anything, there's nothing you can do.
He was the only one of the 3 surviving Beatles to do this.
You'll have to ask the other 2.
For people...
Isn't it funny when you say that now?
Yes.
You know, it's so new to me that I always sort of... It clogs you up a bit when you say, you know, because you're so glib saying, oh, we'll ask the other 3. Now we can only ask 2, which is dragging its way, but I'm sure he's okay. I'm really sad. I still miss John a great deal. I'll always miss him, you know, but it's still brand new.
It was a tragedy that hit everyone hard. Even when trying to promote Starr's light-hearted Neanderthal movie, Lennon's death was sometimes too much for TV audiences to handle.
Could I make a comment and ask in favor of the audience that we not talk about John, please?
At the beginning, it was such a downer. You know, every time I thought of John, I got real depressed and real down. But then you start thinking of what the man was like, and he was so up, and, you know, the good times we'd had together, you know, and the laughs we'd had, and so, you know, all the pain starts flowing away after a while. It never leaves you, but it gets less and less.
But all the same, despite the grief, Ringo still had an album to make. And it being a Ringo Starr album, multiple friends helped out, including Harry Nilsson, Ronnie Wood, and yes, Paul McCartney and George Harrison. Ringo was too distraught to record John's songs, which also included another called Nobody Told Me, which was released by Lennon posthumously on his Milk and Honey album. By 1981, the title of Ringo's album was changed to Stop and Smell the Roses.
Is there a message here of any kind?
A very simple message of just like stop and take the time to smell the roses. It can mean anything, like stop and take a look at your life, have a look at what's going on around you, where you're going, what direction you're heading. But, you know, just don't go headlong through your life all the time.
And what I find so fascinating about this album is how oddly revealing it is. Within the lyrics are clues that paint a vivid picture of not only Ringo Starr, but all surviving Beatles in 1981. Like, you know how fans comb through every last cryptic lyric of a Taylor Swift album? Stop and Smell the Roses is as close as I get to that for a Ringo record. And because this album was recorded in different studios with multiple producers, including George and Paul, we end up with a record that sounds like a broken Beatles reunion at the start of their toughest decade. This can be heard from the album's very first number, Private Property.
Private property, don't run off with it. You'll be breaking the law.
Written and produced by Paul McCartney about not fooling around with someone else's private property. Interpret that however you like. And from the shrill brass section that opens the number, to the jaunty piano and bass guitar, we can hear the distinct sound of McCartney's early 80s albums, Tug of War and Pipes of Peace.
You get off the fence, don't go fooling with private property.
In fact, Private Property bears a striking similarity to his Pipes of Peace number, Average Person.
Look at the average person, speak to the man in the street.
I have a soft spot for that album, so I'm probably more endeared to the song than I should be. But look, at the end of the day, with bass from Paul and drums from Ringo, you've got 2/3 of the most iconic rhythm section in all of pop music. Plus, it's certainly an improvement on Pure Gold. Now, for McCartney's second number, well, just put yourself in his position for a minute. Wings is effectively over, you've just released your weirdest solo album to date, and now Ringo Starr is bugging you for some extra ditties.
Next I'm going to do a bit of recording with Ringo. He's asked me to produce a couple of tracks for him.
You don't really have time for this, you're actually just trying to figure out your own way forward as a solo artist. But then you consider Ringo. He's all on his own, he's already struggling, he just needs some more attention.
So I've written him a song.
Everybody needs attention. Everybody wants to smile.
This is what I mean about unintentionally revealing lyrics. I mean, I'm just coming to my own conclusions here, but look at this.
Everybody needs a mention. Attention. Attention for a while.
I love that it's not even everybody needs love or peace. No, he wasn't up to that yet. In 1981, Ringo Starr was happy to settle for just a little bit of attention. Actually, my favourite of the 3 McCartney-produced songs is not one he wrote, but one he and the other Beatles used to cover in Hamburg and the Cavern, Carl Perkins's Sure to Fall.
I'm sure to fall in love.
I've always loved this number, and by tapping into that country style that suits Ringo so well, this could well be the loveliest cut on the whole LP. It's got some charming pedal steel guitar, backing vocals from Paul and Linda, and given how this is Ringo's first album post falling in love with Barbara, there's an extra heartfelt layer of genuine sincerity. I just love it.
I want you for the rest of my life.
Now, Paul McCartney's early 80s career may have had its highs and lows, but the same period for George Harrison was the nadir of his time as a recording artist. His 2 LPs from 1981 and 1982, Somewhere in England and Gone Troppo, were albums that he made purely to finish out his contract with his record label. Somewhere in England especially, which includes songs like Blood from a Clone and Unconsciousness Rules that express frustration with the current state of pop music, both its sound and the business overall.
Ain't got time for the music. They want the blood from their core.
George just wasn't good at fakery. His music, whether good or bad, was always honest, and the song he donated to Ringo was no different.
Rack my brain. Rack my brain.
Rack My Brain is a song where the narrator vents their feelings of hopelessness and despair to an otherwise perky tune. Before I show you the lyrics, consider how well they fit for both George and Ringo. From the perspective of George, it's very clear he's pulling teeth just trying to come up with a digestible, or meaningless, pop tune which will satisfy the men in suits and their teenage focus groups.
What I have, you don't want. What you want, I can't give.
But all George really wanted to do was tend to the gigantic garden on his gothic mansion. Now, listening to it as a Ringo song, it reads more like the drummer experiencing severe desperation.
All dried up. I'm all dried up.
Trying to come up with a tune that will keep afloat his dilapidated recording career.
All I have is empty cup, all dried up.
At this point, George didn't give a shit about his standing as a rock star, whereas Ringo was clinging to whatever relevancy he had left. Once again, this is what I mean about this album being accidentally rather revealing. Rack My Brain also features George's rather bizarre collection of sonic textures like intrusive synth and questionable vocoder effects.
With our will.
These carry over to the other recording produced by George, the popular 50s ballad You Belong to Me.
See the marketplace in old Algiers. Send me photographs and silver needles.
Similar to Sure to Fall, this is just a song that I enjoy regardless of the singer, but Harrison's production chops had clearly not kept up with McCartney's. The sound is best described as a mad professor behind a mixing desk. Harrison even buries his own lovely guitar solo underneath this honky-tonk piano. And yeah, just some crazy swings from George here. But there are other bright spots on this album for sure. One is the effusively silly number written for Ringo by his mate Harry Nilsson, the iconic Drumming Is My Madness.
Drumming is my madness. Drumming is my biz.
With all the baggage of the former Beatles and everything else going on in that camp, it's good to just kick back and have a laugh with Harry and Ringo. There's just something about Nilsson's approach that turns recording artists into little silly billies, and Ringo is no exception.
Makes me happy.
Plus, he's exhibiting uncharted levels of riz on this track.
Wax me now, riz off.
I didn't even make this graphic, I swear. This is actually from a real 1989 Ringo compilation bootleg. But if any two artists from that era were capable of tapping into modern day Zoomer brain rot, it's Ringo Starr and Harry Nilsson. I love how there's like a smidgen of seriousness that Ringo's bringing to this song, like he's trying to hold it all together, but every time he describes how drumming is his madness, business, or his middle name,
drumming is my hobby.
Any kind of authority Ringo has is undermined by Nilsson trolling him with a silly-ass trumpet line. Like some kind of goofy call and response.
Do you think I'm sexy? Do you think I'm silly?
Why is he asking that? What is this song? This is the kind of song where if you're not in the mood for it, it would be incredibly irritating, but I'm personally very fond of it. Anyway, what else we got here? There's the bluesy Dead Giveaway, co-written by Ronnie Wood, which isn't too bad.
People say you're a dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
Then the song You've Got a Nice Way is a bit too lethargic for me.
You've got a nice way of believing in me.
I think it drags down the album towards the end. But then we close with a redo of Ringo's old hit, Back Off Boogaloo.
Back off, boogaloo. Back off, boogaloo.
In what would become a semi-regular habit over the years, Starr celebrates the 10-year anniversary of one of his biggest singles with a kind of strange re-recording. Produced by Harry Nilsson and featuring a musical arrangement by Van Dyke Parks, this version includes lyrics from various Beatles songs, like With a Little Help from My Friends, Help, Lady Madonna, among others, plus Ringo's own It Don't Come Easy. Again.
You know it don't come easy.
I think the vocal approach from Ringo, this creepy, chuckling drawl, really sums up the difference a decade can make.
Back off, boogaloo. Back off.
Singing confidently and proudly back in 1971. This song helped certify Ringo as perhaps the biggest initial winner of the Beatles split. Fast forward 10 years and he's still singing the same song, only now he's 40, most likely drunk, and you're wondering why he's talking so close to your face. But the most pertinent song on Stop and Smell the Roses is the title track.
Stop and take the time to smell the roses.
Beginning as a fairly tongue-in-cheek number with lyrics like stop and take the time to read the label.
You must remember Clark and Betty Grable. Who's Betty Grable?
But around the middle, Ringo starts pushing the song's philosophy to the point where he's having a kind of a mental breakdown.
Roll down your window, look for a man in a Porsche and say, brother, let's get out and walk.
This number is also produced by Harry Nilsson, heavily implying that this breakdown is all orchestrated in just a way to punctuate the song. But in the closing 40 seconds, in a wild flurry of ad-libbing, Ringo reveals perhaps more than he intended to.
Stop and take the time to buy this album so I can plant roses.
And as the song fades out, we hear a final chilling confession that gets to the heart of the fading star's status as a recording artist.
I'm going crazy with this record business.
I want to stop it. You want me to stop it. Everybody wants it to stop.
Do you ever think about, because everybody's going to, there will be the lines in the history books, and, he is remembered as, how would you like them to write it?
How would they write it? Man who lived and died.
On first listen, Stop and Smell the Roses didn't really do all that much for me. Because in a vacuum, this album is a mediocre hodgepodge of awkward and sometimes bewildering material. I thought it not much better in quality to his follow-up LP, Old Wave. But then as I began researching for this video and watching these interviews, it dawned on me that Stop and Smell the Roses is perhaps Ringo Starr's most loaded and confessional album. Within its grooves, you'll find a man dealing with the seismic loss of his friend and former bandmate. You'll find a man venting the frustrations of not only himself, but another friend and former bandmate too. You'll find the complete silliness and absurdity of a drummer going mad. And finally, you'll find a 40-year-old washed-up rock star trying to stay in the present, but ending up in a drunken haze, replaying the hits of his past, saved only by the unyielding strength and support of a new love.
Darling, don't ever let me go.
If I didn't end up making this big ranking project and instead chose to release a video on just one album from Ringo Starr's solo career, it would be Stop and Smell the Roses. For one thing, there's just so many recorded interviews from this period as Ringo embarked on a massive press tour promoting both his album and the movie Caveman. But as a Beatles fan, as someone who is deeply interested in the lives of these four guys, this album is, like I said, really quite revealing. And not for nothing, but the back cover also features one of the hardest images ever of Ringo Starr. If you go in with an open mind, and if you build in the context of the period and circumstances of its creation, Stop and Smell the Roses can be a very rewarding listen indeed. Well, howdy. You might have guessed that the next album in the ranking is Ringo's country album. No, not that one, the new one. The one that didn't even exist when I wrote and shot the rest of this video. I'm talking about Look Up, released in January 2025. It's quite remarkable that at 84 years of age, Ringo Starr is still releasing solo albums, something that he himself has now been doing for 54 years. Remember earlier in the video when I was talking about the 2019 LP What's My Name, the album that Ringo previously claimed would be his last?
That's my last album.
Well, he did intend on sticking with that, with any additional music being released as EPs, which is what Look Up was originally planned as, just another pop rock EP. But after running into songwriter T-Bone Burnett, who sent Ringo a country track to sing on,
he sent this song for me that was so beautiful, and it was a country track.
Ringo pivoted to make the EP entirely country and western based.
Because of him sending me that, and I loved it, I'm going to do a country EP. And I said, have you got any songs? He says, yeah. I got 9. So I thought, 9? That's close to an album. Let's make a CD.
So in February of last year, Ringo casually announced that this country EP would be a country album with a yet to be announced release date.
10 tracks, can you believe it? I haven't done one of them in a long time.
As I've pointed out several times in this video already, country and western is, I believe, the genre that Ringo has always appeared the most comfortable in, at least as a singer. There's just a certain downtrodden, hapless quality about him, with his baritone voice, that it just makes country a great fit for him. In fact, Ringo has previously released a solo country album, and as the decades have stretched on, it's become a real favorite amongst both Beatles and country music fans. And let's not forget that on almost all of his albums, he includes at least one country and western track. So how exciting that for the first time in nearly 6 years, Ringo was releasing an album of entirely new material, and it would be all in the country and western style.
We're back to country music, brother. Yeah, we are. And I love it.
And after Ringo's head-scratching production choices on his albums from the previous decade, he's wisely stepped back from the mixing desk this time and has allowed T-Bone Burnett, Daniel Tashian, and Bruce Sugar to produce the record, and I mean, thank God for that. Let's see what we've got here. Look Up kicks off with Breathless, a slightly up-tempo bluegrass number about how, upon just seeing this person, the singer becomes breathless.
With a love that's deathless and I'm breathless.
Billy Strings lives up to his namesake and contributes some terrific guitar work. The instrumental sounds like something the band could have cooked up in the late 60s. Yeah, not a bad opener at all. Next up, co-written by T-Bone Burnett and Daniel Tashian, is the final single and title track, Look Up. It's a mid-tempo country tune with a waft of psychedelia about it, brought on by washy slide guitars and a warm Ringo groove.
It's a long way down, and there's no bottom. You had the...
It also features country and bluegrass singer-songwriter Molly Tuttle on guest vocals with Ringo.
He referenced the Dylan album where Emmylou Harris sings on a bunch of songs throughout the record, and he said he wanted to do a similar thing with me and Billy, and so it was a huge honor.
Tuttle, who was born in just 1993, sings on 3 additional tracks as well: I Live For Your Love, Can You Hear Me Call, and String Theory.
Everything rings above vibrating strings.
While I quite like Tuttle's vocal presence, the songs themselves don't inspire much within. I would say Can You Hear Me Call is probably the best of her tracks.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me call?
With a Johnny Cash sounding guitar intro and Molly evoking June Carter Cash duetting with Starr. Never Let Me Go includes some strong harmonica work, adding to the song's folksy feel, but the melody is just a little too pedestrian for me. Come Back has a country dance vibe to it, but like the slow song where men awkwardly sway from side to side with women near bales of hay.
Come back on the wings of the morning, come back.
Indie band Lucius provide a lovely instrumental here. The violins are perfect for the barnyard vibe. Another band lending a hand is Larkin Poe, the all-women American roots act who provide the backing for Rosetta. And something about them and Ringo playing together really clicks. Their alto vocals blend superbly with Ringo's, and I really appreciate their more earthy, laid-back rock sound. The other 2 singles, Time on My Hands and Thankful, are both slower, romantic ballads. The former playing into the classic country music trope, best described by Ringo as
the wife's left, the dog's dead, and you don't have enough money for the jukebox.
But she slipped through my fingers, and I've got time on my hands.
It's reflective and slightly mournful, but because it's Ringo, also features a silver lining of hope. And then Thankful, featuring Alison Krauss, closes the album. This is the only track on the album co-written by Ringo, and you can tell it's coming from a really personal place. I had it all, then I started to fall, I turned away from all the things that mattered. Then you came along, my shelter from the storm, I put my life in your hands and you made me a better man. Better man mentioned. It reads as another touching ode to Barbara and their life in LA.
And now I'm thankful for the love you show. You look for me, I've never known.
You don't really get to delve too deeply behind the meaning of the lyrics, but there's no doubt he's pulling from experience on this closer. But my favorite song on Look Up is one written by Bill Swan called You Want Some.
You want some? Oh baby, you want some?
Not too long into listening to this track, and it dawned on me that it's basically the exact same tune as his hit song from the 70s, You're 16. He doesn't play that song anymore, and you'll find out later why, but the melody for that song has always been absolutely killer, so reusing it here really does make sense. I mean, it's a pretty standard boogie-woogie tune that you could hear in just about any jazz or blues club, but you know, I like it. Ringo's got a really great presence here, more of like a crooner.
Yeah, baby, do you want some?
Hey baby, you want some? I don't know, it's pretty endearing. Check this out. Hey, alright, yeehaw. Should I just do the rest of the video like this? You know, it is so damn encouraging that Ringo was able to move on from the bewildering albums of the 2010s and return in the middle of the following decade with a record that just beats them all. There's a much better balance of auto-tune on Ringo's voice. I can't tell you how glad I am that they eventually figured that out. The instrumentals on this album are all impeccably produced, and you just get the sense that this is exactly the kind of music that this 84-year-old rock legend should be making at this stage of his career. And while Look Up came and went without too much fanfare earlier this year, it did hit a major milestone for Ringo, peaking at #1 on both the UK country album and Americana album charts, making this the first time any of his solo albums have peaked at the top spot in any official chart. Yeehaw, Richie, it only took you becoming an octogenarian, but you did it, mate. That nervous 24-year-old singing Act Naturally back in the mid-60s would be mighty proud right now. Okay, and now back to the rest of the footage from 2024. It's 2003 and Rama is everywhere. We got Futurama, Spongerama, Docudrama, and of course, who could forget Ringo Rama, Ringo Starr's first album of the new millennium, and also the next on our list. To give you all some bearings as to where we are in time, I would call 2003 one of the most tranquil periods of Ringo Starr's life. Now happily married for 20 plus years, sober, adopting rescue dogs.
Could you resist a puppy like this?
And he'd even recently become vegetarian, making Ringo the last Beatle to commit to not eating animals. He was touring regularly with his all-star band, and for the last 2 albums had been working with a solid group of songwriting musicians called the Roundheads, who could elevate the strengths of Ringo's musical instincts and minimize the weaknesses. The key man here is producer Mark Hudson, who helped bring out Ringo's musical ideas. Rings hadn't made an album in over 3 years and was frankly pissed off at how little promotion the Mercury label had given his last effort, 1999's I Wanna Be Santa Claus. Speaking on the matter in the year 2000, Ringo said, quote, "They actually gave the Christmas album no support. We have now parted company due to their incompetence. They let me go. I'm hoping to record another studio album, and I'm hoping it will be on any label other than Mercury." So in 2002, he signed up with independent record label Koch, or Coke, or Cock, and set to work on his next album. Recorded in England in various LA studios, including, for the first time, Ringo's home studio, which is just his own guest house that he still uses to this day. As per, we've got some fun celebrity additions to the roster of musicians, including Willie Nelson, Van Dyke Parks, Pink Floyd's David Gilmour, and even Eric Clapton. These last 2 fellas only lived around the corner from Ringo, who found it easier to keep things local. Ringo Rama is also a fairly long album, with a runtime of 50 minutes. Now, I'm of the mind that there's no reason any Ringo Starr album should be more than 40 minutes, but even with the bloat, Richie manages to pull together what I determined to be his best album of the 21st century. And we kick things off with a rockin' Eye to Eye.
Remember when I said it don't come easy?
Yes. Yes, we do, Ringo. You reference it in nearly all of your albums. Anything else you want to reference? There it is. Eye to Eye features a heavy, mid-tempo Ringo beat, supported by a fairly simple riff with some biting electric guitar played by David Gilmour, who you can always rely on for a spicy little solo. The rock and roll gets even heavier on the 3rd track, Instant Amnesia.
Well, Instant Amnesia actually is quite interesting. I think I'm having an amnesiac moment here.
No worries, Ringo, I'll handle this one. The track begins sounding more like a commercial for a burger called like the Triple Stacker or something, or like the Boss. But then the chorus finds Ringo slapping the shit out of his skins with some really powerful playing, which is ironic because he was originally feeling rather down about his drumming abilities at the time.
I felt that, I'd drummed my last drum. It just, it wasn't just as great as I wanted anyway. I was moaning about, I can't drum anymore, it's over.
He just was down. And I said, well, come on, we're gonna go kick some ass.
And it was incredible because we just sort of went into the studio and started like this rhythm track going.
And then, Ringo starts playing the drums like, really just nail it.
It's really good to receive a track every once in a while that showcases Ringo's immense talent behind the kit. You'd think that'd happen more often in his solo career. I mean, it's kind of weird how little I've actually discussed Ringo's drumming in this video and went over 2 hours in.
That's where Instant Amnesia came from, because I actually forgotten that the day before I felt like shit and I couldn't play. And I actually played some of the best drumming I've ever played in the last 10-15 years.
But Ringo's never been the show-off solo guy. He doesn't play to stand out, he just plays the song, as any rock drummer should. But shit like this is really cool to hear once in a while. Then there's that weird mid-century jazz interlude where Ringo's playing his electric drums set to vibraphone or something.
And I sort of just went...
Is this in my mind, in your mind?
Then to support that, the team enlisted legendary upright bass player Charlie Hayden to lay down a smooth bass part, and the effect is very cool. Like, this kind of experimentation and spontaneity is something I'd been yearning for in a Ringo album, and it's great to be finally getting a taste of it. But my favourite of the rock songs on the album is the very basic but very catchy I Think Therefore I Rock and Roll. It's got this great old school riff to kick things off, which then carries into the chorus. This is all you could want from a Ringo song. A rock and groove, a bunch of folks singing the chorus in high spirits, and some brilliant drumming from our boy. I think it'd be a really solid number for a club band or a pub band. Yeah, it's good stuff.
I think therefore I rock and roll.
Elsewhere on the album, we've got a country flavor track called Missouri Loves Company. Get it?
I ain't in no hurry. Missouri loves company.
It's not bad. Definitely improved by another slick solo from David Gilmour.
Dave Gilmour plays incredible guitar, thank you, Dave.
Missouri loves company.
There's a duet with Willie Nelson called
Write One for Me.
Write one for me. The perfect words to get.
which acknowledges Ringo's career-long habit of asking friends to write a song for him.
So would you write the song and tell her that it's mine, oh mine.
Willie didn't write this one, funnily enough, but it's a sweet track nonetheless.
Hey Ringo, thanks for the song and thanks for letting me do it. I think it's good and I hope I didn't fuck it up too bad.
A true standout track on Ringo Rama is the tribute song written for Ringo's old mate George Harrison, who lost his battle with cancer in 2001.
We were young, it was fun, and we couldn't lose.
The track's called Never Without You, a play on the title of George's Sgt. Pepper song, Within You Without You. One of Harrison's good friends, Eric Clapton, helped out with a touching guitar solo and also decent mimicry of George's playing style.
You played a beautiful melody that keeps on haunting.
Never Without You also includes references to several Harris songs like All Things Must Pass, Here Comes the Sun.
I know all things must pass, and only love will last.
It's such a sweet number from Ringo, and stands alongside Paul McCartney's understated tribute song to George, Friends to Go. But Never Without You is far more direct and sincere.
I love you, George. He will surely be missed, but, you know, his music will linger on forever.
There's also this one song towards the end of the album about Queen Elizabeth, which Ringo wasn't too keen on.
I'm not doing this song about the damn Queen.
But it was the Queen's Golden Jubilee, and Ringo's All-American band were fascinated by the whole thing.
We're recording in England, and, you know, I'm actually recording with all these Americans. They were all just so excited. I wasn't that excited myself, of course.
The whole city was on fire with all this patriotism.
Dean Brickell, said, what does ER mean? I said, it's, Elizabeth Reigns.
No, it doesn't. I don't know if Ringo's joking here, but ER actually stands for Elliot Roberts. No, I'm just kidding. ER stands for Elizabeth Regina, Regina meaning Queen in Latin. But anyway, this enthusiasm from the band and the clear disinterest from Ringo makes for a half well-meaning tribute to the Queen, and the other half, clearly from Ringo's point of view, seems to lightly advocate for the abolition of the monarchy.
We don't really need a king.
They convinced me, let's do this song, so I had to write into the song my verse, which was 600 servants.
Like, is this actually the most politically charged song of Ringo Starr's career?
And all of our sins are as big as the Windsor.
I mean, that's not saying much, the guy's never really been political, but still. I also just think it's really funny when Ringo yells out, "The Queen Mom is dead!"
We're coming, Mom! We're coming!
And with lyrics like, "We don't really need a king," it's no wonder Ringo sheepishly ends the song with,
Well, there goes me knighthood.
Yeah, Prince William got the honours, but it would have been perfect if it were Charles, wouldn't it? Ringo ends the album with a sweet acoustic number called English Garden, which immediately brings to mind Paul McCartney's entire vibe.
In our English garden.
Ringo even interpolates the Wings song Let 'Em In towards the end.
Someone's knocking at the door. Someone's ringing my bell.
If I had to make a film about Ringo's entire life, I would end it with this song. It's giving pure domestic bliss with Ringo, Barbara and their dogs, and it's just a beautiful send-off. We are light years away from this.
I want to stop it! You want me to stop it!
And as a bonus, contained within the final minute of this song is a secret track called I Really Love Her, where Ringo Starr, for the first time ever, plays all the instruments on the track.
And it was just the biggest thrill for me because I play all the instruments.
mean, not to bring up Paul again, but doesn't this evoke that McCartney 1, 2, 3 spirit? I think it's great. I'd honestly love an album, or at least an EP of this.
There's only me on it, folks. It's the full Ringo.
Ringo Rama is probably the first entry on this list that I can say is just a good album. Not great, not essential, not even ironically good or laughably bad. It's just a solid LP without any noticeably bad songs on it. Yeah, it's a bit bloated, which is why there's another 5 tracks on this album that I didn't even get to mention, which are just okay. But I wanted to focus on the stuff that works here, which turns out to be a fair bit. It didn't reach the Billboard Hot 100, but did hit #1 on the top independent albums chart in the US. Ringo Starr, the indie artist, everyone. Ringo was really eating his broccoli for this record, and unlike the albums from the 2010s, which he enjoyed making but aren't necessarily enjoyable to listen to, Ringo Rama actually is. Now, the Roundheads would go on to work with Ringo for his next 2 LPs, but in my opinion, their best work is contained on the album that came directly before Ringo Rama, 1998's Vertical Man.
What's the story behind that title? I noticed this quote and it was from like 1740 or something like that. And the guy said, "Let's hear it for the vertical man, because so much is said for the horizontal one." So I said, "Hey, tell me now," you know what I mean?
Vertical Man was the first album made by Ringo after the Beatles anthology, the mammoth retrospective project that reunited the surviving Beatles and got them to reflect and reminisce on their music that changed the world. As it did for Paul with his Flaming Pie album, Anthology helped to inform the rather Beatlesque sound of Vertical Man. And it wasn't just Anthology either. The 30-year cycle of culture had swung back around, and the 90s were filled with a 60s revivalist aesthetic heard in the Britpop acts of Blur and Oasis. This set Ringo up for a potential commercial comeback, as he hadn't put out a solo record for 6 years, and after the success of Paul's Flaming Pie album, it only made sense for Ringo himself to return to the studio. The mid-90s were a time of deep reflection for Richard Starkey, with 2 significant people in his life dying just months apart. First, it was Ringo's longtime buddy, Harry Nilsson, and then his first wife and mother of his children, Maureen. She was the first Beatle wife to pass away, and was later immortalised in Paul McCartney's Flaming Pie song, Little Willow.
Sleep, little willow, peace gonna follow.
Reflecting on those who had gone and those who were still around, like himself, Ringo decided on the title Vertical Man.
We lost, there's quite a few horizontal musicians, you know, and I feel blessed that I'm still standing.
To help him achieve the sound he was after, Ringo employed the production assistance of Mark Hudson. Now, I've mentioned Hudson multiple times in this video, but this was his first time working with Ringo as his producer. Now, if we're being technical, Hudson had actually worked with Ringo on his previous LP, but only as an arranger and provider of background vocals on just a few tracks. He would of course go on to produce for Ringo on his next 3.5 albums before their falling out during 2008's Liverpool 8. Remember Ringo's messy ear? Part of what makes Vertical Man sound so Beatley are the instruments used by Ringo's new studio band, the Roundheads. We've got Rickenbacker guitars, a Hofner bass, and Ringo blowing off the cobwebs of his old Beatle drum kit. Starr even got Jeff Emerick, the whiz who engineered Beatle albums like Sgt. Pepper and Abbey Road, to offer his sonic talents on Vertical Man. Other guest musicians include Brian Wilson, Alanis Morissette, Joe Walsh, Timothy B. Schmidt, Ozzy Osbourne, Paul McCartney, and for the final time on a Ringo Starr album, George Harrison. That distinct Beatles sound can be heard right from the get-go on the opening track, 1. The jangly guitars and introspective lyrics give this song a distinct rubber soul feel.
All it takes is one girl for just 1 minute.
Solid start. The Beatle vibes continue on the following track, What in the World?
What in the world would I do?
Which even Paul McCartney, who provided backing vocals and bass, said, "Oof, Rich, sounds kinda Beatle-ish." To which Ringo replied, "I know, that's what I said to Mark months ago." Apparently McCartney then looked Starr right in the face and said, "You are a fucking Beatle." And it was after this reminder from Paul that Ringo leaned into the sound of his old band more openly, and I think the album is richer for it. I mean, listen to these vocals.
We always have, we always
Things get a bit magical mystery tour coded on the title track.
The vertical man, don't lay down,
featuring distorted vocal effects for a general topsy-turvy vibe, plus Ringo lays down some notably banging drum fills.
Come on, keep the bottom up. Scream and shout, let it go.
We also get a redo of Love Me Do, which Ringo had always had an itch to re-record because of the many versions of the song that feature Andy White on drums after Ringo failed to make a good first impression on George Martin.
Love, love me do. You know I love you.
But honestly, I'd take either of those 1962 versions over this new one. Not much has really improved. It was just born out of Ringo wanting to do a version with a more loosey-goosey rhythm.
I'd like to do Love Me Do. Again, it was just a drum beat. I want to do it like, love me do. You know. Oh, wow, that's great.
Paul McCartney's other backing vocal and bass contribution is on the lone single for the album, La-Di-Da. The country-tinged track begins with a pitchy vocal from Ringo,
I live my life.
who is then saved by a group of backing vocalists, including 45 of Ringo's friends and family, with McCartney's voice featuring especially prominently.
All you got to say is la-di-da.
Fucking great, man.
Well, you wanted I told you could do it. I told you.
He is just a fine player. He's such a magic man.
I think Ringo discussing this song for the Vertical Man EPK sums up his approach to lyrics in general.
I'd like to have these great stories about, oh, it's this and that, but it was as simple as la-di-da, ma. Let it go, you know.
Sure, he'd like to have all these great stories or clever ballads, but he's not Bob's spokesperson of a generation Dylan. He's Ringo La-Di-Da Starr. Now, for all those who bitch and complain about modern times, whinging how you can't say anything anymore, well, it seems like you couldn't in the 90s either, because the track Minefield bemoans these exact same complaints.
What's right, who's wrong? Everybody takes sides. My gut, your gut is such a fine line.
Then the chorus goes, despite the eye-roll lyrics, instrumentally it's far more interesting than you may expect. It's a rocking number with some excellent guitar work, psychedelic vocal effects, and some nifty musical breaks. Now, speaking of grumpy boomers, George Harrison offers up some really lovely guitar parts for two of the songs here. The first is the slower tempoed King of Broken Hearts. A lovely tune where George's slide guitar brought real tears to Ringo's eyes.
Don't be crying, you bugger. Oh, I love his guitar. Georgie, you're the best. You're the best, man.
Harrison's other guitar inclusion appears on the 12-bar blues track, I'll Be Fine Anywhere.
I'll be fine anywhere.
This upbeat number features a notably springy guitar part from George.
Well, it's bye-bye, honey, bye-bye, bye-bye. As Jerry Lee Lewis once said.
Which to my ears combine his classic Carl Perkins style with his signature slide technique, and the results are superb. This is the kind of sound that no other guitarist came close to mimicking. Lovely stuff. Another number I enjoy is I Was Walking.
I was walking, I was talking to myself last night.
With classic rock verses and a boogie-woogie chorus.
My occupation is syncopation.
The song combines high spirits with a groovy attitude.
Everybody's moving, everybody's grooving, going through the motions.
And it's also an historic number for Ringo Starr, specifically as this is the first song in his entire discography where he utters the phrase, peace and love.
Inner peace and love is the only revolution.
The song right after that, called Without Understanding,
Without understanding,
is one of the most sonically daring recordings ever included on a Ringo album. No surprise then that the guest musician for this track is Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys. Brian had been enjoying a comeback of his own in the 90s with a steady release of solo material, and on this particular track offers up some compelling backing vocals complete with classic Beach Boys. There's also lyrics that nod to Wilson's previous hits like
without understanding, no good vibrations.
This is yet another collaboration from Ringo and Brian, who also worked together on Ringo's previous LP. And apart from in 2004 when Paul McCartney sang on Brian's song A Friend Like You,
A friend like you simplify me.
Ringo is the only Beatle to collaborate more than once with an ex-Beach Boy. The ex-Beach Boy, if you will. Also the only Beatle to feature a Beach Boy on one of their tracks as opposed to the other way around, like it was for Paul. I just think that's kind of fascinating. Ringo does a pretty good job of bringing a real group vibe on this album, like he does with his cover of Mentor Williams' Drift Away.
Drift Away is simple because it's really a great song.
Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll.
Popularized by soul singer Dobie Gray,
Your rock and roll and drift away.
this version features Tom Petty and Alanis Morissette, who both sing a verse each, along with the gospel choir group Source.
As we were playing it back in overdubbing, Alanis came in the door. And it was just like, you know, you can't plan that.
I don't really know why they included this, but at the same time, it is hard to resist. It's just such a good time song that's almost impossible to fuck up. And then on the final track, we have one of the classiest numbers of Ringo's career, the warm and wistful I'm Yours. Opening with a gentle acoustic guitar, Ringo's tender ode to Barbara is then eventually joined by an enchanting string section from the ever-reliable George Martin to close out one of the strongest albums of Starr's discography.
Barbara, I love you.
Vertical Man was Ringo's first album since 1981's Stop and Smell the Roses to chart within the Billboard Top 100, peaking at number 61. And it was his first album since 1974 to chart on his home turf, reaching 85 in the UK. I mean, that still only meant 2,000 copies sold in the United Kingdom, but still, this was definitely an improvement for Ringo. A few months before Vertical Man's release, it had been announced that Ringo Starr had been signed to the EMI subsidiary label Guardian Records. But only a few days later, Guardian was shut down by EMI's president, resulting in Ringo Starr once again being stranded without a label to release his upcoming album. No matter what the decade, this man will be stuck without a label to release his music, you can all but guarantee. Though it didn't matter too much, as Ringo's co-writers managed to score a deal with major international label Mercury, although we know Ringo ended up pretty pissed off with them as well. Similar to Ringo Rama, I find Vertical Man to be a tad overstuffed, but my major critiques end there. Where Ringo only dipped a toe in a Beatlesque aesthetic on his previous LP, here you really feel the full embrace of his old band, in both the sound of the Roundheads and also Ringo's more confident vocals. And as such, Vertical Man set the template for all that would follow for Starr. It does mean that Ringo would essentially go on to make progressively worse versions of this album from here on out, but that just goes to show how much he nailed this one.
I was cooking.
He sure was. Nice going, Rich.
You too can be a vertical man.
Okay folks, so there's something that I want to take a moment to talk about that will link up to the next album on our list. It's an element of Ringo Starr's life that I think requires its own interlude. His alcoholism and eventual sobriety. And just a warning, the next 8 minutes of the video deals with incidents relating to alcohol addiction and domestic abuse.
And when we get together, there are certain times that something happens that I really don't know what it is. But there's that magic
It's
there.
probably we're drunk.
It could be
What?
that.
Not drunk, teeny boppers.
No,
I mean,
absolutely not. You Donny
Keith
and Marie
and
fans.
Ring
but,
had a lot of medicine.
Absolutely.
You know, just a lot of medicine.
We're
'cause
getting on.
We're getting on
We're
now.
getting a
We
bit
need
older.
our medicine.
So Ringo Starr had been a drinker basically his whole life. His mother used to tell him that when he was 9 years old, he was already on his knees crawling around drunk. Ringo later admitted that he didn't realize he had a dysfunctional family till he was far older. That family members getting drunk and passing out was just a part of life. This attachment to alcohol was never really a major issue during his time as a Beatle, and even in the years immediately following the band's breakup. But as his solo career started to decline in the mid-70s, so too did Ringo's ability to function without booze.
What's that you're carrying?
Oh, it's just a glass of lemonade.
Yeah.
It was almost like the worse the album was, the more wasted Ringo would be in public appearances. And it wasn't like he was a fun drunk like he may have been in the 60s. I mean, he probably thought he was being all cute and charming, bringing a Polaroid camera onto talk shows to take selfies with the hosts and guests.
I think you know I'd really like a photo with you.
We already did that when you first came in, you remember?
I only wants one photo.
But during the late 70s and for much of the 80s, there was no denying that Ringo Starr was just kind of a jerk. Whether it be the time he was on a Dutch talk show in '76 and kept rudely mimicking the host's accent.
Middag gekort, 27,50.
With the paper? Yeah, save it with the paper. Save it with the paper? Yeah.
He also cut the poor guy's tie in half.
But the only problem, when you wear one of these for your first time, you have to pay a forfeit.
Oh, God. What's this?
Well, it's very nice. You'll like this.
Oh, no!
Yes, yes, you'll like this.
Hey!
Isn't that nice? That's better.
Something he weirdly did at other times in the 70s as well. Like, great bit, Ringo. Or the occasion in 82 where he ashed his cigarette into Michael Parkinson's open palm.
Let's get serious for a
Let's
moment.
get serious.
Right.
Okay, Mike.
When you
Hold
start
your
off,
hand
you
out
did
again.
this one record.
Thanks. Oh, look out, he hates to be messy.
Do you have any tips as to what to do with this lunatic on my left-hand side here?
In 1988 on Aspel and Company, Ringo called Michael Aspel chubby out of nowhere and had to be reined in by George Harrison.
God, you're looking chubby.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I've got to behave. George is on.
And say what you will about the other three Beatles, but they never displayed this kind of immaturity and rudeness at any stage of their public life. And if he wasn't acting like a boisterous clown, he'd be way down the other end of the scale, bored and fed up, with a surly attitude of, let's get this over with.
Yes, come on, get on with it. We've only got 6 minutes. She had this idea for me to narrate these books. Sorry. And, just trying to liven myself up, folks.
But the peak of Ringo's drunken tomfoolery occurred on the John Davidson show in July of 1980, where Ringo constantly interrupted Davidson.
Go on, next question.
Isn't it true that...
How you doing?
And was barely listening to a word the interviewer was asking him.
Do you always do this with people that...
I thought you were fabulous on the old box there.
Wasn't he good?
You want to do it again so I can have a rest?
This culminated in a rather prescient question leveled at Starr.
Come on, John, let's have a laugh.
Let me ask you this. Do you enjoy doing this?
Yeah, I love it.
Talk shows?
Only with you.
In other words, I get the impression that you really don't enjoy talking about yourself. You really don't enjoy that, do you?
Of course I do.
You'd rather just do what you do and be, you know...
Because underneath all the impromptu snaps and cheeky jokes was a pit of deep sadness, and every once in a while the mask would slip and you'd get a glimpse of the emptiness at the core of Richard Starkey.
You go out in the end and just do what you want to do, and if they like it, it's very nice. And in my case, they didn't.
Because you've done so much, achieved so much.
Yes, I know, it's difficult. Getting out of bed's a problem these days. I'm quite healthy for a sick human being.
What do you mean a sick human being?
No, well, we're all a bit sick, aren't we?
Perhaps the darkest part of Ringo's alcoholism was the way that it affected not only his marriage to Barbara, but Barbara herself. As Ringo later admitted, quote, "Barbara fell into the trap because of me. She was an actress who used to go to bed at 10 at night and get up at 8 in the morning. Till we met. Then her career went the same way as mine. Every couple of months she'd try and straighten us out, but then we'd fall right back into the trap."
They like the shades and the drugs and the drinking.
Do you drink too much?
No, she just thinks I do.
But the fact of the matter is, Ringo was drinking too much, to the point where he wouldn't even remember entire events, like playing drums with the Beach Boys in 1984.
It's pretty scary. It's pretty scary. And of course you keep doing it because you don't want to be scared. You want to blot it out, so you would drink and take stuff till you're passed out or blacked out, you know. It's not fun. It's really not fun.
And by 1988, things reached a breaking point with Ringo and Barbara. After several days in a row of the couple drinking at all hours, Ringo finally came to one Friday afternoon, and as he recalled, quote, "I was told by the staff that I had trashed the house so badly that they thought there had been burglars, and I had trashed Barbara so badly that they thought she was dead."
They just found her covered in blood, and I'd beaten her up and I had no idea. So this just absolutely shocked me. And the fear, I mean, there's so much fear because, you know, she could have been dead. I mean, anything could have happened and I wouldn't have known. It's like those horrible TV movies you see where the guy just doesn't know, you know, that he's done it. And suddenly this was
this was the end of it for me, so I...
This is a difficult and upsetting thing to hear about Ringo Starr. No one wants to think of him like this. We want him to be the cuddly Ringo, the Beatle that seemed the most relatable, the one loved by mothers and their children. John Lennon is typically thought of as the Beatle with the darkest past, the problematic one who had been violent with men and women as a young man. This contrasts with the fun-loving Ringo, the people's ironic fave, the kind of Ringo that leads to memes like this one. To this very day, I still see people point out how awful John was and a second later calling Ringo a based king, as if one of them is entirely good and one is entirely bad, whereas, as with almost everyone, the reality is never that plain and simple. We must hold both of these uncomfortable truths when assessing the best and worst parts of these men whose music we love so much. Both of them had rough childhoods, absentee fathers, and although that doesn't excuse the kind of bad behaviour they exhibited, not at all, but I do think it's worth keeping in mind when we judge them for their indiscretions, especially compared to Paul and George, who had far better upbringings. And we should also acknowledge that both men spent the rest of their lives making up for these kind of mistakes. Mistakes that, for what it's worth, they themselves admitted to. There was no chance of this coming out about Ringo later in life. This was something he wanted to admit. He didn't want to sweep it under the rug. Regardless of how you view him, Ringo stood in his own uncomfortable truth and was at least man enough to admit that he'd done wrong. And he had done wrong. So, not long after this, in late 1988, Ringo and Barbara flew to Arizona to check themselves into a 5-week rehabilitation course.
That's why I ended up in the rehab, was drinking morning, noon and night, so when you're only doing that, that's all you do.
And from that point onwards, through sheer will and determination, both Ringo and Barbara have not touched a drop of alcohol since.
If you're feeling down and blue and you don't know what to do, go and find people. There's lots of people out there to help you. So I highly recommend it.
In 1992, the Beatles press officer Derek Taylor, who had recently quit alcohol himself, wrote a book about his journey called Getting Sober and Loving It, wherein Ringo and Barbara wrote the foreword. In what is perhaps the most candid and vulnerable piece of writing to ever come from Ringo Starr, he puts into words the struggle of addiction and salvation of becoming sober. The entire foreword is worth reading, but to close out this section, I'm going to highlight one paragraph in particular. Quote, "Addiction is a disease, not a moral failing, and the only way to deal with it is to first admit that you have it, and then decide to go after recovery. The great advantage in accepting there is a problem is that, after the surrender, you can grow in awareness and have a far, far better life." And reader, he did. After quitting drinks and drugs for good, Ringo's life instantly improved. He was cogent and attentive in interviews, his marriage to Barbara was in better shape than it had ever been, and his openness in getting sober encouraged many of his rock star colleagues to clean up their own acts.
I feel I'm just in a better state than I've been in years. You know, I'm clean and sober now, and I can work, you know. Before I didn't move, really. I was sitting around just getting drunk and crazy. And I just kept saying no to everything. And now I'm saying yes. That's the difference. The difference is I'm sober.
This new lease on life also gave Ringo the courage to make a massive decision about his career. For the first time since he was a Beatle in 1966, Ringo Starr was going on tour. That's right, in 1989, Ringo, along with the help of sports agent David Fishoff, came up with the idea of what a Ringo Starr live concert could be.
I've been thinking about it for like 10 years. I'm a real slow guy. David Fishoff, he came over to London and he said, do you want to go on tour? I said, let me think. And then I said yes.
Ringo called it the All-Star Band.
I decided how would I like to go, you know, and I didn't want to go with me just in the front and, you know, with the band behind you and up all the time. I wanted to have fun. So I just called a few friends up and they were all enthusiastic and here we are.
The roster of musicians has gone through multiple changes over the years, but the intention has been the same from the start. To gather together artists who had enjoyed major hits in the charts into one group, to then tour and play their various hits. The live sets would include 12 Ringo numbers and 12 numbers by his many band members, the first iteration of which include, among others, Joe Walsh, Billy Preston, and Dr. John. And on July 23rd, 1989, Ringo Starr nervously ran out on stage in Dallas, Texas, and played his first full live show since his Beatle days.
Got to pay your dues if you wanna sing the blues, and you know it don't come easy.
Ringo and the band were a hit. He was having more fun than ever, and it was all thanks to sobriety and a yearning to reconnect to his fans, many of whom weren't even around for his Beatle days.
What's it like being a front man?
It's fabulous.
Oh, I love it out there. It's great. Get up there and boogie, you know, do my stuff.
The tour also prompted Ringo to release his very first live album in October of 1990. It didn't chart, but the goodwill fostered by touring got Ringo motivated to finally return to the studio to release his first album of original music in 9 years. And now finally, we arrive at the next album on our list, Ringo's comeback record from 1992, Time Takes Time. As I said, it had been 9 years since Ringo released his last studio album, 1983's Old Wave, where, if you remember, Ringo couldn't even get a British or American label to release the album, let alone get people interested in buying it. The recent burst of press for Ringo's all-star band definitely helped boost his profile, but getting a major label to sign him was still an uphill battle, eventually cinching a deal with American independent label Private Music in 1991. After a rather unfortunate ending to a series of Memphis sessions for a planned country album in 1987 with producer Chips Moman, Ringo felt it'd be a safer bet to try out 4 different producers for this album and pick the one that suited him best, these being Jeff Lynne, Don Was, Peter Asher, and Phil Ramone. In the end, Ringo ended up using all 4 of them for different songs.
There are 4 different producers on this record, all of whom I think have very distinctive styles. And I think one of the nice things about it is that it merges so nicely because Ringo's such a strong artist.
Starr wanted this album to not only be great, but an actual hit, and made sure he was fully involved with the process.
Well, I think it's my album, you know, so I have to be there. There's quite a profound change has gone on in my life, and so I'm trying to take charge of it and be real. And so I'm getting involved with all of it. It was so easy to, you know, just say, yes, we'll do it, and then just turn up occasionally, you know, to do the vocals, because they had to have me for that, and let other people do all the rest of it. But I'm not like that anymore. Things have changed.
The main objective for the album was to attempt to recreate the breezy, good-natured vibe of Starr's biggest LP of his career from back in '73. In terms of the songs, Ringo worked with a bunch of outside writers that he only worked on for this album, but who ended up helming some pretty stellar tunes, 3 of them co-written by Ringo. But what's with the title, Time Takes Time?
Well, I heard somebody say it, you know, I was, and still am in a way, impatient. You know, I want it now. I was listening to somebody talk who said, you want to do anything, time takes time. And I'm really trying to, you know, live more like that now, instead of instant gratification. So that's why it's Time Takes Time as the title, but it also, like, the drummer keeps time. So it has, you know, you can take it that way. So mainly it's for time takes time. It's an absolute truth.
Similar to Paul McCartney's 1993 album, Off the Ground, which was partly informed by the political and cultural shifts happening in society around this time.
I think like a lot of the things like environment, peace, that kind of stuff, you know, trying to get on with each other personally, I think that still is the best philosophy. So in the 90s, I see it reappearing, you know. I think it's something to do with that as well, not just the music.
So too did Ringo want to incorporate an element of social awareness in Time Takes Time.
It's coming back to awareness. I mean, my album cover has 20 endangered species on it. That's 21, actually. I'm in the middle. And I think the awareness is coming back. You know, we lost it for a while.
Animal rights seemed to be a big ticket issue back in the early 90s. I mean, speaking of Off the Ground, McCartney included an entire song on that album about the cruelty of testing on animals.
Changes in the way we treat our fellow creatures.
For what it's worth, I do think this is one of my favourite Ringo album covers. Let's get a bigger shot of this. The design is very cool, and finding the different animals gives me flashbacks to when I read those Graham Bass books as a kid. You know those books? Man, I love those. More like Graham Based. But let's now dig into the songs. Kicking off with the lead single, Weight of the World, we're met with a jangly electric guitar and tambourine before Ringo's iconic beat kicks in for a very Beatle-y sounding number.
Maybe your daddy never held you like he...
This is probably because the musicians for this song are made up of the band Jellyfish, a 90s act who are known for their 60s power pop throwback sound that many compared to the Beatles and the Beach Boys.
Baby's coming back, baby's coming back, so I'm on my best behavior.
Sounds like another band I know. And what a treat for the listeners who had been waiting years for Ringo to return to the sound that made him famous. And the result, thanks in part to the producer, Don Was, is marvellous.
You carry the weight of the world, it's breaking you.
Compelling vocal harmonies, a sweet melody, and the lyrics feel like they've actually got something to say. Jellyfish also contribute the song I Don't Believe You, which is another peppy Beatles throwback, particularly on that closing harmony. The other single is the Jeff Lynne produced track called Don't Go Where the Road Don't Go.
Don't go where the road don't go.
Jeff Lynne applies his ELO frills to Ringo's snare and the results are very effective. It's paired with some punchy cellos and some of the more confessional lyrics of Ringo's career, specifically alluding to his battle with addiction.
But the walls come closing in like the victim of a one-way fight.
This kind of cautionary message to those in a one-way fight of their own would become a staple of Ringo's writing going forward. And of course it wouldn't be complete without yet another reference to Ringo's early hit, It Don't Come Easy.
Well, I said it don't come easy.
The other Jeff Lynne produced track is the up-tempo After All These Years.
After all these years.
This one I often come back to for its sense of fun and retro 50s vibes, particularly with Ringo's rock-steady beat. It actually reminds me a lot of the ELO track, Rock and Roll is King.
She said, rock and roll is king.
Plus, you got Ringo playfully leaning into his Scouse accent, which is always a joy to hear.
Dancing with your sister on a Saturday night, it's understood.
In case you don't know who Peter Asher is, he's one half of the 60s act Peter and Gordon.
I don't care what they say, I won't stay in a world without love.
And also the brother of Paul McCartney's ex, Jane Asher. Well, he produced the track Golden Blunders, an obvious reference to McCartney's Abbey Road number.
Golden blunders come in pairs.
And it's another Beatles throwback, sounding more like something off of Help.
You're gonna watch what you say for a long time. You're gonna...
And it's a solid track. These lyricists really put in the work here. It's both authentic to who Ringo is, but it also gives the drummer a newfound complexity that's never appeared in any of his other records, before or since, I would say. I'm also a fan of the Phil Ramone produced All in the Name of Love.
It's all in the name of love.
It reminds me of George Harrison's single from a few years prior, This Is Love, but with a slower tempo.
This is love.
Now, if it was these days and Ringo released a song called All in the Name of Love, you just know that it would feature the same lyrical Ringo Mad-Libs that he'd been using the past 15 years. But here, the concept of love is fresh and alive in Ringo's solo catalogue, and it's a true delight to hear him sing so earnestly about it. Because what's happening here is we're witnessing the birth of modern-day Ringo Starr on this album. In fact, it was around this time that Ringo Starr could be first heard uttering a 3-word phrase that would become intrinsic to the Ringo that we know today. The dawn of the peace and love era. It's unclear when exactly Ringo started using it as his catchphrase, but I managed to find a 1992 interview of Ringo in Gothenburg where he's asked this question.
You do this peace and love stuff, why?
Well, that's the way I like to do it. I mean, it's a remnant of the 60s when I was a hippie, and I still feel that attitude to life is the way I like to do it.
And, if I may be so bold, I believe there are 3 distinct reasons why Ringo latched onto the phrase peace and love so strongly. Now, I want to be clear, this is just my own hypothesis, but reason number 1, it's a way of keeping alive the greatest message of the Beatles, and in particular John Lennon. Who was a world-famous advocate for peace and created the movement's greatest anthem. It should be no surprise then that it was around this time that Ringo started wearing round Lennon-esque glasses, so I think he was just trying to pay tribute to and carry the flame of the Beatle we had lost.
In the 60s, which people forget, I was doing this and George was doing this and Paul was doing this, but John Lennon made it like his. I'm, proud to be thought of as carrying on what he started.
Reason number 2. I think Ringo was possibly somewhat ashamed of the past decade or so of his life, and peace and love was a way of reminding the public that he's not that guy anymore. And reason number 3 is that, well, Ringo's never been that articulate, right? And peace and love is almost a way to fill the gaps of a sentence or to answer a question when nothing else comes to mind. You can actually kind of see him do this from time to time.
Give me that number 1. Yes, Peace and Love.
We did a couple of tracks on Ringo Rama, Peace and Love.
I'm warning you with Peace and Love.
And someone else who knew a thing or two about peace and love was Brian Wilson, who debuts his first ever collaboration with Ringo Starr on the Don Was produced song In a Heartbeat.
In a heartbeat.
The With Brian's distinct background vocals, the song sounds like it could be a cut from the Beach Boys' Sunflower album. Really lovely. Don Was also produces the fabulous album closer, What Goes Around. With more thoughtful lyrics making Ringo sound wise beyond his years, this song gently builds an ever-expanding sonic landscape, each bar more compelling than the last, culminating in a dreamy vocal coda. I think it really speaks to the strength of this album and Ringo's confidence in it that Paul McCartney offered up a song, but Ringo didn't end up using it. Where he used to greatly depend on his Beatle brothers to fill out his material, here, Ringo was able to stand proudly on an album that doesn't utilize any ex-Beatle contributions. Ringo had done it. It had been 9 years since his recording career faded into oblivion, and in the time between, he had lost friends, family, and nearly his marriage. But here he was, back from the brink with one of the best sounding albums of his career. And he achieved it all in 10 tight numbers, written by songwriters who somehow knew Ringo better than he knew himself. And he was finally getting some decent reviews, with Rolling Stone calling Time Takes Time his most consistent, wide-awake album since 1973. The New York Times called it Starr's best. It shows him as an assured performer and songwriter. But despite all of that, Time Takes Time, Ringo's big comeback album that was supposed to recharge his standing in the industry, failed to chart in both the US and the UK.
There goes that dream.
When I said earlier that Ringo IV killed Starr's recording career, I meant it. Despite that album being released 15 years prior to Time Takes Time, its damning effects remained. I think I've made myself clear when I say that Ringo's chart failures of the late 70s and 80s were a reflection of his own disinterest and hubris. But here, I feel a slight injustice. Paul McCartney's recent album had gone to #1 in the UK, and George Harrison's had scored inside the top 10 on both sides of the pond. Ringo must have thought he had a slam dunk on his hands, and in my opinion, he wouldn't have been crazy to think that, given the quality of the album, which, again, in my opinion, is on par or even better than something like Cloud 9. Oh no, oh the Cloud 9 fans are gonna come for me again. Oh no, oh no. Regardless, Time Takes Time is worth your time. Never had Ringo intentionally revealed so much of himself on an album. The lyrics, infused with the battle scars and lessons of his past mistakes and troubles, introduce us to a newly reborn Ringo Starr. And with the combined strengths of multiple producers, Time Takes Time is also one of Starr's best sounding albums too, filled with catchy hooks, evocative melodies, and imbued with positivity, wisdom, and the magic of the 60s. Even though it didn't chart, I consider Time Takes Time to be a classic comeback album for an artist that the public had long left behind. And now folks, I am so happy to announce that we are at last up to my top 3 Ringo Starr albums. And can I just say, hey, we got there. I know this video has been a long journey. We've talked about a lot of bad albums, a lot of weird albums, a lot of dull, boring, and batshit albums. But we are now, finally, up to the point where each of these remaining LPs are ones that I would consider actually great. This is where Ringo was really cooking. And since it's an Olympic year, I'm gonna go ahead and give the bronze medal to none other than Ringo's mid-70s pop romp, Goodnight Vienna. Things were looking swell for Ringo in 1974. He was riding high off the success of his LP from the year prior, and he decided to finally move to Los Angeles. And apart from the occasional trips back to Monte Carlo and England, LA has pretty much become Ringo's permanent home to this very day. This is where he got close to Harry Nilsson and that LA party lifestyle, which, as we know, would end up costing him dearly. But in 1974, Ringo was just happy being Mr. Showbiz in Tinseltown, living large and staying up late, and he wanted his next record to be imbued with the same sense of fun and frivolity. Not wanting to mess with a good thing, he basically maintained the same group of musicians from his last album, with producer Richard Perry back to reprise his role as well. These musicians include Klaus Voormann, Jim Keltner, Billy Preston, Robbie Robertson, and of course, Harry Nilsson. Goodnight Vienna is a Northern English term, basically meaning it's all over. Like, if this album doesn't sell, then it's Goodnight Vienna. The album artwork is taken directly from the 1951 science fiction film The Day the Earth Stood Still. They basically just stuck Ringo's head on top of the alien Klaatu, standing behind the other alien, Gort. Paul McCartney, focusing on Wings, and George Harrison with his Dark Horse album and tour, were too busy to help out Ringo this time, so it was left up to John Lennon to offer a helping hand, and let me tell you, he really came through for Ringo. Not only did he write the opening and closing number, he also gave advice to his old bandmate as to what other songs should be covered on the album. He also assisted in the promotion, providing a voiceover for this commercial shot in LA.
Is that Ringo Starr advertising his new album Goodnight Vienna on Apple Records and Tapes?
It certainly is, John.
Wow, you look so wonderful.
Thank you.
Goodnight Vienna on Apple Records and Tapes.
Thanks, John.
It's a pleasure, Ringo.
What I like about John and Ringo is that it's the only Beatle pairing that I can think of where there was just no bad blood at any stage of their relationship. Paul's famously been at odds with all three at one point or another. John and George fell off towards the end of John's life, and Ringo and George would have been fine had it not been for the infidelity and lawsuit. But John and Ringo? Just good vibes, man. Apart from calling Sentimental Journey embarrassing, but I hardly think that counts. And I really feel that, more so than George or Paul, John really knew how to write for Ringo's wilder instincts, his party tunes, if you will. There's just something about these two that really clicked when it came to switching your brain off and just having a rollicking time. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but John Lennon was actually a really good writer of pop songs. But my theory is that in the early 70s, he had so much baggage around his image as this messiah-like figure, and so felt the need to align his songs with his more cerebral, introspective instincts. He always had something heavy to say as John Lennon. Sure, he had pop songs of his own in the 70s, but even they still bore the weight of his own Lennon-ness. But when he wrote for Ringo, John could kind of let all that go and just tap into the catchy hooks and fist-pumping fervor that we know he was so capable of. And nowhere is that more evident than in the title track, which also happens to be my all-time favorite opening number on any Ringo Starr album.
1 and 2 and a 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, even just hearing John Lennon count us in really makes me smile and gives us full confidence that we're gonna have a good time. That piano riff from John is so instantly infectious, the groove is tight.
It's all down to Goodnight Vienna.
And Ringo also offers up some of his all-time best vocals.
She was so beautiful, she made me uptight.
The way he snarls and grunts through that final chorus is just...
My baby to a party last night. She was so beautiful, she made me uptight.
Ringo could only sing in like a 6-note range, but this goes to show that you can show true vocal versatility in a matter of different ways. Stellar track, and the best Lennon-Starr collaboration, full stop. The cover song that John advised Ringo to include is Buck Ram's Only You and You Alone.
Oh, Only You, I suggested that for him.
You did?
Yeah.
Made famous in 1955 by the Platters.
Dream come true, my one and only you.
Lennon assists with his iconic rhythm guitar strumming, reminiscent of his Stand By Me cover.
You're my dream come true, my one and only you.
It became the first single for the album and acts as a moment to chill and catch your breath amongst all the high spirits and fast tempos, which you can hear on the side one closer, Snookeroo.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This is another favourite of mine and became the album's third single. Who's responsible for it? Only the biggest name in 1974, Elton John. Co-written with his songwriting partner Bernie Taupin with a fiery piano line played by Elton himself. Written especially for Starr about a scallywag from the north of England called Snookeroo, who you can easily just sub in for Ringo.
Snookeroo, snookeroo, Daddy's going on the booze.
It's got a great hook, so much joie de vivre. As usual, the band is immaculate, with Keltner and Vorman killing it on drum and bass, Robbie Robertson on guitar, and of all people, James Newton Howard on synthesizer. It is one of the most perfect songs written for Ringo Starr, and I cannot believe it failed to chart in the UK. Although the party atmosphere peaks with Snookeroo, I do gotta give it up for the album's second single, the iconic No No song. Written by Hoyt Axton and David Jackson, this is yet another tailor-made song for Ringo Starr, and you can really hear him turning on the theatrics for it. It's a song where the narrator, in 3 distinct verses, comes across 2 women, one from Colombia offering him marijuana, one from Mallorca, Spain offering him cocaine, and a man from Nashville, Tennessee offering him some moonshine whiskey. The narrator declines all of them with a cute and catchy line,
Well, I said, no, I can't take it no more. I'm tired of waking up on the floor. No, thank you, please, it only makes me sneeze. Then it makes it hard to find the door.
I know this is kind of a silly track to a lot of people, but I fuck with the No No song. Klaus injects more groove in those bass lines than this song ever called for. Harry Nilsson's backing vocals really sell the inebriated vibe. And the entire production is just authentico Ringo. Sure, it may have behooved Starr to have heeded these lyrics of refusal in later years, but taking it for what it is, the No No song is a total blast. In the US, it reached number 3 on Billboard and number 1 on Cashbox, making it Ringo's final top 10 hit in America. And with his all-star band, Ringo would go on to introduce the song like this.
Anyway, the sentiment of this next song is the sole reason I'm up here tonight, and it's called the No No song. Thank you.
The party atmosphere continues on tracks like Ooh Wee, written by Ringo's frequent collaborator Vinnie Poncia, who combines a honky-tonk aesthetic with some big band flourishes. Poncia and Starr also co-wrote All By Myself, which sits somewhere between Ooh Wee and Snookeroo, making for a jaunty album track.
All by myself, ain't got nobody else.
Despite having some of the best songs of Ringo's entire solo career, there are also some middle-of-the-road numbers like Acapella
We got just to sing it a cappella.
and Call Me.
Call me if you wanna still be my friend.
Which lose some of the feverish momentum of the rest of the album. Although I don't mind the gentle country mood of Ringo's Roger Miller cover, Husbands and Wives.
In the decline in the number of husbands and wives.
Offering up plenty of warmth via Ringo's vulnerable baritone. Harry Nilsson brings back the atmosphere of Sentimental Journey on the penultimate track, Easy For Me.
That made it easy for me.
Before we close the album with a reprise of John Lennon's Goodnight Vienna.
Okay, with gusto, boys, with gusto.
This also serves as a way for Ringo to thank the audience, announcing,
Don't forget, folks, the band will be back in 15 minutes. Just a short break and they'll be back on stage ready to do...
Goodnight Vienna is a bloody good time. With some of the hottest tracks Ringo's ever recorded, it really goes to show how much people like Elton John and John Lennon truly cared about Ringo's success, because without those 2 guys, it just wouldn't be the barn burner that it is. The album reached number 8 in the US and copped a top 30 spot in the UK, making it the last time an album of Ringo's snuck into the top 50 in his native country. Goodnight Vienna also marks the final occasion that Ringo would make an album anywhere near this good until Time Takes Time, 18 years later, which in a way also makes the title of Goodnight Vienna all that more prescient.
I'm most happy, I guess we all are in a way, for Ringo's success. It always went round Ringo was dumb, but he ain't dumb. He wasn't known for writing his own material, and there was a bit of a worry, how was his recording career going to be? And in general, it's probably better than mine, actually.
Then it makes it hard to find the door. Thank you.
Alright, time to talk about my number 2 Ringo Starr album, and this one's near and dear to my heart, Bukus of Blues. Throughout his solo career, Ringo Starr has made a habit of including at least one country song on almost every one of his albums. Even on records with opposing aesthetics like Ringo IV or I Want to Be Santa Claus, Starr always allowed for some country and western to break up the disco tracks or weird Christmas ditties. This is because Ringo, from when he was very young, has always been a huge fan of country music. Even the record he's working on right now is apparently going to be a country album. Sorry, just editing this, and I love that even though I was talking about the album that would become Look Up when I recorded this in August of last year, this comment still applies to yet another album Ringo's currently working on, due out in February 2026. Proof that the energy and drive of this man truly knows no end. Oh yeah, and good to know that in 6 months this ranking's going to be incomplete. Thanks, Ringo. And if you look back at the songs that he sung with the Beatles, Ringo's very first attempts at songwriting were anchored by the country and western genre. starting off covering Act Naturally on Help.
They're gonna make a big star out of me.
Then assisting in the writing on What Goes On for Rubber Soul.
What goes on in your heart?
Before finally writing his very own country tune called Don't Pass Me By on the White Album.
Don't pass me by, don't make me cry, don't make me blue.
In a genre filled with heartache, longing, and wistfully staring off towards the western frontier, Ringo's doleful voice and droopy expression suited country rather nicely. Which takes us to May of 1970. Ringo's solo debut, Sentimental Journey, was released to little fanfare, and now that he'd done that, he was yet again wondering what to do. Luckily for Ringo, his ex-Beatle bandmates George Harrison and John Lennon both enlisted his drumming skills for their own post-Beatles solo albums. And like they would for Ringo in the coming years, Ringo really came through for them. His drumming on both All Things Must Pass and Plastic Ono Band displays some of the most intuitive rock drumming of his entire career, providing exactly what is required for John and George to express themselves fully and blossom as individual artists. For Harrison's All Things Must Pass, George brought in legendary Nashville producer and pedal steel guitar player Pete Drake, who had recently worked on Bob Dylan's Nashville Skyline album. You can hear his pedal steel guitar on the Harris song Behind That Locked Door.
What else should we do?
George later described Drake's pedal steel as, quote, the bagpipes of country and western music, and was very excited to work with a Nashville legend. But before that could happen, someone needed to pick up Pete Drake from the airport. So Ringo offered to send his car to retrieve him, and en route to Abbey Road, Drake noticed a bunch of country and western tapes littered about the car's interior. When Drake finally arrived and met Ringo Starr, the producer asked the drummer about his fascination with country music. The two got to talking, and Pete Drake then invited Ringo to come and do a country album in Nashville. Ringo said he didn't love the idea of staying in an unfamiliar place for 6 months, but when Pete Drake heard this concern, he laughed and said, 6 months? Nashville Skyline took 2 days. Ringo doubted Drake's claim, but did accept the invitation, and found himself 1 month later in Nashville to record his very own country album. Pete Drake would be producing, and Elvis Presley's original guitarist, Scotty Moore, would engineer. Drake also organized a murderer's row of Nashville musicians to play on the album, including guitarist Charlie Daniels and Elvis's original drummer DJ Fontana, who had this to say about Ringo's drumming. He's one of the finest drummers. People say he don't do a lot. Well, he don't have to do a lot. He played that steady tempo. He was the glue for the Beatles. He put it together for them. That's what they needed. That's the whole secret of drumming. What amazed me, he never varied from that tempo. He had the greatest conception of tempo I've ever heard in my life. I have never heard anybody play that steady in my life, and that's a long time. That being said, Ringo didn't want his own rock drumming to interfere with the authentic country sound, so like on Sentimental Journey, his only contribution are his vocals. The songs were written specifically for Ringo by a talented bunch of Nashville songwriters who submitted them to Drake and Starr. The two of them would then listen to a bunch in the morning, pick about 5 to record in the afternoon, and with that process, the album was basically completed in about 2 to 3 days. Pete Drake was a man of his word. I also think Drake convincing Ringo to come to Nashville to record the entire album there and not have Ringo just, record the basic tracks in England and send them over as was Starr's original idea was hugely beneficial to this record. Because that sound, that miraculous Nashville sound, is just superb. There's nothing like it, and it's a big reason why I cherish this album so much. I've not professed too much adoration for country music on this channel, especially not stadium country or a lot of the modern country acts.
Rural noun, simple adjective.
Like, I don't know who Morgan Wallen is, but it doesn't sound good to me. But vintage country? Ooh. That shit's hard to beat. Like, probably my most played vinyl record is this Patsy Cline compilation that I got from a used record store for $10. I don't know, I just think it's a great one to put on any time of day when you're, cleaning, relaxing, when you've got friends over, when your heart's broken. I just love it. Crazy. I'm crazy for feeling so low. And I share the same love for the songs on this album, which Ringo would title Buku's the Blues. I gotta say, I think it's also my favorite cover art for any Ringo Starr album. A classically wistful looking Ringo, lost in thought, cigarette in hand, and back at it again with the white kicks. He's dressed for a casual day on the town, yet finds himself out the back of someone's country smokehouse. A neat visual metaphor for how the album came about. All credit goes to photographer John Kosh for this one. Opening with the title track, a charming number in waltz time, we're immediately greeted with the warm tone and deep longing of that Nashville sound.
I left Louisiana, I had me big plans.
Ringo's voice is tender yet full of conviction, and although it wavers slightly or sometimes fails to hold a note as strongly as, say, Hank Williams could, it actually endears me more towards Ringo. On other albums, songs are often let down by Ringo trying not to sing out of key, but on this record, where Ringo's crooning about being a lonely, homesick wanderer, it seems to fit the mood perfectly. It's got an open vulnerability to it, not heard on any other Ringo album.
And bukus of blue.
And then during the chorus, the song lifts into a full band effort with those deep and earthy harmonies.
Oh, sweet magnolia, breath carried over.
It all makes for quite an understatedly powerful opening number. Pete Drake's country and western bagpipes can be heard all throughout the album as well. From the buoyant melancholy of Fastest Growing Heartache in the West,
Fastest growing heartache in the West,
to the misty-eyed yearning of the song Waiting. The pedal steel also accompanies the walking bass line of I'd Be Talking All the Time, one of my album highlights. But there's perhaps no stronger performance from Ringo on this album than on the heartbreaking Love Don't Last Long.
Love don't last long.
Again, Ringo's voice is just so perfect for this style.
He hung himself that morning, and the note that they found on him said, Dad, please.
You can feel his own sadness, his regret coming through, which only adds to the tragic beauty of this song. The lyrics depict three downtrodden people who, even in their most dire hour of need, are turned away or worse by the only people in their lives who could possibly help them, the people who are supposed to love them. These problems the three of them face are universal and timeless. A young man getting busted in Kentucky, local politicians, suicide, jealousy, all the same issues and prejudices that exist today. It's just so effective. The piano, the strings, I find it all very moving. Do you know how rare it is to listen to a Ringo Starr song and nearly be moved to tears? I mean, if you made it this far into the video, you probably do. It is rare. I would even go as far to say that this could be a top 5 Ringo Starr song for me. My thanks to Chuck Howard for writing such a moving number. Though George Harrison doesn't offer up his newly minted slide guitar skills, there is still plenty of slide guitar on this album, such as in Woman of the Night.
Woman of the night, I've heard them call her.
And also the jaunty and rhythmic $15 draw.
That old guitar would put me where I am today.
I like Ringo's vocal improvisations towards the end of this track. I think he sounds like the Muppets. You can really tell how tailor-made for Ringo some of these tunes are, like the merry sing-along, wine, women, and loud, happy songs.
Wine, women, and loud, happy songs.
It's like Ringo's essence boiled down to a 2-minute country track.
I had all three, but none lasted long.
Ringo also gives us an underrated duet with one half of the Kendalls on the song I Wouldn't Have You Any Other Way.
Sometimes I don't understand.
Jeannie Kendall's sublime vocals complement Ringo's humdrum pipes, and the results are beguiling.
But I wouldn't have you any other way.
Another Chuck Howard number. I'm gonna call him the MVP songwriter on the album. Then there's Loser's Lounge, which is where you're from, of course. Featuring a distinctly 60s groove and some great harmonica work from Charlie McCoy.
Anywhere a poor boy goes, there's a loser's lounge.
I feel like Quentin Tarantino would really dig this track. It's very Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. There's also some bonus tracks that I still think are worth your time, like a zesty little number written by Ringo called Coochie Coochie.
Where are you, my coochie coochie, coochie coochie coo?
And if you do want a taste of Ringo's steady tempo during the sessions, you can hear him playing with the country legends on the track Nashville Jam. Bokus of Blues was released on September 25th, 1970, and peaked at number 65 in the US, but didn't trouble the charts in the UK. It also received just mixed reviews, but to be honest, if you're Ringo Starr and receiving both negative and positive reviews for an album, that's really as good as you can hope for. John Lennon even had better words to say about it compared to Ringo's debut.
I think it's a good record, and I was pleasantly surprised to hear Boco of Blues, that song, you know. I thought, good, you know, I was glad.
My review is resoundingly positive. One time back in 2022, I found myself alone in Canterbury, England for a few days, feeling a bit out of sorts, a bit lonely, and this album really kept me company. But even without my personal connection, I believe Bocos of Blues is top tier and absolutely comparable to Dylan's Nashville Skyline. Credit must also go to Pete Drake and the all-star team of country musicians who unlocked the secret of bringing out the full potential of Ringo Starr's vocal talents. You can see them all here on the back cover of the album. I'll often find myself recommending Bocos of Blues to anyone looking to hear either an underappreciated country album or just a decent solo Beatle record. And how fun that this happens to be both. By 1971, after 2 LPs that failed to capture an appreciation or an audience, Ringo put any further album plans on ice as he focused on his more promising film career. Oh, and he was also putting a lot of his time into a furniture and interior design company he'd started with designer Robin Cruikshank in the late 60s called ROR, or Raw. It manufactured, if you can believe it, steel furniture. Here's Ringo on the BBC TV show Blue Peter in September 1971 talking all about it.
And these discs were what started it all. Maureen bought me some of them to play with in my hand.
Yeah.
And I got a bit fed up, and so I designed a machine to make them run down.
This was the very first thing that you designed, and from this everything else grew.
In the exhibition we have about 40 things.
Yeah.
60% tables, all different types of tables, storage columns.
The company designed interiors of palaces in Abu Dhabi and Oman, and actually managed to stick around until the mid-80s. Yeah, probably one of the more random of Ringo's side projects throughout his career. But more notably, 1971 was the first year that Ringo released an original standalone single. And look, I know we've only got one album to go, but let's just take one final interlude to discuss Ringo Starr's significant run of singles in the early 70s. So while Ringo was making Sentimental Journey in early 1970, he was toying with a song he'd been tinkering with since 1968, which was then called You Gotta Pay Your Dues. Ringo has often said he's not bad at writing 2 verses and a chorus, but was often unable to actually finish a song.
I was great at a verse and a chorus, or 2 verses and a chorus. I could never, finish them.
Enter George Harrison. George was the Beatle who most often helped develop the songs that Ringo started.
My early records were produced by George because he would round them off for me. I would play 3 chords, that's all I can play. Then I would give them to him, and he'd put in the passing chords, and there'd be 10 chords, and I'd be like a genius.
And he was always humble in doing so, happy to leave his name off the credits despite contributing a sizable amount. It was the case for Octopus's Garden, and it was also the case for Ringo's first standalone single, which by 1971 was called It Don't Come Easy. It Don't Come Easy was the first rock song by Ringo Starr after the Beatles split, and from the glistening guitar intro to Ringo's thumping drum beat, it became the perfect vehicle to reintroduce him to the world. Of all 4 Beatles, none of whom were that well off as children, Ringo had the toughest time of the lot. He lived in the roughest neighborhood, he spent years as a sickly child in hospitals where some doctors thought he wouldn't live past his teens, resulting in Richie falling behind in school, amounting to only rudimentary reading and writing comprehension skills. It Don't Come Easy could just as easily describe Ringo's entire upbringing. Then, as the shorter, less handsome Beatle with no songwriting chops who was now left to fend for himself, it somehow summed him up even more perfectly. And the lyrics seem to point to this. This song became Ringo's anthem. And what better place to debut it than live on stage at George Harrison's benefit show, The Concert for Bangladesh. This was a huge moment, the first time 2 Beatles had reunited on stage since the band's split, and the debut of Ringo's first rock single. He was very nervous, which you can hear in his singing. Apparently the lyric sheet also fell off his drum kit and he forgot a chunk of the words. But it didn't matter. With a cracking horn section, George Harrison's flawless guitar parts, and a hook for the ages, It Don't Come Easy was released as a single soon after and got to number 4 on the US Billboard chart as well as number 1 in Canada. It also got to number 4 in the UK. Not a bad start for the untalented drummer who got lucky, as many journalists were deeming Ringo during this period. In fact, all 4 Beatles had singles released around this time: McCartney's Another Day, Lennon's Power to the People, and Harrison's Bangladesh. It Don't Come Easy outsold them all. No wonder Ringo references it all the time. And how perfect that decades before he adopted peace and love into his everyday vernacular, the lyrics to It Don't Come Easy champion both of these ideas too. Now, the B-side to It Don't Come Easy is a charming little ditty called Early 1970, which was written by Ringo and includes a verse each about his 3 former Beatle bandmates and what they're up to.
Lives on a farm, got plenty of charm. Beep beep's got no cows, but he sure got a whole lot of sheep. Laying in bed, watching TV, cocky. He's a long-haired, cross-legged guitar picker.
Ending each verse with the likelihood of the 3 of them once again playing with Ringo.
When he comes to town, I wonder if he'll play with me. When he comes to town, I know he's gonna play with me. 'Cause he's always in town, playing for you with me.
Ringo not only played the drums, but also gave us little tastes of his acoustic guitar, stand-up bass, and piano skills, which are basic at best, but that's kind of the point.
I play guitar, A, D, E. I don't play bass 'cause that's too hard for me.
It's such a prototypical Ringo song, like there's nothing coded here compared to how the other Beatles wrote about each other. It's just sincere love for them all, and is emblematic of the disillusion Ringo felt in the aftermath of the Beatles' breakup, particularly with the line,
When I go to town, I wanna see all 3.
It almost breaks your heart a little. Like there's no one out there who wanted the Beatles to just forget these petty arguments and get back together more than Ringo Starr.
When I go to town, I wanna see all 3.
So anyway, the success of It Don't Come Easy inspired Ringo to get right back into that recording booth and deliver another single. He'd been hanging out with glam rock legend Mark Bolan of T-Rex fame, who often spoke in made-up gibberish words like boogaloo.
I'm sitting with him and all night he's saying, oh, back off, and oh man, it's a boogaloo.
So one night after having dinner with the metal guru singer, Ringo was dozing off when a tune came into his head that infused the quirky language of Mark Bolan.
And I woke up and I had this whole song in my head. I had this back on boogaloo, what do you think you're gonna do? Get yourself up off the... What? Where's the tape?
Ringo got as much down as he could on tape, and then he took the song to George Harrison so that he could apply his hit-making touches and brush off any credit for doing so, because he's a mensch.
And that's how that came about. In 10 minutes I had the whole song. Just 10 minutes.
And like It Don't Come Easy, the song would also be produced by Harrison. It was called Back Off Boogaloo and was released in March 1972. Beginning with military-style snare drumming and a searing guitar line from George, Back Off Boogaloo rocks from start to finish. Some speculate the lyrics are directed towards Paul McCartney and the strange music he was making at the time, which turned out to be the songs that made up Paul's Ram album, but Ringo denied these claims anyway. Actually, during this same period, John Lennon and Paul McCartney both had singles out that were in response to the events of the Bloody Sunday massacre in Northern Ireland. You had Lennon's Luck of the Irish and McCartney's Give Ireland Back to the Irish. It was a way of showing support for their Irish brothers and sisters, but Back Off Boogaloo outsold them both. Ringo Starr was outperforming both Lennon and McCartney barely 2 years after the Beatles split. Back Off Boogaloo remains Ringo's highest charting single in the UK, where it reached number 2, and in America it peaked at number 9. So now it's mid-1972, and Ringo Starr is, unbelievably, that year's most successful ex-Beatle. We hadn't heard much from George in a while, and John and Paul both had people scratching their heads with their recent releases. John with the gratingly political Sometime in New York City, and Paul with Ram, the latter of which we now of course all love, but remember it was torn to shreds when it was first released in 1971. But Ringo was riding high. However, instead of building off that momentum with an album, he used the remainder of 1972 to focus once again on his film career, this time behind the camera as well as in front of it. But by 1973, Ringo felt the time was right to finally release his first rock album since the Beatles broke up 3 years prior. And it should come as no surprise to learn that this record happens to land in the number 1 spot in this video's ranking. The greatest album of Starr's career, simply titled Ringo. It is actually kind of astonishing how With a Little Help from My Friends became the true guiding philosophy behind Ringo Starr's entire artistic career. Not only with his most notable albums, but with his all-star band as well, which has functioned as a rotating roster of touring musician friends since 1989. This goodwill, this camaraderie between Ringo and his mates can all be traced back to his self-titled album from 1973. From Ringo's Rotogravure to Stop and Smell the Roses to Time Takes Time, they were all attempting to recapture the magic that is infused in this record. And a great album requires a great producer. So Ringo, after being impressed by his production skills on Harry Nilsson's records, hired young gun Richard Perry, who had also recently produced for Barbra Streisand and Carly Simon on their recent albums. And the musicians on Ringo form one of the greatest lineups on a solo Beatle album. Billy Preston, Klaus Voormann, Mark Bolan, 4 members of the band, Nicky Hopkins, Harry Nilsson, Jim Keltner, James Booker, and most significantly, the other 3 ex-Beatles. This group effort is what Ringo self-titled is all about, and is quite literally illustrated on the album cover, which features depictions of the people that contributed, with John, Paul, George, Yoko, and Linda all front and center. And also whatever the fuck this is. And even more notably, this is the only post-Beatles album where all 4 members contribute vocals at one point or another. And as you listen to the record, it feels kind of unbelievable to hear Ringo singing songs with John, Paul, and George, the 3 of them harmonizing with Ringo, only on separate tracks. They're all here, their voices and their playing, just not together. It is both uplifting and depressing at the same time. The closest we get to a full reunion is on the fiery opening number called I'm the Greatest. Written by John Lennon in December of 1970 as a tongue-in-cheek commentary on his status as a famous rock icon. Apparently he became inspired to write it after watching the first UK television broadcast of the Beatles' 1964 film A Hard Day's Night, with the title inspired by Muhammad Ali's famous catchphrase,
I am the greatest. My mama told me I was great.
Well, the line just came to me, and it's a line I couldn't sing. It was the Muhammad Ali line, but it was perfect for Ringo. He could say I'm the greatest and people wouldn't get upset, whereas if I said I'm the greatest, they'd all take it so seriously.
Lennon taped a few demos of it in 1971, but didn't release a version himself. Certain lyrics were tweaked to make it more applicable to Ringo as well, such as Now I'm only 32 and all I wanna do is boogaloo. John and Ringo cut the rhythm track in LA, while George Harrison, who was also in town, and upon hearing that his 2 old mates were working together, phoned the studio and asked Richard Perry if he could join. Lennon overheard and yelled back, "Hell yes, tell him to get down here right away and help me finish this bridge." Isn't that just beautiful? Harrison then arrived to add his guitar parts to Starr's drumming and Lennon's piano, with everyone else around them pinching themselves. Producer Richard Perry described the atmosphere as, quote, magic. And just like that, no planning, the 3 ex-Beatles recorded one of John's songs. Everyone in the room was just gleaming. It was such a universal gleam with the Beatles. And Ringo went on to say, quote, "We were like big girls again. We were all looking at each other smiling. We hadn't played together in 4 years. I'd played on John's album, George's album. This was my first one of those. We were just smiling while we were playing. It was nice." And this marks the one and only time from when the band broke up to Lennon's death in 1980 that 3 Beatles were in studio working together on the same song. Additionally, you have a couple of 5th Beatle contenders in Klaus Voormann and Billy Preston providing bass guitar and electric piano respectively. But where was Paul McCartney? Couldn't he have attended? John, George and Ringo had recently severed ties with Alan Klein, so there was no more of that 3 against 1 mentality. Well, due to Paul's recent bust with cannabis in Scotland, it meant that he was unable to fly to the US. And that's led to one of the greatest what-ifs in Beatle history. Had Paul been able to fly to the US, would he have played on the track? Could the 4 of them have been in the same room together? We'll of course never know, but even just having 3 of them on board for the opening track is miraculous. Speaking of which, let's finally get into how it sounds. I'm the Greatest begins as a slow rocker with plenty of Lennon swagger, who offers up some particularly zesty backing vocals. Then there's Ringo singing in his standard baritone.
Then when I was a teenager, I knew that I had got something going.
Harrison provides both his classic Beatles guitar style,
And you know what they told me?
along with his signature slide to great effect. And the crowd cheering to portray a kind of stage show feel is very effective.
I'm the greatest!
particularly in the closing moments of the song to accompany Ringo's wild vocal. Really allows for a rip-roaring start to the album. The combined strengths of both Randy Newman and Mark Bolan erupt on the groovy number Have You Seen My Baby?
Have you seen my baby on the avenue?
Written by Newman from the perspective of a down-on-his-luck dude getting cheated on makes it a perfect track for Ringo to sing, who offers up a fairly strong vocal. Mark Bolan provides that glam rock touch with electrifying guitar work, plus an out-of-this-world solo to boot. Hey, remember Vinnie Poncia? No? That's okay. He's the guy that co-wrote tracks on future Ringo albums like Rotogravure, The Fourth, as well as producing on Bad Boy. He also co-wrote a couple of the tracks here, one of them good, one of them not so good. The good one is Oh My My, which became one of the 3 singles released for the album and got to number 5 in the States. It's an effervescent number with an infusion of soul and superb playing from everyone involved. In fact, the instrumentals on all these songs are really top-notch. The horn section creates a total party vibe, along with Martha Reeves and Mary Clayton hollering in the background. The lyrics are just okay, but that doesn't matter if the rest of the song slays, and it certainly does. Vinnie Poncia's other co-written track is Devil Woman. Once again, the instrumental is totally rockin' with an up-tempo beat and spicy guitar licks, but the lyrics are... well, they're not great.
I wanna beat you up and then I wanna be kind. And one of these days I'm gonna make you mine.
The other arguably skippable song from the album is the one solely written by Ringo called Step Lightly.
Step lightly. You're moving too fast.
Which for some reason he also re-recorded for his Ringo 2012 album. Jeez, remember that? Remember how far back that was in the video?
Step lightly. You're moving too fast.
That feels like years ago. The original 73 version is still rather plodding and slow, but Perry's arrangements with some classy woodwinds and brass keeps it from being entirely boring.
Find yourself a love that's gonna last.
Now, although Paul McCartney couldn't make the LA sessions, he and Linda did contribute a terrific song to the album called 6 O'Clock.
6 o'clock in the morning, you've just gone to sleep.
It's so very McCartney as well. The homely piano intro and reflective vocal.
But I know for sure I could do more.
That delightful melody from the greatest melody maker of all.
I don't treat you.
The lyrics boil down to the narrator realizing that he doesn't treat his lady like he could and how he knows that he should do more.
No, I don't treat you like I. No, I don't treat you like I should.
There's also a spacey Moog solo. Hearing Paul and Linda on backing vocals is just marvelous. It's nice that after the squabbling between Ringo and Paul that the latter could offer up such a killer song for his old drumming buddy. I don't know, maybe other people don't rate this track, but I certainly do. I'm particularly fond of the extended version that you can hear as a bonus track on the 1992 and streaming reissue of Goodnight Vienna.
But I don't treat you like I don't treat you like I.
It adds a final extra minute of closing coda and goes full Hey Jude with Paul wailing away with total exuberance.
But I don't treat you like I do.
But I can kind of see why they use the shorter version, because by the end of it, it becomes a full-blown McCartney number rather than a Starr song. I just love that Paul couldn't help himself though. It's so good. In terms of cover songs, there's only one on the album, and it ended up becoming rather significant for Ringo indeed. Written by the legendary Sherman Brothers and originally sung by Johnny Burnett in 1960, You're 16 is a fun-time rocker about a guy who's in love with a 16-year-old. No.
You come on like a dream, beaches and green.
Oh, what? You thought you'd be able to learn about a rock star from the 70s who doesn't have a creepy song about wanting to possess a teenage girl? Well, I'm sorry, but that is just wishful thinking on your part. Yes, at 32 years old, this was a rather odd choice for Ringo, but, and I am telling you this now, not one person would have found this strange back in 1973. I'm not saying that's right, I'm just saying that was the 70s, man. They were freaks back then. And look, I'm sorry, but unfortunately, this recording absolutely slaps. Harry Nilsson's wah-wah-oo backing vocals, Nicky Hopkins cascading up and down the piano keys.
We fell in love on the night we met. You touched my hand.
And there's a dynamite solo in this song that everyone concluded was a kazoo played by Paul McCartney. Until later, when producer Richard Perry admitted that it was literally just McCartney imitating the sound of a kazoo. I love the part where you can hear it transform from musical instrument back into human form. I don't know if he did it with his hands or what, but only Paul McCartney with nothing on his person could just whip up something as insane as that. And get this, reader, You're 16 went to fucking #1 on the Billboard charts.
Ooh, when we kissed, I could not stop.
A song with a fake kazoo solo went to #1, and it did well everywhere. #4 in the UK, 6 in Australia, #2 in Canada. Simply incredible. And according to a random user on Reddit, when a person requested You're 16 at a recent Ringo concert, he replied saying, "Nope, can't play that one anymore." So, you know, we all learn and grow. Oh yeah, and remember that 1978 Ringo special from when he was promoting Ringo Bad Boy Style? He made a music video for this song years after the fact with Carrie Fisher, who, don't worry, was over 18. Now, the remaining 3 songs on the album are all courtesy of who else but George Harrison. So after the 1971 London High Court ruling on the dissolution of the Beatles as a band, George Harrison found himself in a rather reflective mood. He was staying in Ireland at the home of fellow 60s artist Donovan and, inspired by folk music, wrote a song called Sunshine, Lie For Me, Sail Away Raymond. The lyrics depict a need to escape from the people and pressures of modern life and a yearning for nature, conjuring imagery of sunshine, life at sea, and meeting a tree.
It's a sunshine life for me. If I could get away from this cloud.
The Raymond in question was a lawyer appointed by Alan Klein, who was on Harrison's mind due to the constant legal proceedings, hence Harrison telling him to sail away. You can hear influences from the band, who had been creating music similar to this in recent years, and they all happened to play on this track bar one member, with Rick Denko's fiddlework and jaunty percussion, the resplendent vocal harmonies from Harrison and also Poncia, plus Starr's own lead vocal line. It's like a sea shanty and a hoedown all rolled into one. Wonderful stuff. George Harrison also helped out the writing of the song by the Beatles' friend and assistant Mal Evans called You and Me, Babe.
Now you and me, babe, we may meet again.
As the final track on the album, it acts as a kind of send-off to the listener from Ringo and a thank you for spending time with him and his record. There's a vague Sgt. Pepper feel to the whole thing.
Me and the band, babe, all thought it was great to entertain you.
From Ringo's Name in Lights to him thanking the session musicians and producer in the closing coda.
Say thank you to everyone involved in this piece of plastic we're making. Good old Jim Keltner, Klaus Forman.
Which is also supported by some stellar guitar accents from George. It's a departure, a fitting end to a jolly good time with Ringo and the band. But of course, there's still one song I've yet to mention from the album, a song that many consider to be Ringo's greatest, the outstanding and affecting Photograph. While the Lennon and McCartney songwriting partnership had broken down after the Beatles' breakup, resulting in bricks thrown through windows, John and Paul's respective diss tracks, snide remarks in newspapers, while all that was going on, there was the less celebrated songwriting partnership of the Beatles, who quietly created a timeless classic and reminded everybody of the enduring bond they shared. Harrison and Starr had written some superb songs in the past, but George was always happy to give full credit to Ringo. However, in the case of Photograph, which the two began writing on a yacht in the south of France in May of 1971, George realized that he had a real gem on his hands and made sure that his name was attached to the song as well. As such, Photograph is the only composition that is, from the beginning, officially credited to both Ringo Starr and George Harrison. Bringing us in, we hear the encouraging strumming of George's 12-string acoustic, playing a hopeful melody matched with Nicky Hopkins' evocative piano. Then Ringo's voice comes in as he sings of a lost love that he longs to return to but has only a photograph to cherish, making him realize that his love is not coming back anymore. Photograph is also masterfully produced by Richard Perry, featuring also some first-rate choral and orchestral arrangements from Jack Nitzsche. Nitzsche was Phil Spector's arranger during the 60s, helping him create Spector's legendary wall of sound technique. Photograph features this same sonic marvel, with multiple guitars, drums, strings, and even a sprinkling of some tasty castanets. But where Spector's actual wall of sound could sometimes be overbearing, Photograph employs just the right balance where, despite it being a massive production number, Ringo's singing is clear and powerful. And to support him, we have perhaps the rarest of Beatle vocal combinations, as George offers a supportive high harmony to Ringo's lead, and the effect is very moving.
Till you come home again to stay.
And nearly 30 years later, the song became an even more poignant symbol of friendship between Harrison and Starr at the Concert for George, where Harrison's friends assembled to honour the late Beatle 1 year on from his death. In what was already a very emotional night, Ringo Starr came out to announce,
"I love George, George loved me, and I'd like to do 2 numbers for you tonight."
And then he broke into Photograph, which now carried an entirely new meaning.
I can't get used to living here while my heart is broke. My tears I cried for you. Now you're expecting me to live without you.
But that's not something that I'm looking forward to.
There wasn't a dry eye left in that auditorium. The uplifting melancholy of the music and the reflective lyrics create the musical embodiment of nostalgic longing. Photograph was the final song George and Ringo wrote together, and what a single to go out on. I consider it to be, without hesitation, one of the greatest solo Beatle recordings. A towering achievement and one of the strongest displays of musical brotherhood between two legends. Critics agreed, with near universal acclaim for the song, which shot to the top of the charts in Canada, Australia, and in what must have been a very vindicating moment for the drummer, Ringo Starr achieved his very first US #1 hit, a full year before John Lennon reached the same milestone. In fact, after the success of Photograph, John sent Ringo a telegram which read, quote, "Congratulations, how dare you? And please write me a hit song." The album that it was attached to, Ringo, was met with similar success, reaching #7 in the UK and #2 in America, being kept from #1 by Elton John's Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Unsurprisingly, it's also the album where Ringo received the best reviews of his whole career. Lorraine Altman of the New York Times described Ringo as an instant knockout, a sensational album. What makes the Ringo album truly special, outside of the incredible songs and immaculate production, is that it serves as a spiritual reconciliation between all 4 former Beatles. The fact that there's a 1973 album where John, Paul, George, and Ringo all sing and play is simply miraculous. It provided the template for what makes for a great Ringo Starr album, and while attempts would be made to recreate the magic on display here, nothing will ever beat the original. Ringo is a superb album, and stands close to the very best of what any other solo Beatle was able to create. It also caps off one hell of a journey through this man's life as a recording artist. That's right, folks. We've reached the end of the ranking. We did it! Some of you we've probably lost along the way, but for those that stuck around, thank you. I know it hasn't always been easy, but we got there. But hang on, what about Ringo's other records? His live albums? His EPs. Would this video really be complete without including them? Well, that's a fair point. So, if you'd kindly indulge me one last time, let's now rank Ringo Starr and his all-star band's 11 live albums from worst to best. Yeah, look, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I couldn't do this one. I'm sorry, but I'm just burnt out on Ringo, and the thought of delaying this video even longer so I can tell you which version of Honey Don't sounds best, that just wasn't appealing to me. I could maybe decide which album has the ugliest cover art, but honestly, they're all in fierce competition with each other, so it might take a while. And look, I know each album is unique due to the revolving all-star band members through the years, but come on. Then I'm just discussing the merits of Timothy B. Schmidt versus Colin Hay, and it's like, what are we doing here? They're not even all on streaming, at least not on Apple Music in Australia. Oh, side note, not all of Ringo's studio albums are available on every streaming service in every country. So unless you live in America, where they're all available, I guess too bad. But anyway, when it comes to his live albums, I'm just gonna take Ringo's word for it when he says in his book Photograph, the best all-star band was in 1989, which corresponds with his first live album titled Ringo and His All-Star Band, released the following year. And yeah, I've listened to this. It's good shit. Ringo sounds great, the band's poppin'. All of Ringo's live albums are a lot of fun. I just don't need to rank them. If you're looking for a compilation album, I would say just get Photograph, the best of Ringo Starr. I know it's from 2007, but honestly, I don't really think there's all that much you're missing out on from that point onwards, so you know, it'll do. But if you're looking for a more curated collection, I have personally gone and made a Ringo Starr playlist, which yes, includes his handful of hits, but also songs that are just my favorites, that definitely wouldn't appear on any official compilations. It's on Apple Music, and even though I don't use it, I made one for Spotify as well. And finally, and I mean finally, we have Ringo Starr's EPs. So after Ringo announced that What's My Name would be his final album in 2019, he didn't say he was retiring from music generally. Instead, he set his sights on the less lofty format of the EP.
I didn't want to make a CD that looked like too uphill. Let's just do an EP, extended play.
And Ringo's been rather prolific in his 80s. 2 EPs in 2021, then 1 per year since then. But what are these EPs like? Well, I won't rank them, and I'm not going to comb through every song in vivid detail, but let's go over them briefly in a lightning round, beginning with Zoom In. Zoom In basically carries over the vibe of his 2019 album What's My Name, but now the autotune has rendered Ringo's voice almost inaudible.
Can send postcards from a cabana.
Like, I legitimately cannot understand what he's singing on some of these songs. It sounds like T-Pain muttering to himself on a bus. I'm not gonna lie, I don't love this EP. With some crappy reggae and also Ringo's brand of milquetoast positivity pop, it's entirely unessential. Next. Change the World isn't that much better. The title track will enact about as much change as a misspelled Instagram hashtag, and then there's more Walmart reggae, more hopeful pop fodder, plus a janky cover of Rock Around the Clock. On EP3, Ringo is once again barely audible. There's a bland Latin track and more of what we've heard before, but I will give this one an extra point for Let's Be Friends, which has a vague Talking Heads vibe.
Everybody start making sense. Let's be friends.
Rewind Forward features more bog standard Ringo pop plus a 50s rock type number called Miss Jean. But this is the best EP so far for no other reason that it features a song called Feeling the Sunlight, written by Paul McCartney, who also offers up backing vocals.
And feeling the sunlight in the air. Sunlight.
I believe it's the first published song written by Paul after he turned 80, and it's very McCartney with a slightly getting better feel.
Sometimes it's good to admit that you just don't care.
Yeah, vibes are good, filled with sunshine, very hard not to enjoy this one.
Come on down now, all my friends.
And finally, we have Crooked Boy, released in April of last year. And it is by far the best EP of the bunch. Written and produced entirely by Linda Perry, who finally saw the light and thankfully peeled back the excessive auto-tune. My God. I mean, it's still there, but it's way more subtle, to the degree that you can now actually hear Starr's vocals with clarity.
I've seen the world and twice again.
You can understand the words he's singing. It's so much better when Ringo's not producing for himself. In addition, Strokes member Nick Valenci contributes guitar to every track, and it really gives Ringo's music a much needed serrated edge. The EP kicks off with a moody number, followed by a cute country song. Then on the up-tempo rock track Gonna Need Someone, Valenci gives us a Strokes injection, which I'm sure got Ringo's 83-year-old heart a ticking. And finally, we have the title track, which is the best Ringo song of the 2020s, no question.
I hope these aren't just memories I borrowed.
The lyrics are both autobiographical and reflective.
A sickly boy that found his own way.
His pitchy la la la's towards the end only make this track and Ringo all the more endearing. Yeah, if you're gonna listen to any EP, make it this one.
Now it's time to say goodnight.
You know, I never actually intended on making this video. After collectively spending over a year putting together the other 3 solo Beatle rankings, making one for Ringo just seemed like a fool's errand. Like, Ringo? Really? I was considering instead just making like a 10 to 20 minute video on like why I love Ringo Starr. You really would have seen that as a cop-out, I know it. But I'm really glad I committed to this. I have learnt so much about this man who has led a completely fascinating life. Sure, he made a couple of stinkers. Okay, quite a few stinkers. He has actually a lot of stinky albums, in fact. But that's part of why appraising his solo catalogue has been so eye-opening. Unlike the other Beatles, who released, in my opinion, only a small handful of dodgy albums, but were otherwise mostly consistent, tracking the gradual progress of Ringo's worst to his very best has felt more like some kind of epic journey. And that's Ringo's life as well. Beginning as a sickly boy who found his own way, to playing in the most successful musical act the world had ever seen, to then navigating the treacherous waters of a solo career, hitting an early peak before an Icarus-like fall where he made bad decision after bad decision. And there were multiple times where he nearly lost himself completely, but then defied the naysayers and came out the other side a better man. A man who, to this day, lives and breathes music, whose mission in life is to play to his fans year in, year out, making people gleefully happy the world over.
You know, my mother had the line, she said, "You're never happier than when you're playing songs." And it's just one of those things, I just really love it.
And it was a dream at 13. I'm still fulfilling that dream, you know, playing every night.
That's what I do. Yeah. You know, I'm a musician, I'm a drummer, and I like to play with musicians.
And I still love to play. I love to play.
No one expected Ringo Starr to have a thriving solo career after the Beatles ended, especially not after the late 70s. In fact, if we've learned anything from this video, it's that record labels were doing everything they could to stop this from happening. But imagine the look on everyone's faces back then if they could see this Ringo. This is Richie performing earlier this year to a crowd of adoring fans where he appears fitter and healthier than he's ever looked in his life. In fact, that's the type of comment I see most often on a modern day Ringo video, how he somehow looks better in his 80s than he did in his 40s. But I think that's all down to his boundless spirit and endless joy on stage, doing star jumps, making jokes, and not performing a single track released after 1976. Drummer, actor, visual artiste, train conductor, all-time shitposter, and rock and roll legend. That's Ringo Starr. Peace and love, buddy. Well, there you have it. The rankings of all 4 solo Beatle catalogues is finally complete. Makes me wonder which 60s artist solo career I should tackle next. You guys want to get into Mike Love?
Thank you, everybody. We're glad you made the show. We got someone that we think you ought to know. He's the greatest sensation from coast to coast. For your delectation, it's a mouse with a most. It's Scout the Mouse. No ordinary, he's an extraordinary mouse. It's Scout the Mouse. Bet you never seen a mouse like Scout in your house.
Hello everybody, have a listen to my song. If it's not too short, I hope it's not too long. I feel real cute in my brand new suit, but I'd feel even better if you sang along. Cause I'm the Scout,
that's Scout
the Mouse.
He's the greatest.
No ordinary, I'm an extraordinary mouse. And I'm Scout,
that's Scout
the Mouse.
What a mouse.
I'll bet you've never seen a mouse like Scout in your house. Now I had a home in Liverpool, but one day I knew what the stage. Now I'm happy as can be to sing my song for you, 'cause I'm Scout.
That's Scout.
The mouse.
He's terrific.
No ordinary, I'm an extraordinary mouse. And I'm Scout.
That's Scout.
The mouse.
Check that mouse.
Did you ever see a mouse like Scout in your house?
Scout's the mouse.
I'll take it, boys.
Scout's the mouse.
So here's a little something that's sure to please. If you're feeling sad and blue, well, I'm the mouse to see. If you wanna have fun, it's easily done. Just open up your mouth and sing my song with me, 'cause I'm Scout, the mouse. No ordinary, I'm an extraordinary mouse. And I'm Scout, the mouse. Did you ever see a mouse like Scout in your house? Well, I'm Scout, the mouse. No ordinary, I'm an extraordinary mouse. I'm Scout, the mouse. I'll bet you've never seen a mouse like Scout in your house.